Chapter 405. A young Master Dang, there's a new batch of goods. Shall we go take a look in the afternoon? Of course, young Master Dang has been cultivating for 3 years, and his cultivation level has increased tremendously. He just came out of seclusion yesterday. How can we not celebrate? I'll pay for all the goods that young Master Dang likes. That's right. Young Master Dang broke through the first heaven in 3 years. This is the first heaven of the Emperor realm. Other than young Mistress and young Master Sha, no one in the Hidden City can match this cultivation speed. In the biggest restaurant in the Hidden City, a group of young masters in bright clothes surrounded a handsome young master in white. They kept toasting and flattering him. The atmosphere was very lively. This is not worth mentioning. The white-clothed young master took a sip of the wine poured by the maid next to him and waved his hand as if he didn't care at all. However, his eyes were full of enjoyment. He paused for a moment and said, "These 3 years, I've been bored to death. Let's talk about this afternoon's matter in the afternoon. Let's drink and have some fun later. Alright? Is there any news of that malefic star in the past 3 years? My grandfather said that I must avoid this malefic star in the future. Otherwise, I'll be locked up for 3 years. Malefic star? Are you talking about that Yi Qinghan? Don't worry, young Master Dang. This person disappeared for 3 years and must be dead. The Divine City issued a Divine Master Order 3 years ago. If he's found, he'll be rewarded with 10 divine weapons. Even if he's not dead, he must be hiding in that cave like a savage. That's right. He must be dead. Even a god-tier expert would die from such a violent explosion. This malefic star even dared to slap young Mistress. It'll be strange if he's not dead. The unbridled teasing attracted the attention of a few guests at a table in the corner. There were only 3 people sitting at this table, but there were 2 people standing beside each of them. It was obvious that they were the 3 people's guards. The 3 of them were wearing bamboo hats that were trending recently. They lowered their heads and drank their wine. However, their ears were slightly tilted as they listened to the conversation of the young masters. Looks like young Master Han is in grave danger. A moment later, a man suddenly leaned forward slightly and raised his bamboo hat, revealing a fierce-looking face. I've sent people to look for you for 3 years, but you just don't believe me and insist on coming here. Crazy Miss Long, when do you think you can go back? This place is very chaotic. If my old man finds out that we sneaked here, I'll definitely be grounded again." Obviously, these 3 people were Feng Zi, Hua, and Long Sinan. Half a month ago, Long Sinan had suddenly brought Feng Zi to Luohua City and asked him to bring them to the Hidden City. After Feng Zi and Hua finished speaking, Long Sinan was silent for a long time. Then she sighed and said sadly, "Let's go back. I'll go to Song City to take a look and then go into closed-door training. I won't come out until I reach the Sage Realm. Take care of yourselves." Go to Song City? Song City has been locked down. You're still going, isn't it inappropriate? Long Sanan's words caused Hua, who was about to stand up, to sit down again. "Yes, Miss Long. The god-slaying guards have already brought people to guard that place for 3 years. If you go, you'll probably cause trouble for the Manor Lord, right?" Feng Zi also sat down and said worriedly, "Some things have to be seen. If the knot in my heart isn't resolved, how can I increase my cultivation? Let's go." Long Sinan sighed and stood up dispiritedly. Then she walked out. Hua and Feng Zi stood up as well. They pressed down on the bamboo hats on their heads and nodded at the guards beside them. Then, they walked out of the restaurant and disappeared into the sea of people in the Hidden City. GG. Xiaohei, stop jumping around. You're making my eyes blur. In the front courtyard of the free and unfettered pavilion, a small, black, single-horned beast was jumping around in the garden. Amidst the colorful flowers, there were 2 fairy-like women sitting in a small pavilion. One of the women, dressed in red, stood in the pavilion and looked at the small beast in the garden. She pouted her small mouth in annoyance as she spoke. "Sister Wu, don't be angry. Isn't Xiaohei bored? He's been in the free and unfettered pavilion for 3 years. It would be strange if he isn't bored. The white-clothed woman sitting on the white jade chair at the side smiled helplessly and started to console the red-clothed woman. But I'm about to go crazy. Little Han, you've been in the training room for 3 years. Why haven't you come out? Xiao Yu too. She went into closed-door training 2 years ago and hasn't come out yet. The woman in red walked out of the pavilion and fiddled with the leaves of a small tree that was as tall as a person. She looked very restless. Sister Wu, don't be angry. The woman in white stood up and walked over to hold the woman in red's hand. She looked at her sincerely with her black pearl-like eyes and said faintly, Qing Han definitely won't blame you for what happened 3 years ago. Didn't Elder Lu tell us? Qing Han recovered 2 years ago and is working hard to cultivate now. He's not coming out because he's cultivating. He's not blaming you. That's right. They were Yu Qingqing, Yu Qingwu, and Xiao He. 3 years ago, after entering the free and unfettered pavilion from the hidden city, they had been staying in the free and unfettered pavilion. Once Yi Qinghan entered the free and unfettered pavilion, he went straight into the training room and never came out again. 2 years ago, he asked Xiao He to come out and sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu, which slightly calmed everyone down. After Xiao He came out, Yi Qingyu went into closed-door training in her bedroom. Yu Qingqing didn't go into closed-door training. Apart from accompanying Yi Qingwu in the free and unfettered pavilion, she played the zither by herself and cultivated her divine sound law. However, Yi Qingwu was deeply blaming herself. She blamed herself for being stunned in the sky above the hidden city. She always thought that Yi Ruoxue had died because of her, so she couldn't calm down and refine the divine crystal. Her temper was also becoming more and more irritable. I know. Yi Qingwu shook her head slightly, but the sparkles at the corner of her eyes betrayed her inner feelings. She wriggled her lips and said after a while, but I just can't forgive myself. I still miss my grandfather. I wonder how they are? It's useless no matter how much you think about it. All you have to do is cultivate. Apart from cultivating, what else can we do now? Yu Qingqing gently stroked Yi Qingwu's hair. Although Yi Qingwu was older than her, her mind was still that of a young girl. She couldn't grow up. If not for Yu Qingqing's comforting, she would have gone crazy by now. Just as she was about to continue comforting her, she suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise. Her black pearl-like eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in ecstasy, What is that? 7-colored auspicious clouds? Someone has become a god? The Xiao He, who was jumping up and down in the garden, suddenly stopped. He stared at the sky with his small black eyes, his expression full of joy. Boom! Just now, a small 7-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the free and unfettered pavilion. The essence qi in the free and unfettered pavilion suddenly became 100 times denser than usual. A purple lightning bolt shot out from the 7-colored cloud and disappeared into the free and unfettered pavilion. Then, the 7-colored cloud also began to dissipate, finally turning into nothingness. Who became a god? Little Han? When Yu Shishue became a god, Yi Qingwu's cultivation level was very low. Thus, she was stunned when she saw this strange scene for the first time. Only when the purple lightning fell and the cloud dissipated did she remember Yu Qingqing's words. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide in joy. Yu Qingqing smiled slightly and shook her head. It's little Yu. The auspicious signs of becoming a god are much bigger than this. Little Yu became a god by refining a divine crystal, so it's much smaller. But why did this 7-colored cloud and divine lightning appear in the free and unfettered pavilion? Let's go and take a look. Qinghan will probably come out of seclusion soon. Yi Qingwu was overjoyed when she heard this. She pulled Yu Qingqing and ran into the free and unfettered pavilion. Xiao He was already ahead of the two of them. He turned into a blur and flashed into the free and unfettered pavilion. Chapter 406. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't blame Yi Qingwu. He blamed himself. He was never one to push the blame to others when something went wrong. Not to mention the woman who pushed it to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Elder Lu to tell Yi Qingwu and the others that he had untied the knot in his heart and was cultivating, so that they would be at ease. He didn't untie it. He had never untied it. He had always been in a state of deep self-blame. He blamed himself for being careless and hated himself for being arrogant. Yi Ruoshui had offered to teleport them to the Purple Island, but he had rejected her. He had also wanted to ask Elder Lu to teleport him to the Purple Island, but he had rejected the idea in the end. Instead, he had chosen to bring them to the Purple Island while sightseeing. Perhaps his idea and intention were not wrong, but the ending was very wrong. In the first 20 years of his life, although he had narrowly escaped death several times, he had always been able to escape danger at the last moment with a series of fortuitous encounters. Along the way, his luck had been heaven-defying. He had been invincible under Duan Ren Feng, reckless on the God-slaying mountains Heavenly Road, frivolous in the barbaric mountains, and the massacre outside Song City. A 21-year-old sage, the continent's #1 genius, the #1 expert on the Earth list, the #1 person below the God realm, the admiration in everyone's eyes, the envy and jealousy in countless people's eyes, the endless praises from the God realm experts, and the unprecedented glory made him lose himself. It made him feel arrogant and wild, and made him forget the bright red color of the Yi family's castle. In the end, a dazzling firework bloomed above the hidden city. I saved the Yi family's hope, the Fire Dragon continent's hope. You will always be the Yi family's pride. Every time he thought of Yi Ruoshui's words before she died, he had an urge to die. Pride, he was the Yi family's pride, the Fire Dragon continent's pride? T. Without the soul ring, there was no Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan felt that he was a pile of T, a pile of T that the young masters of the Yi family were still wantonly trampling on. Without the soul ring, he would not be able to summon Xiaohei. Without the soul ring, he would still be a useless person with blocked meridians. Perhaps he would have already died in the barbaric mountains. Without Xiaohei, he was nothing. Perhaps he was not even qualified to be the 7th son of the Yi family. Perhaps at this moment he would still be in a small town belonging to the Yi family, living an ordinary life with Yi Qingyu, an apathetic life. The more he thought about it, the more he mocked himself, and the more he felt that he was worthless. He thought about his arrogant declaration in Duan Ren Feng, his tyrannical orders in Luotian Mountain, and how he acted cool in Barbarian City, Barbarian Mountain Range, Song City, and the Hidden City. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was a pile of dog shit and an idiot. The more you act tough, the more you become a fool. In the first year, he hated himself, blamed himself deeply, and complained heavily. There were several times when he wanted to slap himself in the face. In the second year, he spent a year thinking clearly about one thing. He was an idiot, a worthless idiot. In the end, he spent another year and finally figured everything out. This wasn't a game. It wasn't an invincible cheat playing in another world. This was real life and people could die. He was not alone now. There were too many people he needed to protect. If he did not keep a clear head at all times, perhaps someone would die in the next second. Perhaps it would be Yu Qingqing, perhaps it would be Yi Qinggu, or perhaps it would be all of them. Boom! At this moment, a sudden clap of thunder rang in his ears. A scene of colorful clouds and purple lightning falling involuntarily appeared in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. His whole body relaxed and he laughed from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood. The knot in his heart that had been entangled for 3 years was finally undone. His mind had finally grown up at this moment. There was no self-blame, no disappointment, no anger, and no hatred on his face. There was only a calm face and a flash of battle intent in his eyes. He stood up and walked out. Squeak, squeak. Xiaohei walked quickly through the unfettered pavilion, his face full of excitement and joy. His small body twisted and turned in the air, expressing his joy. Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingqing followed closely behind him and walked through the main hall. After turning out of the side hall, they came to a long corridor. This was where the bedrooms of the unfettered pavilion were located. 2 people and 1 beast walked straight to one of the bedrooms, only to find an old man in black standing at the door. His slender eyes were smiling at them and Xiaohei. Greetings, senior. Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingqing quickly bowed to greet him. Xiaohei followed suit and stood up straight. He clasped his paws together and gestured to Elder Lu in a funny manner. Let's wait. Little Yu is still digesting the teleportation skill. She doesn't need to condense divine crystals. She will be out soon. Little Yu has finally become a deity. A 23-year-old deity. Yi Qingwu bent down and picked up Xiaohei. She smiled at Elder Lu and exclaimed, "Lass, you can't settle down to cultivate. Otherwise, your speed of comprehension would be even faster than Little Yu's. If you don't work hard, little Qingqing will catch up to you soon." Elder Lu chuckled. He had long regarded Yi Qinghan's 3 wives as his own granddaughters. Although his words seemed to be reprimanding Yi Qingwu, he was actually encouraging her to cultivate diligently. Qingqing is a cultivation genius. I don't even see her cultivating. She only plays the guqin every day and has already reached the peak of the imperial realm in 3 years. Her divine sound law is too strange. Of course, I will work hard. Qingqing, you have to work hard too. Yi Qingwu was influenced by Yi Qingyu's breakthrough, and her mood became much better. She stuck out her pink tongue and clenched her fists tightly. She swore in her heart that she would immediately go into seclusion after Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion. She would not come out of seclusion until she reached the deity realm. Yu Qingqing smiled and struck while the iron was hot. "Sister Wu, you can do it. Don't be shameful if you haven't become a god when I've already become one." As they were chatting, the door to the room opened slowly. A frail lady in white walked out with a gentle and warm smile on her pretty face. When she saw them, she immediately revealed an innocent and warm smile, making them feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. "Greetings, Elder Lu and Elder Sisters. Xiaohei, you are still so young." Yi Qingyu bowed to Elder Lu and patted Xiaohei's head with a smile. "Hee, congratulations, little Yu. You have finally broken through to the deity realm and attained immortality. Kei, I realize that you've become a lot more beautiful." Yi Qingwu pulled Yi Qingyu over, held her hand, and carefully looked at her for a while before speaking mischievously. Yu Qingqing hurriedly held her other hand and congratulated her. Meanwhile, Xiaohei jumped from Yi Qingwu's arms to Yi Qingyu's and rubbed against her affectionately. "Elder? You are also a deity realm expert. Calling me elder is a little confusing," Elder Lu said awkwardly as he stroked the sparse beard on his chin. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. "How about this? The 3 of you don't have to call me Elder Lu. Just follow Little Han's example and call me Elder Lu." "Elder Lu? Elder. I think the 3 of us should call you Grandpa Lu. You are more than old enough to be our ancestor. Qingqing Xiaoyu, right?" Yi Qingwu blinked. She felt that calling Elder Lu by his name was a little disrespectful, so she suggested. When Yi Qingyu heard Elder Lu mention Yi Qinghan, she frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "Grandpa Lu, has my brother not come out of seclusion yet?" Hee, Little Yu has already become a deity. Why wouldn't I come out to take a look?" Before Elder Lu could speak, a gentle voice sounded from outside, causing the 3 of them to be stunned. Xiaohei immediately chirped and jumped out of Yi Qingyu's arms, running into the distance. Chapter 407. "Big brother, you finally came out of seclusion. I missed you so much." Xiaohei turned around the corridor and threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. His small claws kept scratching Yi Qinghan's body, and the horn on his head rubbed against him. He hadn't seen Yi Qinghan for 2 years, so he missed him very much. "Xiaohei, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Why haven't you grown up?" "Don't worry, big brother is fine." Yi Qinghan patted Xiaohei's hair dotingly and transmitted his voice to him as he walked inside. "Brother! Qinghan! Little Han!" He turned a corner and walked to the corridor in front of the bedroom. Then he saw 3 figures rushing towards him. Yi Qingyu threw herself at him with a sobbing voice and hugged him. "Hee, girl, why are you crying? You have become a god, so you should be happy." Yi Qinghan hugged Yi Qingyu with one hand and patted her back. Then he turned his head to look at Yu Qingqing, who was beaming with joy, and smiled. Finally, he looked at Yi Qingwu, who had a complicated expression on her face. He waved at them and said, "Little peach blossom, little rose, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Don't you want to come and hug me?" Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan's face, which hadn't changed much since 3 years ago. She looked at the evil smile on his face, and saw his affectionate eyes, which were the same as 3 years ago. When she saw his eyes, Yi Qingwu's heart, which had been tangled for 3 years, was finally at ease. Yi Qinghan didn't blame her, nor did he hate her. He still loved her deeply, and he was still her little rose. She couldn't bear it anymore. She ran over in tears, stretched out her hands, and hugged Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. Then she burst into tears. Yu Qingqing didn't hesitate either. She threw herself at Yi Qinghan and hugged him from behind. Tears gushed out from the corners of her eyes. The 3 years of separation made them feel as if they had been separated for several lifetimes. The 4 of them hugged each other tightly, and the 3 women cried tears of joy, causing the atmosphere in the corridor to suddenly become sad. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. Feeling the deep love from the 3 of them, the smile at the corner of his mouth became wider. The fighting spirit that occasionally flashed in his eyes also became firmer. I say, you 4, can you not treat this old man as transparent? Little Han, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and you're not even going to greet me? Elder Lu's teasing laughter caused the atmosphere to dissipate abruptly. When the 3 women heard this, they all blushed and let go of Yi Qinghan. They hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes, lowered their heads, and became slightly embarrassed. Hee, greetings, Elder Lu. I'm sorry to have caused everyone to worry. Yi Qinghan gave Elder Lu a grateful look. He looked at everyone apologetically and fell silent. He felt that the atmosphere was a little serious. He smiled at Yi Qingyu and said, How is it? Little Yu, how does it feel to become a god? Do you feel anything special? Yi Qinghan's change of topic piqued Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu's interest. They looked at Yi Qingyu curiously. The 2 of them had seen god-level elites before, but they didn't feel pressured when they saw Yi Qingyu. Instead, they felt that she was becoming more and more pitiful. How should I say this? The moment I became a god, I felt that the energy in my body was becoming more and more vigorous. Moreover, my body seemed to have become one with the divine crystal. The scenery around me was also different. I feel that this world is very fresh, very comfortable, and very warm. Yi Qingyu had just become a god, and there were many things that she had yet to explore. She could only rely on her own feelings and said, Brother, I feel that I can regain my black hair if I want to. But after so many years, I'm used to it, so I don't intend to regain it. White looks good too. When you become a god, the laws of heaven and earth will send down auspicious clouds and purple lightning to transform your body, giving you a long lifespan. It also means that heaven and earth have completely acknowledged you. Therefore, you will be more compatible with heaven and earth, and it will be easier for you to experience the wonders of heaven and earth. In other words, you will be one with heaven and earth. Elder Lu smiled and continued to explain when he saw that the few of them were curious. As for your divine crystal's fusion with your body, it is because you have comprehended the laws within the divine crystal, and the divine crystal has acknowledged you. The moment you become a god, this divine crystal truly belongs to you and is connected to your bloodline. Turning your hair black? Even if your limbs are broken, the divine crystal can slowly regenerate them, let alone change the color of your hair. This is because the divine crystal has recorded the characteristics of your body, just like the laws that you have comprehended. As long as the soul of an immortal is not destroyed, as long as the divine crystal is not destroyed, it is equivalent to an immortal body. That's amazing. I will start my secluded cultivation tomorrow and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Yi Qingwu stuck out her tongue, and a hopeful look appeared in her eyes. Yi Qinghan's affectionate look completely untied the knot in her heart, and her mood returned to the eccentric and pitiful state she had been 3 years ago. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate. After staying in this remote pavilion for 3 years, you must be tired of it. Go out and relax and adjust your state of mind. Only then will you be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and smiled faintly. His calm temperament and abrupt words stunned the 3 girls slightly. Well, not bad, not bad. Little Han, you have finally grown up. Elder Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, and his goat-like face was full of smiles. Going to the Purple Island? Yes, Thank you for your trouble, Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan nodded and lowered his head to stroke Xiaohei's head. He continued, let's go to the Purple Island to have some fun. If you want to cultivate, you can enter the carefree pavilion for secluded cultivation. After resting for a while, I will go into secluded cultivation again, and this time, I am afraid it will be very long. In these 3 years, Yi Qinghan's cultivation did not improve, but his state of mind had become extremely mature and firm. Things had already happened. Rather than wallowing in the silent regret of the past, it was better to work hard to grasp the present, cherish every day, and strive hard. Only by grasping the present could he have a better tomorrow. Only then could he do what he wanted to do, such as protecting his loved ones and taking revenge. Yu Qingcheng and the others looked at Yi Qinghan and did not say much, only nodding their heads. They could feel the pain suppressed in the depths of Yi Qinghan's heart beneath his calm and gentle appearance. As his women, they could not resolve this kind of pain, nor could they bear it for him. The price of blood could make him pass away completely. Elder Lu did not say much. He closed his eyes and released his divine senses. After a while, he nodded at Yi Qinghan and said, let's go out. Yi Qinghan put Xiaohei down and gave the 3 women a reassuring look. He and Elder Lu disappeared from the carefree pavilion. The last time they had entered the carefree pavilion, they had been in the sky above the hidden city. If they wanted to leave now, they could only appear in the same place. Elder Lu used his divine senses to scan the sky above the hidden city and locked onto the position of the Purple Island. After the 2 of them flashed out of the carefree pavilion, Elder Lu teleported with Yi Qinghan before their bodies could appear above the hidden city. However, the spatial fluctuations above the hidden city attracted the attention of some people. The island lord of the hidden island, who was fishing by the sea, tilted his head slightly. The 13 elders in the mountains outside the hidden city swept their gazes over the hidden city at the same time. In a restaurant in the hidden city, an old man wearing a bamboo hat was also shocked. He looked through the window at the sky, which had returned to its original state, and continued to drink his wine. All the sages in the city felt the fluctuations. However, when they looked over, the sky had returned to its original state. Chapter 408. Is this the Purple Island? Oh my God! It's so beautiful, I like it so much. Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu teleported to the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at it as he quickly opened the door to the carefree pavilion. He then flashed in and came out with the 3 ladies and Xiaohei. When they came out, the 3 ladies were stunned. Their eyes were filled with amazement and fascination. Yi Qingwu even cried out involuntarily. The few of them stood on a small hill and looked over. Their eyes were filled with purple flowers, purple grass, purple trees, purple stones, and even the sky was emitting a faint purple glow. The Purple Island was huge, and they couldn't see the end of it. The terrain of the Purple Island was very flat. There were only a few small hills. At the foot of the hill, there was a small valley with a small pond. Beside the pond, there was a herd of antelopes with purple rings all over their bodies drinking water. They were startled by Yi Qingwu's voice and started running around in a panic. Apart from the yellow soil, there was only a small amount of green grass and trees. Everything else was purple. The entire Purple Island seemed to be covered with a layer of purple wedding dress. It was dreamy and beautiful. Ahem. Don't be in a hurry to look. Let me tell you something. You must remember it well. Otherwise, you will be killed immediately. No one will be able to save you. Elder Lu's dry cough and his words attracted their attention. Once they heard that it was a serious matter, they didn't dare to be careless. They all listened attentively. There are 11 islands in the Purple Island. The other 10 islands can't be seen by the naked eye. Moreover, they aren't in the Flame Dragon Plain. There is a transportation array in the center of the Purple Island. You can teleport there. That is the passageway to the Immortal realm. We are now on the first island of the Purple Island. It is also the safest place in the Flame Dragon Plain. Do you see the purple glow in the sky? This is the restriction of the Purple Island. Anyone who releases battle chi or attacks with battle chi on this island will trigger the restriction of the Purple Island and be killed immediately. There are no exceptions. Therefore, you must remember that on this purple island, don't even use your battle chi. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Only then will you be absolutely safe. Don't even run your battle chi? Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. He knew that Elder Lu was worried about their safety. However, when he thought of Xiao He, who was in his arms, he asked curiously, "Where is Xiao He? Xiao He can't walk around here?" Magical beasts that haven't reached godhood are fine. Actually, the only way to activate the restrictions here is to use the elemental energy of heaven and earth to attack. For example, you could kill those antelopes with your physical strength, but you couldn't use battle chi or the laws of heaven and earth to attack. Xiao He has not become a god yet, so his attacks are completely based on his body's instincts. Therefore, Xiao He is safe here. Elder Lu chuckled as he looked at Xiao He and explained. Yi Qinghan had told Xiao He not to move the moment he came out. Now that he heard Elder Lu's explanation, he immediately became excited. He jumped out of Yi Qinghan's arms and ran toward the herd of antelopes. He had been cooped up in the distant pagoda for 3 years. But if Master Divine Butcher comes here and attacks with his willpower, will he activate the restrictions? Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a question. Although he had already guessed it, he still asked to be safe. Willpower is also a type of law of heaven and earth. If Master Divine Butcher comes here, he won't dare to attack. He's just a cripple. If he dares to come, I will smash him. Without willpower, he's nothing. Elder Lu raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "Rest assured and stay here. This restriction can prevent divine senses from probing. I think he won't find out for a while. Even if he does, it'll be fine." Grandpa Lu, I would like to ask you something. Can I understand the divine sound law here? I'm just playing the guqin. It won't affect my battle chi. Yu Qingqing suddenly thought of a problem. The divine sound law that she understood was a special soul-type law. Therefore, understanding the laws was the most important thing. She didn't need to cultivate her battle chi. It would slowly improve along with her soul. She liked this place very much. She had a feeling that cultivating here would definitely be faster than cultivating in the carefree pagoda. Therefore, she asked nervously. "It's all right." Elder Lu waved his hand and said, "You just have to remember not to release your battle chi. It's best if you seal your meridians temporarily and don't let your battle chi circulate. You can do anything else. Also, it's easier to understand the laws of heaven and earth if you cultivate here. All right, you can play here. I'm going back to cultivate." After explaining, Elder Lu tactfully entered the carefree pagoda through the main door, leaving the space for Yi Qinghan and the others. He was also an experienced person and knew that absence made the heart grow fonder. Yi Qinghan was prepared to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, he didn't intend to close the passageway to the carefree pagoda. This way, the 3 ladies and Xiao He could come and go at any time. In any case, outsiders couldn't enter the carefree pagoda. Even if Master Divine Butcher came, he wouldn't dare to refine this door. "Boss, I want to eat barbecued meat. I haven't had barbecued meat in a long time." As soon as Elder Lu left, Xiao He shot over from afar. His tiny body was dragging a purple-striped antelope that was many times bigger than him. He excitedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. "Hee, all of you seal your meridians. I'll barbecued meat for you and let you have a taste of my cooking." Yi Qinghan sealed his meridians and smiled at them. He strode toward Xiao He, grabbed the antelope in his mouth, and walked toward the pond. "I haven't had meat in 3 years. I'm dying of craving." When Yi Qingwu heard that there was barbecued meat to eat, she immediately sealed her meridians and rushed toward Yi Qinghan with a cheer. At the pond, the few of them had a delicious meal and enjoyed hot meat that they hadn't had in 3 years. After that, Yi Qinghan started to get busy. He took out a large number of items from his carefree ring, took out the slaughter god blade, and chopped a few big trees to build their little nest on the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan had bought a lot of things in the Black Tortoise City and the Hidden City. He was prepared to build a little Cold Heart Pavilion on the Purple Island. After all, they weren't going to stay here for a day or two. Of course, he couldn't let them sleep in the wilderness. When the 3 ladies saw that they were going to build their own little nest, they got excited. All of them sealed their meridians and started to help Yi Qinghan with his work. However, Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingsheng were born as young mistresses. They had never done such things before. Instead, they seemed to be making things more difficult the more they helped. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu decisively let the two of them watch from the side. They only helped to pass some tools. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu's father had passed away when they were young, and their mother was bedridden. Their status in the clan was low, but they were very familiar with these menial tasks. Although their battle chi was sealed, their cultivation base was very high. Their physical qualities were comparable to ordinary general realm experts. Hence, it was very easy for them to do these ordinary tasks. After a busy day, before night fell, a small purple pavilion had already appeared out of thin air beside the small pond. The pavilion was very small, and it only had a small hall for rooms and a few small rooms. The construction was also very simple. Not to mention the Cold Heart Pavilion, it was far inferior to Yi Qingwu's graceful dance garden. However, it was obvious that the four of them were in a good mood and were very satisfied. This was the love nest that the four of them had built together. Night fell, and a bright moon rose in the sky. The gentle light shone through the purple light barrier on the purple island and covered the entire island. The entire purple island was enveloped in a beautiful purple light. Clang, clang. In front of the pavilion, in a simple courtyard, Yi Qinghan reclined on an ancient vine bench. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu quietly leaned on his two sides. Xiao He was also quietly curled up on the table next to him and dozed off. Yu Qingsheng sat cross-legged in the courtyard and played the zither. The melodious sound of the zither echoed throughout the purple island, making the beautiful night even more mysterious and elegant. After one song, Yi Qinghan lazily stood up and stretched. He suddenly said to the three of them in a serious tone, "I really want to live with you like this without any worries until the end of time. However, there are some things that I must do. I am very sorry, I can only accompany you for 5 days. After that, I will have to go into seclusion." 5 days? The three of them looked at Yi Qinghan at the same time and sighed in surprise. They had been separated for 3 years, but they could only meet for 5 days. After that, they would have to separate again. However, the three of them didn't say anything. They only stood up and leaned towards Yi Qinghan. They all understood that Yi Qinghan was working hard and fighting for the sake of being able to stay together like this forever. A short separation was for an eternity. Yi Qinghan looked at the three beautiful and sensible women with a trace of gratification in his eyes. He looked deeply at the three of them and suddenly smiled evilly. "Hee, there is not much time left. Everyone should rest early. Then the three of you should discuss among yourselves, who should I spend the night chatting with? How about all three?" Chapter 409. Parting for 3 years, parting for a short time and newlyweds. 3 years was obviously not a short time, so tonight was more important than a newlyweds. When the three of them heard Yi Qinghan's words, their eyes clearly lit up. Then, a blush appeared on their faces at the same time, and they lowered their eyebrows shyly without saying a word. "Brother, what shameful words are you saying? I'm going back to sleep." Yi Qingyu twitched her nose, looked at Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingsheng and turned to leave. Her temperament was the kindest, and she was very clear that tonight, the three of them actually wanted Yi Qinghan to accompany them, to talk about the pain of parting. But there was only one Yi Qinghan, so she very obediently withdrew, leaving Yi Qinghan to the other two. "Qinghan, Sister Xiao Wu has suffered these 3 years, you should properly accompany her." Yu Qingsheng's temperament was indifferent. When she saw Yi Qingyu leave, she immediately thought of Yi Qingwu's loneliness and self-blame in these 3 years. She smiled at Yi Qinghan and transmitted her voice to him, then picked up the jade zither and said to Yi Qingwu, "I'm tired, I'm going back to rest first. Sister Xiao Wu will trouble you to accompany our lord husband." "I'm tired too, little Han. I'm leaving." Yi Qingwu saw that the two of them had left, and was even more embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue at Yi Qinghan, and hurriedly turned to run away. But just as she turned around, she was tightly hugged by 2 strong and powerful big hands. "Where do you think you're going? Tonight it's you, hee, my little rose, serve your husband well." Yi Qinghan carried Yi Qingwu horizontally and lowered his head to smile at her. Under the purple moonlight, a face that was as pure as it was 3 years ago, and a body that was getting more and more plump. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and directly rush towards the largest room. He rushed into the room and closed the door with one foot. He sent a telepathic message to Xiaohei, asking it to stand guard. After that, he directly threw Yi Qingwu onto the big bed. He exerted strength in his calves and pounced on her, hugging her delicate body and kissing her violently. Yi Qingwu wanted to say something, but she felt Yi Qinghan's burning passion and smelled the familiar manly scent that she hadn't smelled for 3 years. She thought back to the pain she had suffered in her heart over the past 3 years. She thought back to Yi Qinghan's pain. She thought back to Yi Qinghan's passionate gaze when he had come out of seclusion. She thought back to the crazy times the two of them had spent together in the chilling heart pavilion and the carefree pavilion. Her heart instantly felt as if it had been ignited. Her entire body heated up, and she went crazy. She didn't say anything else, and she didn't have any misgivings. Instead, she pushed Yi Qinghan onto the big bed, and her beautiful legs directly straddled his body. She smiled charmingly at Yi Qinghan and leaned down. Her beautiful red lips directly blocked Yi Qinghan's slightly opened mouth, and she began kissing Yi Qinghan like crazy. Her lily-white hands stroked Yi Qinghan's face and lower body. After that, her lily-white hands trembled slightly as she began to undress him. However, as she undressed him, she realized that she couldn't untie him. In the end, she actually began to forcefully tear at Yi Qinghan's robes. Gulp! Gulp! Looking at Yi Qingwu, who was constantly twisting on his body like a wild cat in heat, Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and his eyes bulged. He also began to desperately tear at Yi Qingwu's clothes. He had been holding back for 3 years, and the fire of lust in his heart had long burned his eyebrows. For a moment, the air was filled with torn clothes, and the two shining white bodies were constantly twisting. The room suddenly became boundless. He accompanied the 3 of them for 5 days. Every day, he didn't think about anything, and he didn't do anything. He only brought the 3 of them and Xiaohei to wander around the Purple Island. He enjoyed the unique and beautiful scenery of the Purple Island, and felt the relaxed and comfortable life. However, once night fell, Yi Qinghan became busy. He took turns shuttling back and forth between the 3 rooms. He devoted his deep love and boiling hot bodily fluids to the 3 of them. Every night, there would be a low panting sound in the valley, and 3 different styles of extremely suppressive tenderness. The knot in Yi Qingwu's heart was finally untied under the persuasion of Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing. She had completely recovered her mischievous and eccentric self in the past. The 5 days of life were very fulfilling, and also very sweet. The only thing that made Yi Qinghan feel a little regretful was that the 3 of them were firmly against sleeping on the same bed and then making love together. This made Yi Qinghan's long-awaited dream of having a naked party become a bubble. Little Qingqing, little Yu, I'm going in. Remember, if there's anything, we'll talk about it after entering the free and unfettered pavilion. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. Elder Lu will leave a trace of his divine sense outside, so you can cultivate in peace. Yu Qingqing decided to cultivate outside, and Yi Qingyu was not in a hurry to cultivate either. She had just become a god, and there was still a lot of knowledge that needed to be digested, such as teleportation and the release of divine sense. Moreover, they had sealed their meridians, so they were not worried about triggering the restriction formation. As for the divine sense, it belonged to the use of the soul, so it would not trigger the restriction formation. Thus, Yi Qingyu decided to accompany Yu Qingqing on the Purple Island. As for Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan, who was in seclusion, he naturally chose to play on the Purple Island. The black Kirin fruit that Lord Devour had given him had been completely refined. Now, he only needed to digest it slowly, so he did not need to cultivate at all. Yi Qingwu decided to enter the carefree pavilion to cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal as soon as possible, and become a god as soon as possible. Of course, Yi Qinghan decided to place the carefree pavilion's teleportation gate in the small courtyard. It was not closed, so he could come and go at any time. The purple island could not use the essence qi, so there was no danger. Thus, Yi Qinghan was not worried. After giving some instructions, he directly walked into the carefree pavilion with Yi Qingwu. They did not talk much, nor did they feel sad about parting. They were both beautiful women. They just looked at Yi Qinghan encouragingly, and then gently waved their hands. Boss, try your best to cultivate. I feel that after I finish digesting this black Kirin fruit, in about 6 or 7 years, I will enter the mature realm. At that time, I will become a divine beast, and you still haven't reached the sacred realm. It will be really embarrassing. Xiao He chirped, sending him a message. His 2 small eyes were full of reluctance. He had been summoned by Yi Qinghan in that valley. After that, he had never left him. The last time he left him was 2 years ago, and he didn't know how long they would be apart this time. Although he could feel Yi Qinghan's existence through his soul, he couldn't communicate with him or play with him, which was really uncomfortable. Believe me. I will become a god as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan smiled. His smile was bright and confident. Then he took Yi Qingwu and walked into the teleportation gate of the carefree pavilion without turning his head back. The sky in Song City was a little gloomy, although it had been sunny recently. 3 years ago, the pagans had descended. Outside Song City, a pig slaughtering knife dripping with blood and Lord Devour had attacked. Song City's reputation had almost overshadowed the entire God City. Many people came to Song City with respect and gratitude. After that, many people had settled down in Song City. At that time, they had thought that Song City was the safest place, the holy city that could protect them. However, a giant gold hand had slapped the mountain behind the Yi family and even smashed the ancestral grave of the Yi family into pieces. Then, that intimidating bald man had issued an order that the Yi family's members couldn't leave Song City. They had thought that this time, it would be the same as the time when the pagans had descended. The god of the Yi family would stand up, and the pig-slaughtering knife would continue to drip blood, tearing that damn bald man into pieces. However, they were disappointed. No one from the Yi family dared to accept the challenge. Thus, they started to feel restless. Half of the Moon Queen, an expert from the God City with a garlic nose, led a group of people to move into Tsong City. They immediately accepted the protection of Tsong City and sealed off the city. This time, the god of the Yi family still didn't appear. They started to panic. Some people even started to flee with their families. After a while, a rumor spread from the hidden city. The god of the Yi family. He actually died? He self-destructed in front of millions of people in the hidden city. This time, many residents of Tsong City were completely terrified. They started to think of ways to leave Tsong City. However, the god-slaying guards didn't care much about these ordinary people leaving. Half a year later, the once bustling main city gradually became desolate and quiet. It became somewhat lifeless. The sky in Tsong City also became gloomy. Chapter 410. The members of the Yi family did not leave. Of course, it was not that no one wanted to leave, but Yi Baihu had sealed up the Yi family's castle. No one from the Yi family was allowed to enter or leave. Those who wanted to escape were dragged to the torture hall and executed in front of everyone. Yi Ruoshui was dead. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu were nowhere to be found. The Yi family had suffered the greatest loss in history. Faced with the crazy divine master too, they could not provoke him and did not dare to. This was because the Yi family could not afford to be hurt. Yi Baihu was afraid that this provocation would bring a real disaster to the Yi family, a disaster that could wipe them out. Yi Tianlong went into seclusion. Yi Qingyo went into seclusion. Yi Baihu did not hide anything about the situation that the Yi family was facing. He announced everything to everyone in the Yi family. After hearing Yi Baihu's words, most of them did not say anything and went back. Yi Chang went into seclusion. Yi Tianxing went into seclusion. Countless members of the Yi family gritted their teeth and went into seclusion. They did not know what would happen to the Yi family and whether the Yi family would be wiped out. All they knew was to cultivate, to work hard, to do everything they could to cultivate. Even though they did not know what was the use of cultivating? How long could they cultivate and what realm could they reach? Yi Ruoshui's death and the palm strike from the Divine Master at the back of the mountain had infuriated all the members of the Yi family. His domineering announcement had triggered the desire for survival in the Yi family. All the members of the Yi family understood a cruel fact. If they wanted to survive and take revenge, they could only cultivate. The sky in the God City was gloomy because the Divine Master's face had never been clear. The God Massacre guards were filled with hope as they waited for the Divine Master's good news. However, after the Divine Master went out, he did not say anything when he returned. He just asked the burning God guards to find another 10 young girls. After that, a series of screams and cries rang out in the study again. The 4 of them didn't dare to ask anything and quietly waited outside the study for news. Unexpectedly, the Divine Lord remained silent. He would only let the burning God guards bring people in every 2 days to carry the corpses out. Half of the Moon Queen, the Massacre God guard, couldn't take it anymore and asked. However, what he got in return was a palm strike that caused him to be bedridden for half a year. The Divine Master too did not give up. He used his divine senses to search for Yi Qinghan for a year, but to no avail. After a year, he was tired. After giving an order, he fell silent. The God-slaying guards were sent to Zhang City, while the God-slaying guards brought countless soul slaves and secret guards to scatter across the continent to search for news of Yi Qinghan. The entire sky above the continent darkened because of Master God Tu's furious attack. The deity realm experts of the 3 prefectures and 1 island all issued orders at the same time. They were not to provoke anyone from the Divine City, or they would be killed on the spot. They were afraid that if the Divine Lord was enraged, the continent would repeat the scene that happened thousands of years ago. Master God Tu had not made a move for thousands of years, but once he did, he shocked all the experts on the continent. This made them feel gloomy. The gloominess of the continent's deity realm experts spread to the sages, and then to the rest of the continent. Unknowingly, the continent's sky became very oppressive and gloomy. A few days ago, the spatial fluctuation in the sky above the hidden city had caused a slight tremor in the deathly silent mainland. Yi Qinghan disappeared from the hidden city. Therefore, the hidden city became the place that all the major forces paid the most attention to. The people from the House of Aries hoped to receive news of him. They hoped that his appearance would bring a ray of light to the human race. The barbarian race, demon race, and God City hoped that his appearance would release the Divine Lord's anger and restore peace to the continent. Although the fluctuation disappeared very quickly, it was obvious that many people were not willing to give up. The scouts from all the forces on the continent started to move and search everywhere. When the deity realm experts of the continent received the news, they also continued to use their divine senses to search. However, they still could not find Yi Qinghan. In the end, they gave up again. They thought that Yi Qinghan might have returned to his spatial divine item. However, countless scouts replaced their divine senses and continued to search everywhere on the continent. Yi Qinghan was indeed in his spatial divine item. After entering the unfettered pavilion, he encouraged Yi Qingwu and asked her to go back to her room to refine the divine crystal. Then he teleported to Dark Moon's room. He would be in seclusion for a long time this time, so he wanted to see this poor lady. Dark Moon was still lying quietly on the jade bed like a sleeping beauty. 3 years had passed, but her appearance had not changed at all. It seemed like Elder Lu had fed her some youthful spirit medicine. It might be very difficult for ordinary people to maintain their appearance and not let the marks of time remain on their bodies. On the continent, only the Yu family's youthful pill had this effect, and it was very rare. The Yu family had only given 3 youthful pills to the 3 of them as dowry. It was very easy for deity realm experts to maintain their youth, and it was even easier for Elder Lu. Although there were not many elixirs in the divine realm that could maintain one's vitality, they were not particularly precious either. Don't worry, Dark Moon. One day I will wake you up, and it won't take long. Yi Qinghan kissed Dark Moon's plump red lips lightly, smiled, and turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Elder Lu, he walked into the technique practicing room and sat cross-legged. However, he did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he started to think carefully about some problems. He was thinking about how he could take revenge and kill Master God Tuesday previously. Yi Ruoshui and the other four had told him not to kill Master God Tuesday, otherwise he might be hunted down by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team, and the Divine Realm might destroy the Fire Dragon continent. He did not care about this point. To save Dark Moon, he had to kill Tuesday. To avenge Yi Ruoshui, he had to kill Tuesday. If the people of the Fire Dragon continent wanted to get rid of their fate of being kept in captivity, he had to kill Tuesday. He did not believe that the Divine Realm would be enraged and destroy the Fire Dragon plane if Tu was killed. Elder Lu had said that there were tens of billions of existential planes like the Flame Dragon plane. Could the Immortal Realm manage every single one of them? When the foreign tribes came, the Golden Horn celestial race destroyed the Divine City. How could the Divine Realm not do anything? Even if the sky was destroyed, wasn't there still the powerful Lord Devour? Since he had decided to kill Tu, he did not hesitate. Instead, he started to think about how and what he would use to kill Tu. There was no need to think about Lord Devour. This woman was as cold as an iceberg. She did not do anything even after Yi Ruoshui died. Even if he committed suicide in front of her, she would not even look at him. Elder Lu was not Tu's match, let alone the other God-class experts. As for Yi Qingyu and the other two, even if they finished refining the divine crystals, they would only be at the peak of the heavenly God realm like Elder Lu unless they broke through to the God General realm. However, was it possible that Elder Lu had not broken through after thousands of years? He started to think about all the treasures that could increase his strength. The Soul Ring was his strongest treasure. After all, it was the Soul Emperor's ring. It was a pity that it was damaged. After searching for a long time, he only found a healing ability. He also asked Elder Lu how to repair it. However, Elder Lu said that it was impossible to repair it without going to the Divine Realm. As for the other treasures, he did not need to consider them. The only things left were a divine sword and a slaughter god blade of unknown grade. He was not used to using the divine sword, and he had not found any other powerful abilities for the slaughter god blade. After thinking about it for half a day, he realized that the only things he could rely on were the space law and the body fusion technique. After spending half a day, he thought through everything. He also had a clear goal. That was to comprehend the space law and break through to the heavenly God realm. Chapter 411. Of the 5 profound mysteries of the law of space, Yi Qinghan had only comprehended the 2 fundamental mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown. There were 2 paths to becoming a god. The first was to comprehend the other 3 fundamental mysteries. The second was to fuse the 2 fundamental mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown into the elementary mystery of space. This path of cultivation was confirmed, but Yi Qinghan felt like a blind man walking at a crossroad. He knew there was a path ahead, but he didn't know where to go. He had no idea what the other 3 profound mysteries of space were. As for fusing the profound mysteries, he had no idea at all. Moreover, he couldn't ask others about the comprehension of the laws, because Elder Lu had once told him that one had to comprehend the profound mysteries on their own. If other experts guided you, not only would you not be able to comprehend it faster, it would easily lead you astray, and you would never be able to make any progress. Although I can directly become a god by fusing the profound mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown, it's obviously extremely difficult. Otherwise, the Sword Sovereign would have reached the peak of the heavenly god level after thousands of years. There's no need to think about this path. I'd better comprehend the other 3 profound mysteries. After a brief consideration, Yi Qinghan decisively gave up on the path of fusing the 2 profound mysteries to become a god. Even a heavenly god would need 1,000 years to do so. As a saint, he would definitely not succeed even if his brain exploded. Then the only path left was to comprehend the 3 profound mysteries of space. He turned around and faced the smooth wall on his left. He relaxed his entire body and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He circulated his battle chi in his eyes and stared at the wall. He decided to continuously comprehend the painting of the beach and see if he could quickly comprehend the profound mysteries. Last time, it was because he had comprehended a trace of the concept of the painting of the beach and a drop of water. When he had intercourse with Yu Qingqing, he had entered a deep state of his soul. That was why he was lucky enough to comprehend the profound mysteries of spatial ripple and break through to the Saint Realm. As expected, after reaching the Saint Realm, this painting is different. Yi Qinghan saw that the wall was constantly glowing, and then he saw the familiar painting of the beach. This time was obviously different from the last time. Last time, the mountains were not mountains and the water was not water. Sometimes it felt very blurry, and sometimes it felt very clear. The sky full of raindrops fell from time to time, and sometimes it stopped. Everything seemed to be unpredictable. But now it was completely blurry. At this moment he could see everything. He could feel the surging waves, the falling raindrops, and the countless holes on the beach. However, everything was blurry and hazy, as if his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. This feeling was very strange. He couldn't see anything clearly, but he could feel everything. And this time, the time he lasted was twice as long as the previous time. A moment later, the scene in front of him disappeared, and he felt dizzy again. After recovering for a long time, he finally woke up. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes and began to digest what he had just seen. But strangely, he suddenly realized that he couldn't remember what he had just seen. He had no memory at all. Interesting, this picture really contains endless mysteries of space. It's 2F** King mysterious. I can't believe there's nothing left. Yi Qinghan laughed. He wasn't afraid of the mysteries of this picture, he was afraid that it wouldn't change. Now that there was a change, it would be easy. After resting for a moment, he continued to operate the battle aura in his eyes and continued to comprehend. Clang clang. In a small valley on the Purple Island, the sound of a zither could be heard from time to time. This sound was so melodious and clear, like the mountain spring playing in the Green Mountains. It was so elegant and free, like the majestic wind drifting over the willow branches. It was so gentle and beautiful, like the fluttering butterflies in the midst of hundreds of flowers. It was so cold and noble, like the red plum blossoms dancing in the snow. Under the effect of this magical zither music, a very strange thing happened in the entire valley. There was a pool in the valley, and it was the drinking place of the nearby magical beasts. But a few months ago, a small beast came. The small beast was very terrifying. None of the nearby magical beasts could resist it. Even the most powerful level 8 magical beast, the black leopard, died tragically under its claws. And all the magical beasts didn't dare to move under its imposing aura, let alone resist. So a few months ago, this valley became a forbidden area for the nearby magical beasts. But not long after, a beautiful sound came from the valley from time to time. All the nearby magical beasts who heard this sound felt very comfortable and warm. They actually unconsciously walked towards the valley. Then they lay in front of the small courtyard and began to close their eyes, listening to the sound with great enjoyment. Before the sound of the zither stopped, the whole valley was densely packed with countless magical beasts. Even the trees in front of the courtyard were covered with all kinds of magical beasts. When the sound of the zither stopped, all the magical beasts suddenly woke up. Looking at the black small beast above the courtyard, all the magical beasts ran away in fear. But the next day, they were attracted by the beautiful sound again. When the sound of the zither stopped, they woke up and ran away again. After a while, they stopped running. Because the black small beast, for some reason, had stopped hunting them. Instead, it lay on the roof of the courtyard and dozed off every day. So a strange scene began to appear in the valley. When the sound of the zither started, countless magical beasts would orderly walk over from all directions. Then, they would lie in front of the courtyard in an even more orderly manner, quietly listening to the beautiful sound of the zither. When the sound of the zither stopped, they would slowly and leisurely walk away. Some of these magical beasts were strong, and some were weak. Some were even natural enemies. But none of the magical beasts dared to fight in the valley. They didn't dare to make a sound. They only listened quietly and then quietly left. This day happened to be the 4th month that Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion in the free pavilion. Yu Qingxing had just finished playing the zither with a faint smile. Then, she stood up happily and stretched her body, revealing her perfect curves. The door to the room next to her suddenly opened. Yi Qingyu, with her silver hair draped over her shoulders, walked out like a fairy from the forest. Little you finally come out of seclusion. Yu Qingqing's smile widened. She took a few steps forward and took Yi Qingyu's hand as she spoke affectionately. He. Xiao He, who had been dozing off, was also startled awake. She flew down from the roof and threw herself into Yi Qingyu's arms, calling out affectionately. Congratulations, big sister. You've actually broken through to the sage realm. Your divine sound law is too amazing. How can your cultivation speed be so fast? I feel like you've actually broken through after just a short period of seclusion? Yi Qingyu had just mastered the knowledge in her head in 4 months. She had learned how to release her divine sense and had also stabilized her god-tier cultivation. She didn't feel like she had been in seclusion for a long time. When she came out, she discovered that Yu Qingqing had broken through to the sage realm. Actually, when I entered the deep state of spiritual stillness, I had already comprehended 2 types of divine sound profound mysteries. I have only comprehended 2 of them to the great perfection stage. For months ago, I was almost at the great perfection stage. This isn't surprising at all. Yu Qingqing smiled as she explained. Of course, she was also very proud of her cultivation speed and her unique nomological laws. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected the divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had given her. Stop chatting. Both of you enter the unfettered pavilion. Someone has entered the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu was just about to sigh when a voice suddenly rang out from the unfettered pavilion's transportation gate in the corner of the courtyard, startling the 2 of them. They turned around in shock and saw Elder Lu walking out with a black metal rod in his hand. The 2 of them were stunned. Without any hesitation, they dashed toward the gate and disappeared into the transportation passageway behind the gate. When Xiao He heard Elder Lu's words, he didn't follow the 2 of them. Instead, he leaped onto Elder Lu's shoulder. Elder Lu wasn't offended. Instead, he smiled and said, "Let's go, Xiao He. Let's go meet our guest from afar." Chapter 412. Purple Island had always been one of the main targets of the continent's forces. In the first 3 years of Yi Qinghan's seclusion, Divine Master Tu had personally come to the island twice, and countless spies would come to the island every few months to investigate. However, Purple Island, like the barbaric mountains and the misty forest, had many powerful magical beasts. These spies only wandered around and didn't dare to go too deep. Purple Island was the most troublesome and dangerous. Outside the island, there were 3 groups of people coming from 3 different directions. They were the Divine City's secret guard, the Demon Shadow Leopard clan, and the Hua family's assassins. These 3 groups actually knew each other's existence, but it was obvious that the Hua family's secret guard and the Demon clan had taken a detour to avoid the Divine City's secret guard. They circled around Purple Island and came to the island from 2 other directions. All of you, seal your meridians and spread out to investigate. Release the signal if anything happens. The Divine City's secret guard were all covered in golden robes, as if afraid that others wouldn't know they were from the Divine City. The leader at the front waved his hand, and the dozens of people behind him spread out, but their speed was obviously not fast. With their meridians sealed and without the support of battle aura, their strength was greatly reduced by the strength of their bodies. This was also the reason why the spies were unwilling to come to Purple Island to investigate. There were a few upper-tier magical beasts here, and their leader was only at the peak of the Overlord realm. Without the support of battle aura, he was only at the peak of the Noble realm. If they encountered a magical beast of the 8th level, they would die if they didn't run fast enough. Compared to the Divine City spies, the Demon Shadow Leopard clan and the Hua family's assassins were much more relaxed. Needless to say, the Hua family's existence made them the most powerful scouts on the continent. Although they couldn't use battle aura on Purple Island and could only sneak around for a short while, it was more than enough to save their lives. The Shadow Leopard clan was the fastest clan on the continent. Even without the support of demon power, they were still much faster than others of the same level. Once the spies of the 3 clans arrived on the island, they spread out. They were very cautious and didn't dare to make a sound. They quietly moved through the purple bushes. GG. Blackie took the lead. His body moved like lightning as he traversed the Purple Island. His little face was full of excitement. After being locked up in the carefree pavilion for 3 years, it was very excited when it first came to the Purple Island. However, after staying on the island for half a day, the Moon Queen became bored again. There were only 6 level 8 magical beasts on the island. The black-striped panther closest to the valley was easily killed by it, so there were only 5 left. The rest of the magical beasts didn't even need to fight against a divine beast that was about to mature and whose strength had reached the sage level. They just felt the faint divine power that was inadvertently released from its body and immediately submitted to it. Therefore, it began to feel bored again. It didn't even bother to look at the magical beasts that were attracted by Yuqingqing's zither every day, nor did it have the interest to torture and kill them. This was like letting an adult bully a child. It might be interesting at first, but it would become boring after a long time. Now that it heard that someone had come to the island, it was naturally excited again, like a bored child who had discovered a novel toy. Elder Lu had said that with its low-tier sage-level strength, it would be fine even if a god-grade expert came. It was absolutely safe on the Purple Island. Of course, what Elder Lu said was also wrong. In fact, Xiaohe was absolutely safe in the entire Fire Dragon Plain. With Lord Devour's existence, even if the god-grade experts of the Fire Dragon continent were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to hurt Xiaohe. Of course, the abnormal Lord God too was an exception. Xiaohe, wait. Elder Lu's telepathic message made Xiaohe's sprinting figure stop. It looked at Elder Lu with its 2 shining eyes in puzzlement. Hee, I saw someone coming to the island just now. I thought it was a group of experts who had discovered our existence. Now that I have investigated carefully, it turns out that it is a group of scouts. Then, we don't have to expose ourselves. Elder Lu reached out to stroke his beard, his eyes twinkling as he pondered. GG. Although Xiaohe couldn't speak and could only transmit telepathic messages to Yi Qinghan through their souls, it could easily understand the human language. Did this mean that there was no need to expose themselves? That meant that it couldn't play with them? It glared at Elder Lu with its eyes bulging in disappointment and let out 2 angry cries, as if to express its protest. Ha, don't be angry. Elder Lu, of course, knew what Xiaohe was thinking from its expression. He chuckled and suddenly bent over to whisper a few words to Xiaohe. GG. Xiaohe's eyes lit up as it understood what Elder Lu meant. It quickly stood up and nodded its head like a human. Its 2 claws danced in the air as it became extremely excited. There are 3 groups of people on the island now. The one in the north belongs to the House of Aries. Don't hurt them, just drive them out of the Purple Island. As for the one in the west and the one in the south, you can play with them as long as you don't expose yourself. Elder Lu smiled and pointed at Xiaohe. He then waved his hand, indicating that it could play to its heart's content. GG. Xiaohe was so happy that it somersaulted twice in the air before it turned into a sharp sword and dashed toward the island. Elder Lu smiled faintly and pondered for a moment. Then, his figure flashed and followed. Xiaohe's identity was unusual. Although he knew that nothing would happen to him on the Purple Island, he still felt that it was safer to follow him. There were 5 upper-level 8 magical beasts on the Purple Island, but there were more than 10 lower-level 8 magical beasts and countless lower-level 6, 7 and 7 magical beasts. Xiaohe continued to traverse through the dense forest of the Violet Island. The countless magical beasts in the forest were startled by the sight of this small figure. Then, they all trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Xiaohe didn't even look at them. He didn't stop and ran toward the nearest upper-level 8 magical beast, the horned black python's cave. The horned black python sensed 2 powerful auras rushing towards it from afar. It hurriedly drilled out of its cave and raised its triangular head, which was larger than a human's body. A single white horn flickered with a faint black light. Its blood-red triangular eyes stared coldly in front of it. Its mouth was wide open, revealing its white teeth and scarlet tongue. The chilling aura it exuded was enough to make people shudder. GG. However, when it heard this familiar voice and the small black figure that was rushing toward it, its triangular eyes suddenly shrank. The triangular eyes suddenly shrank, and the cold light inside suddenly softened. The huge head that was raised high immediately lowered, and the light from the horn on its head stopped flickering. It was like a big worm crawling on the ground, very meekly looking at the approaching little black. Gigi. Gigi Gigi. Xiao He didn't care about the black python's sudden change in attitude. He stood up straight in front of the horned black python. It was very excited. It waved its two little claws and cried out incessantly. It seemed to be communicating in the language of beasts. Almost all magical beasts of the 8th level had a high level of intelligence. For example, the silver moon two-headed wolf and the black dragon that Yi Qinghan met on the Nether Island already had a high level of intelligence. Chi-chi. After Xiao He let out a series of G-G sounds, the horned black python opposite him blinked its blood-red triangular eyes, then raised its huge head and nodded continuously. After emitting a few chi-chi sounds, its thick and long body quickly twisted and disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Gigi! Xiao He cried out twice excitedly. He looked at Elder Lu who was following behind him proudly, then turned and continued running to the left. Chapter 413. The leader of the Hua family was a second-level emperor. His name was Hua Shi. He was originally an elder of the Hua family's Hall of Battle. However, the god-rank experts of the House of Aries and the Yi family were very concerned about Yi Qinghan's whereabouts in life. Yu Shishue went to the Hua family and asked them to search for Yi Qinghan with all their might. She wanted to reassure the god-rank experts and the Yi family. She also wanted to help him if there was a chance. Therefore, the Hua family patriarch agreed after some consideration. He sent out a group of elders to search for Yi Qinghan. Actually, Hua Shi was slightly dissatisfied with the Hua family's orders. He heard from various sources that Yi Qinghan had become the Divine Master's must-kill target. What could the House of Aries do even if they found him? Who could protect him? How could they help him? Since they could not protect him, what could they do even if they found him? Furthermore, he was just a disciple of the Yi family with potential. The Yi family was facing the danger of extinction. What could a disciple of the Yi family do? However, he was dissatisfied, but he did not disobey the orders of the Hua family Hall of Elders. He ordered his subordinates to search from the north of Purple Island towards the south. They were very familiar with the terrain and distribution of powerful demonic beasts on Purple Island. They did not need to be warned, nor would they go near. They were only told to hide and hide if they encountered scouts from other clans or the Divine City. In recent years, scouts from various factions often encountered them. However, they were obviously suppressed and rarely had any conflicts. They carried out their own missions. However, not long after the Hua family assassins started their search, a loud dragon roar sounded from the south. It frightened all the Hua family's spies so much that they panicked. However, when they saw a huge double-headed silver dragon rise from the southern sky, their panic turned into terror. Following this, a loud tiger roar sounded from the west, followed by several cries of pain. All of the Hua family's assassins halted their footsteps at the first instance. They entered into the stealth collectively and gathered towards Hua Shi's direction. Hua Shi had planned this beforehand. Once there was a situation, they would gather towards him and wait for his orders. Elder. Countless disciples of the Hua family gathered towards Hua Shi and nodded at him. Then, they spread out in all directions cautiously and vigilantly. Hua Shi waited until the last two disciples arrived safely from the left before he felt relieved. He gestured for all the Hua family assassins to hide. With a few leaps, he climbed to the top of a towering tree and looked to the south and west. When Hua Shi heard the wolf roars from the west and south again, his relaxed expression turned serious again. When Hua Shi heard the continuous wolf howls from the west and south again, his expression that had just relaxed became incomparably solemn again. In the past 3 years, he had brought people to Purple Island to explore countless times. Except for 2 of his disciples who accidentally ran into a group of 7th-level magical beasts and were slaughtered, he had never seen the magical beasts riot here. In fact, the existence of high-level magical beasts on the Purple Island was no secret to the major forces and clans of the entire continent. The twin-headed silver dragon in the south and the 3-eyed ironback tiger in the east were the strongest magical beasts on the Purple Island. If one wasn't a martial saint, they would definitely die. The God City and the Demon Clan are finished. Listening to the continuous screams and howls of wolves, Huashi knew very well that both teams were finished, without exception. He made up his mind so hastily. It was not because the two strongest demonic beasts were on the move. It was because of the wolf howls in the south and west. Dark demonic wind wolves. Purple Island's most terrifying killer, demonic beasts of the upper 7th level. Even he would die if he were to face them. There were too many demonic wind wolves. There were thousands of them. Their speed was comparable to the Shadow Leopard clan. There were less than 200 demonic divine city and demons on the island. Yet, they had to face the two strongest demonic beasts of the upper 8th level and thousands of dark demonic wind wolves. The result was obvious. Chi-chi. At this moment, Huashi heard a special sound. When he looked towards the south vigilantly, he heard a strange sound. He looked to the south and saw the bushes in front of him were shaking. The shaking was spreading towards him. His expression suddenly became incomparably frightened. His legs suddenly stomped on the thick tree trunk and he shot towards the north. His body was still in midair as he shouted, "Run! Leave the Purple Island!" When the Hua clan disciples heard this, they did not hesitate and ran towards the north. They used all their strength to run. However, when they ran out of the beach outside of the Purple Island's restriction, they did not find any danger. But when they saw Huashi jump on the Hua clan's boat without saying a word, they did not dare to hesitate and jumped on the boat as fast as they could. Set sail. Leave this place at the fastest speed. Huashi did not explain to the crowd. He stared at the Purple Island and quickly gave an order. After the boat sailed for an hour, the Purple Island in the distance had become the size of a fist. Huashi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not see it clearly, he could tell from the movement and the aura of the demonic beast. He could easily tell that it was another demonic beast on the island. It was an upper 8th level horned black python. After thinking for a moment, he still could not figure out why the black python did not attack them. He was very clear that if the black python wanted to attack, at least half of them would have to stay on the Purple Island. Without much hesitation, he ordered his men to continue advancing at full speed to the hidden island. He wanted to report the shocking news to the Hua clan's supreme elder of the hidden city. At the same time, the west and south sides of the Purple Island had turned into purgatory. Just as the people from the Divine City and the Demon Clan were carefully avoiding the strongholds of the high-level demonic beasts, they quietly passed through the forest. They suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. Then, they heard the dragon and tiger roar that resounded through the entire Purple Island. The leaders of the Divine City and the Demon Clan immediately gave the order to retreat. However, just as everyone was running back in fear, they realized in despair that there were countless wolf roars coming from behind them. Countless gray shadows rushed over from all directions like a gust of wind. In an instant, they were all surrounded. Due to the huge difference in strength, the battle was not very intense. It ended in a few minutes. The leader of the Divine City was locked on by a green-white tiger with 3 eyes. In less than half a minute, the lower half of his body was torn to pieces. If a Peak Emperor Realm expert used his battle force, he could still fight against the 3-eyed ironback tiger for a while. If he was lucky, he might be able to escape. However, right now, his meridians were sealed. He could only use his physical strength. Of course, he could not block a few moves. Just as he closed his eyes and waited for his death, he realized that the 3-eyed tiger did not continue to attack. Or rather, it moved its mouth. Then, he heard a strange roar. The 3-eyed white tiger actually put down its claws that were pressing on his chest. It didn't even look at him and turned around. Then, it actually squatted down and crawled on the ground with its tail between its legs. The ferocious aura on its body was immediately withdrawn. It was as if a violent and powerful demonic beast had instantly turned into a docile house cat. GG. Just as he was very confused and turned his head with difficulty to look in the direction of the sound, what he saw was a shocking scene. He saw a small beast with a black horn the size of 2 palms. It stood upright and raised its head. It took small steps and arrogantly walked over with a group of wind wolves. Its eyes and expression were like that of a general inspecting the battlefield with his soldiers. After a while, he suddenly came to his senses. He also understood why these demonic beasts, which had never taken the initiative to attack, would go berserk this time. According to the information given to him by the Godslayer guards, the identity of this small beast was very clear. It was the target that the Divine City had been searching for 3.5 years. It was Yi Qinghan's war beast, the soul-devouring beast. GG. After killing the leader of the Divine City with a single claw, Xiao He looked at Elder Lu, who was slowly following him. Xiao He's eyes were filled with disappointment. It seemed to be complaining that there were too few people who came. Before it could play enough, all of them were already dead. Let's go. Let's go back. Elder Lu waved at Xiao He and smiled. Don't worry. This purple island will become more and more lively in the future. You will definitely have a good time. Chapter 4:14. What? In a remote attic in the hidden city, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Hua clan, Hua Xiang, was enjoying the concealed fog tea, which was unique to the hidden city. Suddenly, the door was opened, and Hua Xi walked in quickly. He bowed and immediately transmitted a message to him. Hua Xiang spat out the tea in his mouth and cried out involuntarily. He raised his eyebrows and immediately transmitted a message to the Hua family members outside, asking them to be on guard. Then he released his divine domain and stared at Hua Xi. Tell me everything you saw, heard and encountered on the Purple Island without missing a word. This is very important. Hua Xi realized that he did not do anything wrong. After he left the Purple Island and confirmed that it was safe, he asked his subordinates to rush back. He flew in the air as fast as he could and quietly rushed back to the hidden island to meet Hua Xiang. When he saw Hua Xiang's reaction, he knew that the news was very important. He quickly told him everything without missing a word. All the demon clan scouts in the Divine City were killed? The demonic beasts on the Purple Island rebelled? After Hua Xiang heard this, her eyebrows furrowed and she fell silent. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "Number 18. Following his shout, a black-clothed man quickly dashed in from outside and knelt on one knee. He did not say a word and only stared coldly at Hua Xiang. As fast as you can, take number 6, number 9, and number 20 to the Purple Island. Drive all the ships on the west and north of the Purple Island to a place 200 li to the south of the Purple Island. Then attack the dragon sharks there, and let them destroy all the ships. Remember, speed and concealment are the most important. Also, if you are exposed, kill yourselves." After Hua Xiang finished speaking, the black-clothed man did not say a word and immediately ran out of the door. The family's secret death warriors? Hua Xi immediately guessed that this was the Hua family's death warriors who reported directly to the clan leader and the Grand Supreme Elder. However, when he heard Hua Xiang's last sentence, Hua Xi was secretly shocked. This matter was so serious that 4 Emperor Realm death warriors of the Hua family had to be sacrificed? Why are you standing there? Immediately sneak back to the ship and tell your team that you did not see or encounter anything on the Purple Island. Just do the same as the previous times you explored the Purple Island. After that, he would come back and rest here for a year. If there are any leaks, kill them immediately. Hua Xi was still trying to figure it out, but Hua Xiang's expression was very serious as she spoke again. He didn't dare to ask any more questions. He bowed and left. Hua Xiang summoned a few more people and gave a few orders. After that, he sat silently in the room for a long time before sighing slightly. He looked to the east and sighed doubtfully. This brat actually ran to Zidao? How did he get there? Could it be related to the spatial fluctuation from half a year ago? Forget it. This brat has too many secrets. Since he dares to go to the Purple Island, he must have something to rely on. Kid, I can only help you this much. I hope you can bring us miracles one after another like you did in the past. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't bring them any more miracles this time. Even during the 3.5 years that he was away from the mainland, his cultivation level didn't improve at all. He was still stuck at the Saint Realm, and he had not even fully mastered the symbol of the Saint Realm. After 3 years of closed-door cultivation, he only figured out one thing and completely stabilized his mentality. This time, He had been in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year and comprehended the painting of the beach in the rain for more than half a year. However, what he saw was still a blur. When he woke up, he found that his mind was still blank. There was nothing. He hadn't even started on any of the 3 major mysteries of space, let alone comprehending them. In these 3.5 years, the only improvement he made was in his battle chi cultivation. The godly energy in the carefree pavilion entered his body along with his breathing unknowingly. Finally, it could slowly and automatically transform into battle chi in his body. In these 3.5 years, his battle chi cultivation had almost reached the peak of the first level of the Saint Realm. The golden core in his dantian was also getting smaller and brighter. What kind of bird painting is this? After being forced out of the painting once again, Yi Qinghan rested for a while. When he meditated again, he found that his mind was still blank and he couldn't remember anything. He let out a long breath tiredly and shook his dizzy head slightly before closing his eyes. He stretched out his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. Then he laid down on the floor and rested. Comprehending for a long time had made him very mentally exhausted. At his level, it didn't matter if his body was tired, but if he used too much of his soul, the damage to his body would be even greater. Therefore, he didn't dare to be too stubborn. Every time he felt that it was about time, he would rest for a while before continuing to comprehend. Although he was tired, he didn't feel discouraged at all. His mind was still very calm. He knew that comprehending the laws wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Yi Tanlong had cultivated for 50 to 60 years and was only at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. He had entered the Saint Realm at the age of 48 and had comprehended for close to 30 years. Yet, he had only reached the initial mastery of the 4th mystery of the Earth laws. Although he had the painting of the beach in the rain and had better conditions and opportunities than anyone else on the continent, he wasn't confident that he could continuously make breakthroughs in a short period of time. After resting for an hour, Yi Qinghan felt that his soul had more or less recovered. He let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He was prepared to sit cross-legged and continue comprehending that strange painting of the beach in the rain. However, he had forgotten one thing. He had forgotten that there was an even stranger painting above his head. He opened his eyes and saw some strange patterns on the bright and clean ceiling above his head. These patterns formed a very strange image. Before he could see the image clearly, it suddenly moved. He vaguely saw a pair of huge eyes. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and he immediately fainted. The first time Elder Lu brought him to see the painting of the beach in the rain, Elder Lu had warned him not to look at the image above his head. At that time, he didn't believe it and took a look. In the end, he had fainted for several days. After that, he didn't dare to look at it again. This time, he was too tired from comprehending the painting and forgot about it. Therefore, he won the bid again. However, it seemed that this time, it was slightly different from the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a scouting team from the Divine City and the demon race was not kept a secret for long. Half a month later, the two sides found several damaged fleets. After some investigation, although they had some suspicions, the two sides didn't pursue the matter. After all, it wasn't unheard of for demonic beasts to destroy ships and kill humans. The East Sea and South Sea were boundless, and there were countless powerful sacred beasts in the sea. However, when the two factions sent another scouting team to the Purple Island, they were completely annihilated by Xiao Hei's demonic beasts and destroyed all the ships. This finally aroused the two factions' suspicions. However, they were only suspicions. Therefore, the Divine City sent another team led by a sage and 200 Divine City secret guards to the Purple Island. Send an order to the God-slaying guards to report the situation on the Purple Island and the Hidden Island. Send an order for all the Divine City secret guards to gather in the Hidden City and follow me to the Purple Island to investigate. After a month, there was still no news of that team. The God-slaying guards in the Hidden City finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to personally investigate. At the same time, to be on the safe side, they sent the news to the Divine City overnight and asked the God-slaying guards to meet the Divine Master and ask for his decision. A few days later, under Hua Xiang's worried gaze, two large ships sailed out of the Hidden City. The god-slaying guards led 2 saint-leveled experts and nearly 100 emperor-leveled experts towards the Purple Island. Chapter 4:15. Divine City, Immortal Slaughtering Pavilion. The massacre god guard held a secret letter with a bitter expression. He looked at the burning god guard and said, "Take a look at this news. I think it's true. If it's true, it will be a great merit. It's a pity that my body hasn't fully recovered and it's hard for me to walk. Why don't you go and meet the Divine Master to report?" The burning god guard took the letter and took a few glances before her charming face turned bitter. Recently, the Divine Master slaughtering pavilion's temper was getting worse, and his character was getting more and more perverted. Every time she sent people over, she would tremble in fear that the Divine Master slaughtering pavilion would suddenly be interested in her and ask her to accompany him to play. Now that the Divine City was on the brink of a riot, she didn't dare to capture people in the Divine City anymore. Every day, she had to send out a large number of envoys to the 3 prefectures to secretly bring people back. She was extremely busy. Now that the god-slaying guards had brought back an ambiguous piece of information, the god-slaying guards were obviously afraid of the Divine Master. They were afraid that the Divine Master would make a trip for nothing, and the Divine Master would make them lie in bed for half a year or something. But if he didn't tell the Divine Master, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment if anything happened. Therefore, it was obvious that he wanted her to stand up for him. The burning god guard wasn't a fool and instantly figured out what was going on. But the massacre god guard was the head of the 4 god guards, and she didn't dare to offend him. She scolded in her heart and smiled apologetically. It has been a few days since the news spread from Hidden Island to the Divine City. I believe the slaughter god guard should be arriving at Purple Island soon. Why don't you wait for him to investigate before meeting the Divine Master? The massacre god guard heard this and his expression turned bitter. This burning god guard was obviously not giving him face, and his words were watertight. After pondering for a moment, he felt that her words made sense. He waved his hand and decided to wait for the slaughter god guard to bring back the news before meeting the Divine Master. The slaughter god guard had already arrived at Purple Island, but he didn't enter the island immediately. Instead, he circled around the island. When he saw the wrecked hulls of the ships on the south and west coast of the island, he saw the huge claw marks on the ships. His complexion became dignified. The huge claw marks were about 3 to 4 meters in length and width. Moreover, they could easily smash the sturdy ships into pieces with just a single claw. All of you stay outside and wait for my orders. Number 3 and number 4, follow me into the island. The god-slaying guard pondered for a moment and came to a decision. He would have all the martial emperors stay outside the island. As a precaution, he would bring 2 martial saints with him to explore the island. The 3 of them flew up into the air and landed on the beach outside of the Purple Island. They sealed their meridians at the same time, took out their weapons, and flashed into the restrictive barrier of the Purple Island. As soon as he entered, he immediately became fully alert and observed. After observing for a while, they didn't discover anything. Purple Island was still quiet and beautiful. Everywhere was shining with a dreamy purple color. The Godslayer guard signaled with his eyes, and the 3 of them began to advance slowly. As they cautiously and slowly made their way through, they encountered countless low-level magical beasts. When these magical beasts saw the 3 of them, they didn't attack. Instead, they fled in terror. The 3 of them even encountered a level 8 low-level magical beast, a dragon horn rhinoceros. However, when it saw the 3 of them, it immediately fled. There's nothing special. Could it be that it wasn't an attack from the magical beasts of the Purple Island? A trace of doubt flashed in the Godslayer guard's eyes, but he didn't let his guard down and continued to investigate. Until the 3 of them encountered a level 8 single-horned black python. After a short battle, the black python fled in terror. Only then did the Godslayer guard completely relax. It seemed that the matter didn't originate from the Purple Island. The magical beasts here were as normal as before, and they were very afraid of outsiders. After all, those who came to the Purple Island in the past were all martial gods. The magical beasts were all beaten to the point of fear. They simply didn't dare to fight with outsiders. Number 3, let all the secret guards come in and carefully investigate the Purple Island. The God-Slayer guard stopped. Since there was no problem with the Purple Island, he didn't feel like continuing to investigate. He was used to letting his subordinates handle these trivial matters. His eyes flickered incessantly as he pondered about those terrifying big claw marks on the big ship outside. What kind of terrifying magical beast left them? There didn't seem to be such a big level 8 magical beast on the Purple Island. Could it be a magical beast from the sea? All right, everyone has entered the island. In the small valley of the Purple Island, Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged in a small courtyard with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Xiaohei, who was staring at him nervously, and said, "Bring your main force and set off. Hee, this time, there are hundreds of experts. You can have some fun this time." When Xiaohei heard this, his two small eyes suddenly lit up, and with a xiao sound he directly jumped out of the courtyard. In the valley outside the courtyard stood countless magical beasts, and these magical beasts were actually lined up neatly in a square formation. At the forefront, there were only 5 magical beasts: a giant silver dragon with 2 heads, a black python with a white horn, a big white tiger with 3 eyes, a huge purple wolf that was 5 or 6 meters long, and on the left stood a small black bear that looked like an ordinary beast. After the 5 magical beasts, there were no other magical beasts. All of them were dark demon windwolves. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of the black mass, and there were at least thousands of them. Ao! Roar! Chi! When these magical beasts saw Xiaohei's small figure jumping out of the courtyard, all of them simultaneously lowered their heads and called out in a low voice. However, their bodies were not disorderly, and they still lined up neatly. Gigi. Xiaohei jumped in front, immediately stood up, raised his small head, stuck out his small belly, and waved his 2 small claws left and right. Every now and then, he would nod here and there, and at the same time, he would let out a continuous Gigi sound. His 2 small bright eyeballs kept moving, and his entire small face was full of excitement. Gigi! With a final cry, Xiaohei seemed to have given the order and no longer made a sound. Instead, he coldly scanned the magical beast army in front of him. He seemed like a general giving an order and asking his subordinates, "Do you understand?" At this time, none of the magical beasts spoke, but all of them made a strange movement. Nodding. Thousands of magical beasts actually nodded at the same time, and they did not make a sound. This scene was very shocking, and even Elder Lu, who was slowly walking out, was slightly startled. Gigi! Xiaohei cried out again, and with a wave of his 2 small claws, all the magical beasts turned around and quietly rushed in all directions in an orderly manner. It was as if they had become a well-trained magical beast army. Xiaohei, this magical beast army has trained well. When Elder Lu saw this scene, he was full of smiles as he gave Xiaohei a thumbs up. Ever since the first time the 3 scouting teams came to the Purple Island, Xiaohei had often wandered around alone. The Purple Island was very safe, and Elder Lu was very relieved. He had originally thought that Xiaohei had gone out to play out of boredom, but now it seemed that Xiaohei was actually training his magical beast army, and had trained them so well in such a short period of time. Gigi! When Xiaohei heard Elder Lu's praise, he excitedly cried out twice, and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning as he ran forward. Elder Lu hurriedly followed. This time, there were 3 sage-level experts, and it was better to be more careful. Roar! Awoo! The God-Slayer guards looked at the countless wind wolves that were rushing in from all directions, and in an instant, they had surrounded all of them. They looked at the 3 powerful upper-tier Class 8 magical beasts with overflowing auras and cold glints in their eyes as if they were looking at dead people. His face suddenly became incomparably shocked. What was going on? These magical beasts had actually surrounded them before they had even realized it, and they had appeared at the same time, as if they had calculated the time. When he saw the ordinary beast-like Xiaohei bear in front of him, it suddenly let out a loud roar and stood up. Its small body suddenly grew several times larger, and in an instant, it had grown to more than 10 meters tall. Looking at the 2 giant palms that were as big as city gates, he instantly understood what kind of magical beast had left behind the large paw prints on the large ships outside. Chapter 416. Run! The The God-Slayer guard did not hesitate. With an angry roar, he leaped into the air, the glowing longsword in his hand transforming into streaks of sword shadows in the air. He swept his sword in all directions and easily killed a few wind wolves. Then he suddenly shot towards the back. The two martial sages beside him did not hesitate either. They followed his footwork and charged towards the back. As for the martial emperors, they did not dare to charge as fiercely as the God-Slayer guard. Instead, they all gathered together and charged towards the direction the God-Slayer guard was escaping in. The God-Slayer guard did not know what was going on. He did not know why these magical beasts had suddenly appeared without any warning. However, he was very clear that if they did not escape, they would all be annihilated. Without the support of battle chi, even the hill-sized black bear could easily tear them apart, not to mention the three-eyed ironback tiger and the purple flame demon wolf. If they were slapped by the huge paw which was as large as an iron gate, they would definitely be smashed into a pile of meat paste. Run. This godforsaken place is too strange. The long sword in the God-Slayer guard's hand danced in the air, cleaving apart the wind wolves that pounced at him. He did not dare to stop for even a moment. He raised his speed to the maximum and fled frantically from the island. He did not have time to consider what had happened on the island. At this moment, all he could think of was to escape and never return to this godforsaken place again. Although the three powerful magical beasts were rapidly chasing after the three of them, the distance between them was still maintained at a few dozen meters. As he looked at the approaching purple light shroud in front of him, he felt a slight sense of relief. He was glad that he had reacted quickly and escaped quickly enough. Ao! Chi! However, this sense of relief had only just surfaced in his heart when it was immediately replaced by boundless fear. A loud dragon roar sounded in front of him, as well as the familiar sound of a black python's breath. Immediately after, he saw a huge two-headed silver dragon suddenly rise into the sky. It opened its mouth and directly breathed out two huge white dragon breaths, which instantly enveloped them. Frost Dragon Breath. The God-Slayer guard and the two martial sages suddenly turned ashen. When this dragon breath enveloped them, they immediately felt a strange chill run through their bodies. Their bodies became numb and their speed of advance slowed down. Chi! At this time, the thicket in front of them shook, and a huge triangular head popped out. A pair of blood-red eyes shone with a cold light. The white horn on its head was emitting a black light. It was the horned black python that they had encountered on the island. Xiao! Suddenly, the horn on the black python's head grew brighter and brighter. A beam of black light suddenly shot out from the horn like a bolt of lightning, directly hitting the God-Slayer guard at the front. The God-Slayer guard wanted to dodge, but under the dragon's breath, his speed was instantly reduced. And this black light came too suddenly, too fast. As soon as he was struck, his body wasn't blasted flying, and it started to tremble incessantly instead. The hairs on his head and body stood on end while the skin on his entire body became charred black, and the smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. The two Saint-grade martialists stared at the black python in disbelief. They remembered that this black python had been easily defeated by them just an hour ago. After a moment, the two of them looked at each other and understood that this was a trap. But what they didn't understand was, since when did magical beasts learn to lure their enemies in? Roar! Awoo! As the three of them slowed down, the three level 8 magical beasts behind them easily caught up. The dragon and python in front of them surrounded them. It's over! The God-Slayer guard watched as the silver dragon shook its two huge heads, ready to spit out two dragon's breaths at any moment. The white horn on the black python's head was also flashing with black light. The three magical beasts behind them walked over leisurely, their eyes flashing with mockery. They knew very well that they were all finished. With this double-headed silver dragon and black python around, their speed had become so slow that they couldn't escape at all. If they couldn't escape, they would die. GG. Just as the three of them were wondering why the magical beasts hadn't attacked them, a strange sound came from their left. Then, they saw a beautiful white lion cub. At this moment, they instantly understood many of the questions that had puzzled them today. On the head of that beautiful white lion, there was a small beast with a black horn. It was standing majestically on the lion's head, looking at them coldly as if it were looking at 3 dead people. As the sound faded, 2 dragons' breaths and a black lightning bolt several times thicker than the previous one engulfed the 3 of them. Then, the huge black bear suddenly stomped its feet on the ground, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. Its body bounced up high, and 2 huge bear paws the size of city gates slammed down heavily on the 3 of them. Boom! The ground nearby trembled, and 2 huge claw marks appeared on the ground, as Piggy slammed into the ground a few meters deep. Xiaohei, tell them to retreat quickly. Just before the huge bear paws slammed down, Elder Lu's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Then he picked up Xiaohei and retreated at lightning speed. GG. Although Xiaohei didn't understand what was happening, he obeyed Elder Lu's words and immediately gave the order to retreat. Before Xiaohei's order was passed down, the few magical beasts had already felt that something was wrong. Now that Xiaohei had given the order, they immediately retreated frantically without hesitation. But the huge black bear didn't retreat. Instead, after a loud roar, its body rapidly shrunk, and it returned to its original appearance of a small, ordinary black bear. Then, it suddenly made a strange movement. It actually hugged its head with its 2 front paws, curled its body into a ball, and rolled backwards. Boom! All of a sudden, the purple light barrier above the purple island flashed, and 2 thick white lightning bolts directly smashed down on the 2 huge bear paw prints. At the same time, there was a huge explosion. Mud, grass, and branches flew everywhere, and the entire ground nearby shook. The huge shock wave directly uprooted all the trees in all directions, and the ground within 100 meters was scraped off a few layers. The 2 huge paw prints in the middle had actually turned into huge conical pits. Under the huge explosion, the largest 2-headed silver dragon was directly sent flying, and the 3-eyed white tiger was also smashed into the air by the shock wave. The black python and the giant purple wolf were relatively less injured, but the black bear that was closest to them was directly sent rolling hundreds of meters away by the shock wave. However, it patted its butt and was completely fine. Huh, you actually want to use battle chi? You're courting death. Alright, let the magical beasts go back to recuperate. Those 3 people have already been blasted by the restriction of the Purple Island, and the rest of the Emperor warriors have all been killed by the Wind Wolves. Your magical beast army is indeed very strong. Elder Lu carried Xiaohei and ran quickly through the forest towards the small valley. He looked at the proud Xiaohei and chuckled. But the next time, your magical beast army might not be needed. I reckon that damn Baldy will be here soon. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the 2 of us will have to fight. Chi. When Xiaohei heard this, not only was he not discouraged, but he also became even more excited. His 2 beady eyes moved quickly, as if he was thinking about how to play the next battle. Chapter 417. Yi Qinghan slept for 3 days. When he woke up, his head was still heavy. What's going on? I'm so dizzy. He murmured, but he did not dare to open his eyes. He shook his head and closed his eyes, not wanting to rest. An hour later, his mind finally returned to normal. Only now did he dare to recall what had happened before he fainted. That's right. He suddenly remembered that he had accidentally looked at the painting above his head and then fainted. Thinking of the painting, Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the pair of terrifying eyes. Why did he suddenly see a pair of eyes? The strange patterns on the top of his head formed a pair of eyes. Moreover, he seemed to have a vague impression of those eyes. He tried hard to recall the pair of eyes. They were huge, but they looked like real eyes. Within those 2 pitch-black pupils, there seemed to be a boundless starry sky. It felt so vast and boundless, as though there was no end in sight. As he thought about it, he vaguely felt that those eyes seemed to contain endless treasures. However, he could only stand outside and could not explore them. Should I keep looking? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He had a hunch that the painting seemed to have a pair of eyes. If he could comprehend a trace of the concept like the painting of the beach in the rain, it would be very easy for him to become a god. However, he did not dare to continue looking. After all, he would definitely faint again if he looked at it. Moreover, he might not be able to comprehend anything just by looking at it. That's right. I can't see it with my eyes, but I can use my spiritual consciousness to sense it. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan thought of a problem. Now that he was at the sage realm, his soul was already very strong. He could slowly release his spiritual consciousness to sense the situation around him. As for the painting above his head, it was there to begin with. He could see it with a single glance. Why didn't he try using his spiritual consciousness to sense it? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan decided to take a risk. At most, he would just faint again. If it worked, he would make a fortune. Elder Lu had said that the painting above was the most valuable treasure in the carefree pavilion. He immediately sat cross-legged and got rid of all distracting thoughts. Then his spiritual consciousness slowly spread out. However, he did not immediately sense the painting above his head. Instead, it spread out toward the painting of the beach in the rain. No reaction? After sensing for a moment, he found that the image in his mind was still a smooth wall. Without hesitation, he spread his spiritual consciousness upward. Nothing? The strange patterns on the ceiling slowly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Then, the patterns suddenly moved and converged into a pair of cold eyes again. Sensing the eyes, Yi Qinghan was instantly overjoyed. It was just that in this great joy, his radiating spiritual sense almost collapsed. He quickly calmed his mind and carefully again. It was a pair of very beautiful eyes. However, from the chilling intent and imposing aura emanating from those eyes, one could tell that the owner of those eyes was definitely an extremely arrogant supreme being expert. After sensing for a while, Yi Qinghan did not discover anything. Finally, he locked his divine sense onto the two pupils. These were two pure black pupils without any impurities. They were pitch black. These two pupils were as deep as the sea, as if they had some kind of special magic that could attract people unknowingly. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan's mind had been completely attracted by those two pupils. The image in his mind slowly changed. It was as if he had passed through the two pupils and arrived in a pitch-black void. In this void, there was nothing but a person. A woman standing in the void? And it seemed to be a beautiful naked woman? Boom! Just as Yi Qinghan was trying his best to see the woman's appearance and her perfect naked body, the strange pattern on his head suddenly twisted, and then the image in Yi Qinghan's mind completely disappeared. What followed was a sudden roar in his head. His head felt like it was about to explode, and a pain as if all the meridians in his body were about to explode. Ah! At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he had been stabbed 108,000 times at the same time. Every muscle in his body and every nerve was twitching. His body was like an earthworm that had been cut into two. He curled up and rolled on the ground. His handsome face had become incomparably hideous. He cried and rolled on the ground. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Buzz! At this moment, the soul ring on Yi Qinghan's finger emitted a gentle light. A white stream of air quickly drilled into his body from his finger. It healed his injuries and repaired his damaged soul. Just as the soul ring emitted a light, the patterns on the ceiling above Yi Qinghan's head suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire practice room and made Yi Qinghan's body transparent. I don't feel dizzy this time. When Yi Qinghan woke up after sleeping for 2 days, he realized that there was no pain or drowsiness in his mind. Instead, it was as if he had had a good sleep. His mind was refreshed and his body was extremely comfortable. But why did my soul ocean become so big? What's going on? Just as he started to check the state of his body in doubt, he suddenly felt that the soul ocean in his head had increased by more than 10%. The strength of his soul, which was originally at the first stage of the sage realm, was now comparable to that of a powerhouse at the second stage. The higher one's realm, the harder it was to cultivate the soul. This was because the soul was not like battle qi, which could be quickly improved by spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Yi Qinghan had sex with Yu Qingqing and entered a deep state of silence in his soul. That was how he managed to improve his soul to this level. But now, it had increased by 10%? Could it be that I sensed that pair of eyes with my soul? Did it suddenly change? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered and he started to recall what happened before he fainted. Suddenly, He seemed to have thought of something and jumped up in shock. He cried out involuntarily, "That's right, there was a person in that pair of eyes. There was a naked woman?" Yi Qinghan suddenly had an urge to raise his head and look at that pair of eyes and that woman. But he quickly dispelled that thought. He was really afraid. The pain he felt before he fainted was as if his entire body was being bitten by 10,000 ants. It really made him want to die. Luckily, this feeling didn't last for too long before he fainted. Otherwise, he didn't know if he would be able to endure it. He paced back and forth in the technique practicing room. He thought about the two pitch-black pupils. He thought about the endless void in the pupils and the naked woman standing proudly in the void. Why did I see a woman? Who is that woman? Why is she still naked? What secret is hidden in the painting? Why did the strength of my soul increase so much after I fainted? Also, why do I have a feeling that this painting is constantly calling me? Yi Qinghan kept thinking. He felt that the painting above his head was constantly calling him. He wanted to use his soul consciousness to explore it again and see that woman. But he hesitated when he thought about the heart-wrenching pain he felt before he fainted. Damn it, I'll risk it. Isn't it just pain? I'm not afraid of pain the least in my life. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly had a ruthless look in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He had spent his entire life cultivating in pain. Although the pain this time was horrifying and chilling. But when he thought that the pain could increase his soul C by 1/10, it was still very worthwhile. Moreover, he faintly felt that this painting might bring him a great opportunity. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much. He had always been a swift and decisive person. As long as he had decided on something, he would do it. He sat cross-legged and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he released his soul consciousness again and slowly sensed the strange pattern above his head. Chapter 418. The pair of beautiful big eyes above his head once again appeared in his mind. Yi Qinghan didn't stop there. Instead, he used his spiritual awareness to lock onto the two pure black pupils in the middle. Slowly, he saw that pitch-black void again, and that naked woman. In fact, he couldn't tell whether that person was a woman or not. Was she naked or not? However, when his spiritual consciousness entered the void, his mind suddenly had a feeling that the person standing in the void was a naked woman with an incomparably perfect figure. It was just a feeling, but it was very strange. So, Yi Qinghan was sure that this feeling was real. It had nothing to do with the sixth sense of a woman. Instead, it had something to do with the image of her expression. Yi Qinghan knew very well that this strange image was transmitting a message to him. It was a very definite message. As soon as he sensed this woman, the feeling of calling in his heart became stronger and stronger. At this moment, an inexplicable message suddenly emerged in Yi Qinghan's mind. At this moment, he seemed to hear a very pleasant female voice in his ears. As long as you can see me clearly, you might be able to obtain me and obtain a big lucky chance. This message came very abruptly, and its meaning was very ambiguous. However, it deeply shocked Yi Qinghan. His mind quickly turned, and he quickly understood the deep meaning contained in these words. This message was most likely transmitted by that woman. She was luring him to spread his spiritual awareness into the void until it reached the place where she was standing. Then his spiritual awareness would envelop her divine body completely. In this way, he would be able to see her clearly. Moreover, he might be able to obtain her and obtain a big lucky chance. As for whether or not he could obtain her, and whether or not this woman really existed, or if she was just an illusion in the void, he didn't know. Moreover, Yi Qinghan didn't know what the big lucky chance was. However, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He had come here to find a lucky chance to break through to the next realm. Now that he had received such a clear hint, he became even more determined. He decided to use his spiritual sense to get closer to the woman in the void until he reached her and saw her clearly. At this moment, his spiritual sense had only penetrated the two pure black eyes and entered the void. He was still very far away from the woman. He began to drive his spiritual sense and spread it very slowly into the void. Boom! His spiritual sense had just spread a short distance when suddenly there was a roar in his mind. The image of the boss immediately disappeared. Then, the stabbing pain that felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart spread all over his body again. He held his head in his hands and began to roll on the ground. He roared angrily as all the muscles and bones in his body began to spasm. His delicate face once again became incomparably distorted. The soul ring quickly lit up with a gentle light, but this time, the pattern on top of his head didn't light up again. This time, Yi Qinghan rolled on the ground and only completely fainted after more than 10 minutes. This time, Yi Qinghan slept for a full 7 days before he woke up. When he woke up, his whole body felt very comfortable. There were no signs of dizziness or pain. Damn it! Do I have to grow up in pain for the rest of my life? Am I the legendary cockroach? When Yi Qinghan thought of the heart-wrenching pain before he fainted, all the hair on his body stood on end. This time, the duration of the pain seemed to have been doubled. If it was doubled the next time, and the next time, it would be doubled the next time? Then even a god would be played to death. Then he discovered something that made him very disappointed. This time, his soul ocean didn't grow much. It had increased by 1/10 the last time, but it was only 1/100th this time. This made him puzzled. The duration of the pain had increased, but the increase in the soul had decreased. The gain and the effort seemed to be inversely proportional. As long as you can see me clearly, you can possibly obtain me and obtain a great opportunity. However, when he thought of these words and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city, he didn't hesitate much. He rested for a moment and prepared to continue exploring with his spiritual sense. He remembered clearly that this time, he sensed the void for a much longer time than the first time. Once again, his spiritual sense overflowed and directly entered the endless void through those pure black eyes. Without any hesitation, he slowly radiated his spiritual sense toward that woman. Boom! A moment later, in the training room, Yi Qinghan held his head and rolled on the ground again, howling in pain. There's progress again. Continue. After waking up, Yi Qinghan's face was full of excitement. He felt that every time he fainted, the strength of his soul would increase. Although it was only 1/100th, it was still very good to have an increase. Most importantly, he felt that the distance his spiritual sense could radiate in the void increased every time. Although it was only a small increase, if it continued, he would be able to get close to that woman sooner or later and see her perfect body clearly. And then, possess her. Thus, Yi Qinghan began his happy yet painful life. 1 month after the god-slaying guard was killed, the divine city was completely shaken. Although there were many sage-class experts in the divine city, there were only 4 of them on the surface. The divine city only had 4 guards. Now, one of the 4 guards that represented the divine city had suddenly disappeared for a month. Furthermore, he disappeared without the divine city knowing his whereabouts. This matter was extremely serious. We can't wait any longer. Burning God Guard, let's go and meet the Divine Master now. We can only let the Divine Master make a decision on this matter. The God-slaying guard looked at the secret order from the hidden city and couldn't sit still any longer. Half a month ago, when the envoy from the hidden islands saw that the God-slaying guard hadn't returned, he sent a small team to the Purple Island to investigate. In the end, they still didn't return. The Burning God Guard also felt the seriousness of the matter. The 2 of them stood up hurriedly and rushed to the Divine Master Pavilion. Greetings, Divine Master. We have an important matter to discuss with you. The 2 of them ignored the young lady's moans and the young man's screams from the study room. They knelt down and shouted, "Tsk. Speak quickly." The Divine Master transmitted a voice transmission after a short while. Something strange happened on the Purple Island. A few scouting teams disappeared. Even the god-slaying guard who went to investigate a month ago disappeared. Until now, there hasn't been any news from him. This matter is of great importance. We don't dare to handle it on our own. Hence, I ask the Divine Master to make a decision. The god-slaying guard didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly reported the matter to the Divine Master. He secretly circulated his battle chi and prepared to bear the Divine Master's anger. The Divine Master laughed out loud instead. His terrifying laughter echoed throughout the Divine Master Pavilion. Then, the laughter suddenly stopped. A sharp voice sounded. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Tsk. Order the Dark Guards not to send themselves to death on the Purple Island. Since the God-slaying guard is dead, all of you will die if you go. Choose the strongest among the Dark Guards to fill the position of the God-slaying guard. Also, send me 50 people. Let me have a good time first. After this, I will go to the Purple Island and let them have a good time. Tsk. 50 people? When the Burning God Guard heard this, her charming face instantly turned bitter and ugly. The Divine Master had been playing more and more recently. From 10 to 20, then to 30. Now, he wanted 50 people? Moreover, no matter how many people there were, they would all be toyed to death after a day and night. Most importantly, he only wanted the young men and women of the human race and the demon race. Moreover, they had to be good-looking. The House of Ares and the demon god's residents had already been alerted to the secret capture by the Divine City. Moreover, they had already started to secretly transfer the good-looking men and women. She didn't know if the entire House of Ares and the demon god's residents would start a riot if this continued. Would this continent trigger the Third World-destroying war because of the Divine Master II's perverted hobbies and crazy behavior? Would the entire Fire Dragon continent be wiped out? Chapter 419. After the death of the God-Slayer guards, peace returned to the Purple Island. Melodious Guqin music rang out in the valley every day. Elder Lu found it troublesome and did not enter the unfettered pavilion anymore. He sat in the courtyard in the valley all day, cultivating. With him around, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu could enter the unfettered pavilion without making any noise. Although the unfettered pavilion had the divine spirit qi and the cultivation speed of battle qi was increased, it lacked a trace of vitality. It lacked the natural aura of heaven and earth. It would be good to cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time. However, if one stayed there for no reason, one would feel uncomfortable. Yi Qingyu had just entered the god level. It would take a long time for her to completely comprehend the nomological laws and cultivate to the peak of the heavenly god level. Therefore, she was not in a hurry. Her main task now was to consolidate and digest what she had learned, and to use it skillfully. Therefore, if she could stay outside the unfettered pavilion, she preferred to cultivate on the Purple Island. As for Yu Qingqing, there was no need to even mention it. Her divine sound law and the Yu clan's unique bloodline mainly cultivated the soul. Not only was the divine aura of the free and unfettered pavilion useless against her, but it also made her feel extremely stifled. It was a stuffy and unnatural feeling, and her cultivation speed was very slow. However, on this Purple Island, for some unknown reason, she felt as though she could completely harmonize with nature. Every time she played the Guqin, she could feel that her soul was constantly growing. Her understanding of the divine sound laws was constantly increasing. Hence, she really wanted to continue cultivating on this Purple Island. Xiao He dived in and out of the small pond in front of the courtyard. From time to time, he would throw one or two big fish up. Ever since he came out of the unfettered pavilion, he had not gone back in. He either listened to Yu Qingqing play the Guqin or dozed off on the Purple Island. He had a very comfortable life. However, in the past month, other than a few scouts from the Divine City, no one else had appeared. He was a little bored. "Grandpa, have some tea." Yi Qingyu walked out of the storeroom with a pot of tea. She poured a cup and handed it to Elder Lu, who was sitting in the courtyard. Then, she sat quietly at the side and listened to Yu Qingqing play the Guqin. Rustle, rustle. Yu Qingqing sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard with her eyes closed. Her expression was indifferent as her hands plucked the strings of the zither. Her movements were elegant and graceful, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Elder Lu had a benevolent smile on his face as he received the cup of tea from Yi Qingyu. He picked up the teacup and gently tapped the rim of the teacup a few times. He blew on the tea, took a sip, and covered the teacup. Just as he was about to put it down, his eyes suddenly brightened. He let out a heavy snort in astonishment and abruptly looked towards the western sky. Clang! Yu Qingqing heard Elder Lu's surprised voice and was startled. She opened her eyes and the sound of the zither stopped abruptly. He turned to look at Elder Lu in astonishment, and Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, also looked over nervously. It's nothing, continue playing the zither. After a while, Elder Lu regained his composure. He waved his hand at them and explained, it's just a person from the divine world. The divine world? Yu Qingqing was even more puzzled when she heard this. She asked in a puzzled and worried manner, Grandpa Lu, didn't you say that the restriction formation on the Purple Island can prevent the divine senses from probing from the outside? What did you discover it? What happened outside? Could it be the same as the last time when the foreign tribes descended? Hee, this person's arrival caused quite a commotion. That's why I sensed it. Don't worry. This person is not here to cause trouble. Don't worry. Indeed. Just now, countless people on the Fire Dragon continent were shocked, not to mention Elder Lu. All of a sudden, there was a deafening sound of thunder in the sky. Then, a huge seven-colored cloud appeared, almost covering the entire north of the demon god residence. Even the people on the hidden island could see the divine light shining in the west. The God Lord walked out of his study room, which he hadn't left for many days, and looked at the sky above the demon god residence with a solemn expression. As for the demon gods of the demon god mountain, they were all frightened silly. All the experts on the continent were scared out of their wits. They were afraid that the foreign tribes would descend again and cause another world-destroying war on the continent. The thunder rumbled for half an hour, and the seven-colored cloud also lit up for half an hour. Everyone was worried for a long time. A huge door lit up in the sky. Then, an incomparably handsome man wearing white battle armor and holding a silver-long spear walked out on a snow-white horse. As his figure appeared, a strong wind suddenly blew in the sky. The seven-colored cloud behind him suddenly glowed with a strong light, illuminating the entire continent. The white horse suddenly grew a pair of shining wings and flapped them slowly in the sky. The man and the horse floated in the sky, scanning the land coldly. He was like an invincible god of war who walked out from the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful aura stunned all the god-rank experts on the continent. Then, the thunder disappeared, the seven-colored cloud flashed, and the golden door also disappeared. The incomparably handsome man suddenly brandished the long spear in his hand in the air, a few beautiful spear flowers, stabbing out a few spear shadows. The nearby space actually cracked under his spear shadows, creating a thin crack. This time, all the god-rank experts on the continent sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of expert was this? How could he be so ferocious? Even the God Lord Tu's mouth twitched slightly. Apparently, he was scared. However, after a while, this invincible god of war suddenly did something strange, making countless experts on the continent feel dizzy. The man's eyes sparkled with golden light as he scanned the countless cities below. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile as he said in a magnetic and deep voice, "Young ladies of the Flame Dragon Plain, how are you? I, the great Lord Shi Xiaofei, am here to save you on behalf of the divine world. Cheer up. Prince Charming, please save me. Oh God, the man I've been waiting for is finally here." Countless young ladies of the demon race and the human race screamed in surprise, their eyes burning with passion. All of them looked at the man in the sky as if they were possessed. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism as they screamed and screamed. This scene was like a group of young ladies being besieged by demons. When they were at their most helpless and despairing moment, a handsome and powerful knight suddenly descended. Then, show off. The God Lord Tu and the countless god-rank experts on the continent cursed inwardly. This man was obviously from the divine world, and he was extremely powerful. He could travel thousands of miles with a single instant shift, but now he was riding a flying horse? The spatial ring in the divine world was the most ordinary thing, but he insisted on carrying a long spear, wearing a full set of battle armor. Moreover, he was despicable enough to use a sole secret technique to tempt ordinary young ladies the moment he descended. However, this man had descended in such a domineering manner, and from his appearance, he seemed to be very arrogant. The continent's god-rank experts didn't dare to show any hostility or provocation. The God Lord Tu's face darkened as he fell silent. Hence, the experts were puzzled. Why did this man suddenly descend on the flame dragon continent? Could it be for the divine sword? Harumph! A light snort came from the sky. This voice was so strange that besides the God rank experts, no one could hear it. Hearing this voice, the continent's God rank experts were a little bit relieved, because they were so familiar with this voice. It was from the powerful woman in the dark castle. As soon as the handsome man riding the white horse heard this cold snort, his cold and ruthless aura changed. He waved his hand, retrieving the white horse's long spear and battle armor into his spatial ring. Then he grinned and bowed, clasping his fists toward the north. Hee, big sister, don't be mad. I'm just playing. I'm coming. Then his body flashed, disappearing from the god-demon palace. The continent's god rank experts were astounded. This man called Lord Devour Big Sister? Moreover, this man changed his face so fast. He was an invincible god of war a moment ago, and now he had turned into a humble clown in just a blink of an eye? However, everybody exhaled in relief. Luckily, it wasn't the pagan tribes that had descended. Otherwise, the continent wouldn't be able to bear another war in this troubled time. Chapter 420. On the rooftop of the dark castle. That incomparably handsome man teleported to the rooftop in an instant. His convenient horse trotted over with a mischievous smile. As he walked, he laughed and said, "Aya, sister, I haven't seen you for thousands of years, and you've become even more beautiful. No, you must have found some elixirs to preserve your looks. If you don't give me some, I'll be angry with you. Get lost. Stop being so glib. Do you think I won't slap you?" Lord Devour put the book in his hand on the crystal table. His face was always cold, but at this moment he beamed a warm smile. Although his words weren't polite, his tone had become tender. He pointed at the chair opposite him and gestured for the man to sit down. "Sir, please have some tea." At this moment, Lord Jiao, who was dressed in white, walked in from the entrance of the rooftop. He placed a cup of light blue tea on the table and bowed respectfully to the man. A nine-tailed celestial fox. Or a nine-tailed celestial fox that is about to transform. When the man saw Mistress Jiao walk in, his eyes lit up and he couldn't tear his eyes away anymore. He stared at her closely and took the cup of tea that Mistress Jiao handed over. Suddenly, his expression became incomparably solemn and he said seriously, "Little fox, do you want to go to the realm of the gods? This material plane is lacking in spiritual energy. If you want to train to the energy-shaping realm, you will need at least a few hundred years. If you come with me, King Yi, I guarantee that you can do whatever you want on the Misty Continent. You will have all kinds of elixirs and elixirs. They can transform in 10 years, become a god king in 10,000 years, and even have the chance to become an honorable god emperor expert." The man's expression was impassioned. His expression was solemn, and his saliva flew in all directions. His words were extremely moving. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would have thought that he was in the insurance business and multi-level marketing business in his previous life. All right. Lord Devour didn't mind the man. He waved his hand, signaling Madame Jiao to leave. Then he scolded, "You've harmed many girls in the divine world. You won't even let my people off? Xiao Fei, when can you change this bad habit of yours? Don't you think about how much trouble you've caused all these years? If not for me, you, a puny little god king, would have long been smacked to death several times." Hee, look at what I'm saying. Am I that kind of person? I see that this little fox's innate talent is not bad, so I want to nurture her. As soon as Madame Jiao left, the man resumed his cheerful countenance. However, when he saw Lord Devour's face darken, he shut his mouth and changed the topic. "Of course, it's the same if you follow me. It's the same. Big sister, your tea is pretty good. Even in the immortal realm, the blue heavenly dew is considered a top-grade divine tea. Out with it. Why did you spend 1,000,000 godstones to teleport to me? Did he do that woman again? They're fighting at our doorstep?" Lord Devour smiled, love sparkling in his eyes. He picked up the blue tea, sipped it, and said faintly, "How could that be? Am I not missing my sister? I came to see sister. Sister, you're really something. It's been thousands of years and you still haven't come back to see me. The man's expression instantly became incomparably bitter. His pair of beautiful eyes shone with a pitiful light, making people unable to help but feel sorry for him. If you don't get to the point, do you believe that I won't slap you? Lord Devour didn't even look at him as he continued to drink his tea. You win. I have 3 things to tell you. The man didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He immediately sat up and spoke with a serious face. First, you need to send me a message. Tell me that you've found the 1 billion-year-old soul ginseng. I'll bring it to you. Second, in 10 years, the next Palace Masters Challenge will begin. This time, 5 Emperor Gods are eyeing our soul-devouring palace. They've sworn to take us down. Second brother wants you to go there. Third, I've finally broken through to the second sky of King God Realm. I'm here to tell you the good news. Sister, do I get a reward? Then, the man wiped his hand, and a long, black jade box appeared in his hand. He respectfully placed the box on the table, smiling at Lord Devour as if he was waiting for Lord Devour's compliment and reward. Trumph. 5 Emperor Gods are here to challenge us? Do they think that our soul-devouring palace is easy to bully? Lord Devour didn't even glance at the jade box on the table, nor did he look at the man's charming face. Quite the contrary, his face was cold as he snorted. Following his snort, the chilling aura on the rooftop became more oppressive. At this moment, even the wind stopped blowing. Keeping silent for a while, her face recovered a little bit. She continued, "How strong are they? Did you find out? 2 at the peak of level 5, 2 at level 6, and 1 is close to level 7. As the man saw Lord Devour was enraged, he didn't dare to pretend anymore. Close to level 7? It's okay. You should go back first. After 10 years, I'll go there. Lord Devour waved his hand, then picked up the black jade box on the table to check it. This? The man's face changed again. He frowned and stood up, his face embarrassed as he looked at Lord Devour. Anything else? Lord Devour lifted his head, glancing at the man as if to tell him to get out of here. Sister, I've finally broken through to the second sky. Why don't you reward me? Said the man grudgingly. However, when he saw Lord Devour's cold face, he didn't dare to talk nonsense. His face became pitiful as he hesitated for a while. All right, I know I can't hide it from you, sis. Actually, there's a 4th thing. I accidentally slept with the daughter of the Golden Dragon Palace's 2nd Palace Master, Aotion. Aotion said that he wanted to kill me. Second brother said that he wouldn't care. I can only come to you. Sister, you won't let me die, right? But all of a sudden, a gust of wind blew and struck the man's chest. Under the impact of the gust of wind, the man was sent flying several thousand kilometers away before he stabilized himself. His face was pale and he almost coughed up blood. Swoosh! A black box shot out from the rooftop as fast as lightning, aiming at the man. When the man saw the black box, he was overjoyed. He quickly reached out and caught it. He knelt down on one knee and said with a cheeky smile, "Sister, you love me the most. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Bring this to ask for Aotion's hand in marriage. Tell him that I owe him a favor. Xiao Fei, don't say that I'm cruel. This is the last time. If there's a next time, kill yourself. Get lost." A cold voice came. The man smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. He soared into the sky, took out a huge millstone-like object, and threw it into the air. Then, the millstone-like object shot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the firmament. The man stepped on the millstone-like object and waved at the castle. With a flash, the millstone-like object and the man disappeared instantly. So, look, even a 5th-grade war god dares to provoke our soul-devourer manner. A deep sigh came from the dark castle. Then, it became silent again. The dazzling light above the dark forest attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon Continent's god-level experts. When Divine Master 2 saw the light, he fell into deep thought. Then, he laughed wildly again and walked into the study. The god-level experts of the 3 mansions and 1 island looked at the northern forest with envy and helplessness. Comparisons were odious. Others could travel freely between the divine realm and the continent, but they could only be trapped in this dead pond forever, waiting to be toyed to death by that perverted Baldy in the divine city. Chapter 421. On the third day after that man's arrival, a special guest came to the Purple Island. It was a nine-tailed fox in a white dress. The 9 lords teleported outside the Purple Island and locked their divine senses on the small valley. Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, was startled. Just as he was about to ask Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu to enter the unfettered pavilion, Madame Jiao's voice rang in his ears. He smiled and stood up. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu looked at Elder Lu doubtfully but didn't say anything. Xiao He was sleeping soundly on the roof. Swish. A moment later, a white figure flashed over. Elder Lu laughed and sent a voice transmission to Xiao He to wake him up. Then he went out to welcome the 9 lords. Elder Lu, long time no see. Greetings to the 2 beauties. Greetings to Xiao He. Madame Jiao's posture and demeanor were incomparably elegant even when she was sprinting. She stood in front of the small courtyard and greeted the 3 people and Xiao He, who was woken up. Greetings to you, Madame Jiao. Elder Lu smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Yu Qingqing, who was beside him, had seen this mysterious fox before. This 9th lord had even saved her life. She quickly pulled Yi Qingyu, who had a curious look on her face, to bow and greet her. Xiao He had a good impression of Madame Jiao. He jumped onto Yi Qingyu's shoulder and stood up straight. He curled his lips and called out to her as a greeting. Does Madame Jiao have any orders? Elder Lu asked after greeting her. He knew that Madame Jiao wouldn't leave the Dark Castle for no reason. She must have come with Lord Devour's order. He was looking forward to it. Could it be that Lord Devour was going to help Yi Qinghan? No orders. Madame Jiao seemed to have guessed what Elder Lu was thinking. She shook her head slightly and took out an ancient jade box from her bosom. She handed it to Xiao He and said, Madame Jiao only asked me to give this to Xiao He. Xiao He grabbed the jade box with interest and opened it. Elder Lu and the rest also looked over curiously. However, he discovered that there was only a bronze necklace in the jade box. This necklace was very ordinary. There was no brilliance or anything special about it. It was just like a small accessory sold on a carpet. GG. Xiao He stretched out a claw and dangled the necklace on his claw. He waved it up and down as he called out to Lord Jiao in confusion. It seemed that it didn't understand why Lord Devour would give it such a broken necklace. Don't ask me. Milord didn't say anything. He only asked me to send something over. Xiao He, take it with you. Madame Jiao smiled and spread her paws, indicating that she had no idea. Let me help you put it on. Yi Qingyu looked at Xiao He's cute movements and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She reached out to take the necklace from Xiao He's hand and put it around his neck. Buzz. At this moment, the necklace suddenly glowed with a gentle light. Eventually, it disappeared on Xiao He's neck. Elder Lu, Yi Qingyu, and Yu Qingqing were even more confused. What kind of magical treasure was that? Why did it disappear so suddenly? Xiao He twisted his body but didn't feel any discomfort. He didn't find anything special either. It was as if he wasn't wearing it at all. He called out to Lord Jiao twice, his eyes filled with doubt. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. However, since Milord wants to do this, she must have some business. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Madame Jiao bowed slightly and walked away gracefully. She dashed out of the Purple Island and disappeared into the dense purple forest. F*CKU, Second Master? When will this day come to an end? Yi Qinghan was lying flat on his back in the training room. His eyes were tightly shut and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. Half a year? He also didn't know what was happening outside. He just wanted to know if he would go crazy if he continued like this. He couldn't remember how many times he had fainted and how many times he had experienced that heart-wrenching pain. He only remembered that as time passed, his spiritual sense was getting closer and closer to that woman. However, the pain lasted longer and longer. He didn't know if he could continue to endure it. He believed that if it wasn't him, no one on the mainland would be able to endure this pain. Indeed, without a soul ring, anyone would die from convulsions and pain. Without Yi Qinghan's thick nerves and the ability to endure this kind of pain, anyone would go crazy. In the past few years, Yi Qinghan had endured the pain of his meridians bursting, then the pain of his dantian bursting. He had also been beaten by Elder Lu on the god-slaying mountain for a year. Not long ago, he had been beaten for a long time in order to feel the fluctuations in space. The countless painful experiences had made his nerves extremely strong, and his ability to endure pain had also become extremely strong. However, these were not enough. Yi Qinghan knew that if it were 4 or 5 years ago, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Even if he did, he would have become a madman. After Yi Ruoshui's death, he had gone into seclusion for 3 years. His strength had increased bit by bit, but it had made his mind incomparably mature and tenacious. He knew very well that if it weren't for the 3 years of tempering his mind, he would have long given up under such pain. When the heavens bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will surely afflict his will and tire his muscles and bones. No pains, no gains. In order to obtain much, one must first pay as much. Yi Qinghan repeated a few words of encouragement from his previous life over and over again. Screw your second master, Soul Emperor. If this young master pays so much only to find that you're the one deceiving me, then I'll screw your first master and second master. After a while, Yi Qinghan jumped up, raised his middle finger, and cursed fiercely. Then he sat cross-legged and continued to spread his spiritual sense above his head. He continued to try to get closer to that naked woman. Half a day after Lord Jiu left, Elder Lu opened his eyes in astonishment. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu and said, "You two little girls, you can go back to the carefree pavilion first. Our Lord is here. I'll go and entertain him." Lord? Divine Lord? Yu Qingqing's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, which immediately turned into fear. She said worriedly, "Should we send a voice transmission to Qinghan and ask him to cancel this transportation door?" Yu Qingqing remembered that God had used his Lord's will to lock this golden door in the sky above the hidden city. He had used his blue flames and had almost been refined by this door. In the end, it had caused Yi Ruoshui to self-destruct. There's no need. Elder Lu stood up and looked to the west proudly. With a shake of his hand, a black iron rod appeared out of thin air in his hand. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. He said coldly, "Let's not talk about the fact that he doesn't have the ability to refine it on the Purple Island. Even if he does, he's considered a powerful man in the Fire Dragon continent. But on the Purple Island he's nothing." Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu didn't say anything as they looked at Elder Lu, who had suddenly turned into an invincible divine spirit. They flashed into the door and disappeared into the black hole inside the door. When Xiao He heard that the Divine Lord had come, he immediately became excited. He shouted a few times and did a few somersaults in the air. Then he stood firmly on Elder Lu's shoulder. Elder Lu tilted his head and looked at Xiao He. His eyes emitted a dazzling light and endless battle intent. He strode out and laughed. Xiao He, let's go and entertain our great Lord." Chapter 422. Tu was in a bad mood. When he entered Purple Island, his divine sense found an elegant pavilion in a small valley. A few people were sitting leisurely. His mood worsened. The double-pupil netherworld race was one of the ancient races in the God realm. However, due to the loss of their unique soul secret method, they gradually declined. Since childhood, he was not talented and was bullied by his people. Then, he suddenly awakened his bloodline and obtained the special soul secret method of the netherworld race. He could collect the souls of the dead and refine them into soul origin pills. Thus, he became the hope of reviving the netherworld race. His status in the race soared and he became one of the elders. On the night of the awakening, he killed all those who bullied him. No one dared to resist. Later, in order to revive the glory of the past, the race sold the small city they owned and took out all their savings to buy the Flame Dragon plane for him, making him the lord of the Flame Dragon continent. He did not disappoint the family. After coming to the Flame Dragon plane for thousands of years, he suppressed the gods of the continent, created the divine city, set the rules of the prefecture wars, and captured billions of people on the Flame Dragon continent. In just a few thousand years, he harvested nearly 100 million souls and refined nearly 10,000 soul origin pills. Then he sold them to the god realm and brought a huge amount of wealth to the family. Then he discovered a shocking secret. The small flame dragon continent had the Soul Emperor's relic and the 12th divine sword to enter the Soul Emperor pavilion. He did not report it to the family. He decisively sent people to search for treasures and obtained a large number of spirit and divine weapons. Although he did not obtain the divine sword, he thought it would be his sooner or later. At that time, he was in a very good mood. His days were very comfortable and full of hope. But a woman came to the dark forest, which made his happy mood a bit gloomy. He was defeated in the battle of the dark forest. But he was not discouraged because he had the Lord's will. As long as this woman lived in the flame dragon plane for thousands of years and obtained the plane's aura, he believed that this woman would fall under his crotch sooner or later. Then, something even worse happened. The fallen god mountain's great treasure appeared. He sent people to search for it for 5,000 years and waited for it for 5,000 years. But in the end, it was all for naught. This made him very mad and very angry, but he still restrained himself and kept a low profile as he searched for the divine sword. However, what followed was the arrival of the alien race. The hateful Golden Horn God clan. Not only did they destroy the 7-star absolute killing array that he had spent a fortune to build, they even allowed a few muscular men to gang rape him. For the sake of his race, for the godly sword, and for the sake of revenge, he endured it once again. He did not resist and allowed them to do whatever they wanted in his backyard. When he was young, he had suffered such humiliation in his clan. He didn't expect that after thousands of years, when he was at the peak of his life, he would experience it again. After this incident, his personality began to change. The successive blows made him crazy, and he became schizophrenic. That was why he started to torture and kill young boys and girls. That was why he acted without restraint in the hidden city. But now, this little bastard who snatched what belonged to him didn't die, and was still living a leisurely life with a few women on Zidao? How could he be in a good mood? When he saw a goat-faced, black-robed old man arrogantly holding a black iron rod and walking towards him in a domineering manner, his mood worsened. Old thing, how could you hide so well? Go back to the divine realm. I don't want to kill you. Divine Lord Tu tried his best to suppress his anger. His red and black eyes were shining as he stared at Elder Lu. Then he looked at Xiao He on Elder Lu's shoulder and said again, "Little soul-eating beast, leave Zidao now and return to the dark forest. I won't hurt you because of Lord Devour." Xiao He looked at the shiny bald head on the fiery red robe, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He waved his little claws and screamed at him. Elder Lu laughed when he heard the Divine Lord's polite words. He stuck the iron rod on the ground, crossed his arms, and said helplessly, "The way to the divine realm is blocked by his lordship. How can I go there? I can't defeat that divine beast at the peak of Heaven God realm. Why don't you help me kill it, and I will go to the divine realm now." You are the guardian of the god-slaying mountain, but you don't even have a high-grade divine weapon. If you have a divine weapon, you should be able to break through with your peak Heaven God realm cultivation, right? Isn't your iron rod a divine weapon? Seeing that Elder Lu actually wanted to go to the divine realm, Divine Lord Tu was slightly taken aback and said doubtfully, "If you really want to go to the divine realm and not participate in the affairs of the flame dragon dimension, I will open a teleportation formation in the divine city for you and send you to the divine realm. What do you think?" Seeing that Elder Lu's iron rod did not shine with divine light, Tu thought that Elder Lu really did not steal the divine weapon from the god-slaying mountain. There were enough troubles in the flame dragon dimension, and he did not want to add to it. Hence, his tone became slightly more polite. My iron rod is made of a special material, but it is not a treasure. The god-slaying mountain only has 2 divine weapons, a divine sword and a spatial divine weapon. How would I dare to take it for myself? Let's forget about the teleportation formation in your divine city. I am afraid that it is unstable and will be torn apart by the space. Again, you go and kill the divine beast that is guarding Zidao, and I will go to the divine realm immediately. What do you think? Elder Lu grabbed the iron rod, spun it a few times in his hand, and gave Xiaohei a playful look, indicating for it to calm down. "This is impossible." Tu smiled coldly and said in an unusually firm tone. This divine beast and his divine city's 7-star absolute killing array was something he had paid a huge price for. His purpose was to trap the flame dragon plane. This way, he could stabilize his position as the overlord of the flame dragon plane and continue to bring him a steady stream of souls. Then, he could refine soul origin pills and earn a lot of wealth. Is that so? Elder Lu's 2 small eyes narrowed into a line. After thinking for a while, he said again, "How about this? You give me some treasures, and I will not participate in this matter. I will find a way to go to the divine realm myself. How about that?" Tu pondered for a while, and without thinking for a long time, he said, "What treasures?" 2,000 soul core pills. Elder Lu said straightforwardly. 2,000? Tu sucked in a breath of cold air. What did this old thing think soul core pills were? He had harvested hundreds of millions of souls for more than 5,000 years, and only refined less than 10,000 soul core pills. How could he ask for 2,000? 2,000 soul core pills could buy 2 divine beasts at the peak of the heavenly god realm in the divine realm. Then, he saw a smile flash across Elder Lu's eyes, and he suddenly came to his senses. He said angrily, "Huh? Old thing, you dare to fool me? Ha! You idiot! You only realized it now?" When Elder Lu saw this, he laughed out loud. Over the past few thousand years, he had been very dissatisfied with Tu's method of keeping the fire dragon continent captive and collecting souls. During this period of time, because of Yi Qinghan, he hated Divine Master Tu very much because of his love for Yi Qinghan. If he had the chance, he would have killed him long ago. "Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Don't blame me for this." Cold light flashed across Divine Master Tu's eyes. He touched his space ring, and a black giant axe that was shining with divine light appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air and laughed maniacally. "Do you think you can defeat me on this purple island because I can't use my will? My meteorite battle axe is a middle-grade divine artifact. It weighs 108,000 kilograms, and it can increase one's strength by 200%. Without using my divine power, I can easily flatten you with this axe. If you know what's good for you, get lost. I will count to 3, or you will die." 108,000 kilograms? Increase one's strength by 200%? Disdain flashed across Elder Lu's eyes when he heard Tu Yi's words. Then he raised his iron rod and waved it in front of him. He said proudly and fearlessly, "I also advise you to get lost from the Purple Island in 3 seconds. Otherwise, you will die." Chapter 423. Ever since I became a god and understood the laws, I have not fought with pure strength for a long time. Today, I will show you the unique technique of the dual-eyed netherworld race, mountain-splitting 13 axes. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to return it? Tu wielded his axe with one hand and gently swung it to the side. An ancient tree that required several people to wrap their arms around its trunk was directly chopped in half. With a loud bang, it fell to the side and smashed a huge ravine into the surrounding bushes. The little magical beasts in the distance were frightened. Hee. Xiaohei was slightly startled. His small black eyes stared at the huge axe in Tu's hand. This medium-grade god weapon was indeed powerful. Such a thick ancient tree was actually cut in half with just a casual slash. It was indeed able to cut through iron like mud. If it were to hit a person, cut the crap. Watch my dog beating 8 styles. Elder Lu snorted coldly. He sent a message to Xiaohei, telling him to retreat and watch the battle from the side. Then he leaped into the air, holding the black metal rod with both hands and smashed it down on Tuesday. Xiaohei retreated quickly. With a few leaps, he climbed up the branch of a big tree and watched the battle worriedly. Tu kicked his leg and dodged Elder Lu's attack. Then, he held the axe horizontally and spun it to the side. Boom! Elder Lu's rod smashed into the ground. The nearby ground shook, and there was a 1-meter-wide, bottomless pit in the ground. Seeing the huge axe coming at him, he quickly drew his metal rod and blocked it. Then, he used the rebound force to move to the side. Clang clang. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows at lightning speed. From time to time, the sounds of metal clashing could be heard, as well as the sound of the ancient trees being cut down or smashed. Rays of light from the godly axe and shadows of Elder Lu's black rod lit up everywhere. In less than an hour, all the ancient trees in the nearby forest had been chopped down to the ground, and the ground was filled with deep pits and ravines. It could be seen how powerful the two were, and how fierce the battle was. Ah, old goat, our speed is about the same. You are still far from my strength. Our dual-eyed netherworld race's special soul technique is unparalleled in the divine world. Our strength is also among the top 50 in the divine world. Today you must die for sure. Tu's shrill, maniacal laughter could be heard amidst the streaks of divine light. Little Black, who had already retreated a few hundred meters, was so anxious that it was chirping. Although it couldn't see the two figures flashing rapidly in the arena, it knew that Elder Lu was at a disadvantage. The battlefield was getting closer and closer to him, and Elder Lu was constantly retreating. Its two small eyes rolled around, then it suddenly turned around and ran into the bushes behind it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the bushes. Although Tu had the upper hand, he was secretly shocked. He had paid a huge price to purchase this mid-grade divine artifact. How could the iron rod in this old thing's hand remain intact after hundreds of strikes? What material is this made of? Why is it so hard? However, he didn't think too much about it. He waved his divine axe and continued to chop at Elder Lu. He vented all his pent-up emotions on Elder Lu. I didn't expect you to be a perverted baldy. Your strength is not bad. This axe is a good item, but if you want to rely on this to kill this old man, you still have a long way to go. Have a taste of my ultimate move. Purple Island Dog. Although Elder Lu would be repelled every time they clashed, his expression remained calm and there was even a faint smile on his face. Hearing Tu's maniacal laughter, Elder Lu said with a faint smile. The black iron rod in his hand transformed into several shadows and swept at Tu's upper body. Hee, old thing, I forgot to tell you that I have not used the double strength of my divine axe. That mountain-splitting 13 axes. Tu saw that Elder Lu had been avoiding him for a long time. Every time, Elder Lu would make use of Tu's attacks to repel him. Elder Lu had never met him head-on. Now that Elder Lu had taken the initiative to attack, Tu laughed loudly. Suddenly, the divine light on the black divine axe became even more intense. Suddenly, he used a few strange footwork techniques to dodge Elder Lu's attack. Then his entire body floated horizontally in midair. This time, he held the giant axe with both hands and swung it behind him. Then, with a piercingly cold sound of a phoenix flute, it transformed into 13 axe shadows and smashed at Elder Lu. For the first time, Elder Lu's expression turned serious. The 13 axe shadows seemed to cover all the blind spots in front of him. If he were to retreat hastily, he would not be able to keep up with the speed of the axe. His small eyes flashed. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold the iron rod horizontally with both hands to resist the axe. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing countless leaves in the vicinity to tremble and fall. Dust flew up from the ground as if there had been an explosion. On the other hand, Elder Lu's face was pale, and his hand that was holding the iron rod was trembling slightly. His back was slightly bent, and half of his legs were submerged in the ground. It was evident that the strength of the axe was extremely terrifying. Old thing, let's see how many times you can resist my axe. Tu-yi laughed even more maniacally. At the same time, he did not stop moving. He continued to use the strange footwork techniques and held the axe with both hands. Before Elder Lu could jump out, Tu-yi hacked down heavily. Boom! Boom! After Tu's lightning-fast strikes, Elder Lu's face turned even paler. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth and his hands started to tremble even more. He had underestimated Tu's strength. He thought that the strength he had just displayed was already his strongest attack. He did not expect that his medium-grade divine weapon, which doubled his strength, would not be activated. One wrong move, and everything else went wrong. Now, under Tu's continuous attacks, Zidao could not teleport. Elder Lu could only grit his teeth and endure the attacks. There was no way he could escape. GG. Ao. At this moment, Xiao Hei's angry screech and the furious roar of a demonic beast came from behind Elder Lu. Hee, you found help? Old thing, no one can save you today. Tu saw Xiao Hei rushing towards him with a clumsy bear cub and laughed disdainfully. He knew that Xiao Hei was a soul-devouring beast. However, before he became a divine beast, he posed no threat to him. As for the bear cub, he completely ignored it. Xiao Hei and the bear cub rushed over at lightning speed and leaped high into the air. Their height was twice that of Tu's, and they used the momentum of their descent to increase their speed. However, Xiao Hei, who was in midair, suddenly changed direction and ran towards the left. The bear cub continued to wave its tiny paws at Tu's. Tu did not even bat an eye at Xiao Hei's little trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. As for the bear cub, he allowed it to attack as it pleased. He continued to swing the giant axe at Elder Lu. However, just as he was about to smash Elder Lu's body, leaving only his head and hands exposed, the sky suddenly darkened. Ao! With a loud roar, the bear cub in midair suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon. It suddenly grew several times bigger, as though a mountain had suddenly crashed down from the sky. The black bear's eyes were filled with anger. The two tiny bear paws had also turned into two huge iron doors. With a piercing cold wind, they smashed towards Tu's bald head. It seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Tu's contempt for it. Damn it! Tu's face turned ashen when he saw this. His eyes were filled with fear as he cursed. In a hurry, he could only raise the giant axe in his hand high up to protect his head like Lu Lai. His body, however, retreated rapidly. Bang! The huge bear paws slapped down fiercely, sending Tu flying along with his axe. He tumbled several times in the air before crashing into an ancient tree a few hundred meters away. The tree, which was so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it, fell to the ground. Chapter 424. A red figure shot out from the messy thicket. His red robe had been torn into countless pieces by the branches, and there was even a smear of mud on his shiny bald head. He looked abnormally pathetic. Little bastard, I will tear you into pieces. Into 108 pieces. Tu's red and black eyes glowed with red light. He was furious to the extreme. Although the black bear's furious slap didn't cause him much harm, he couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had been in such a pathetic state. Today, he was actually sent flying by a mere level 8 magical beast and ended up in such a pathetic state. Although he couldn't use his divine power on the Purple Island, although he had just been ambushed because of his carelessness, although this kind of magical beast could transform, and after transforming, its strength was no less than a god-rank powerhouse's physical strength. But Tu felt that this was absolutely an unprecedented disgrace in his life. If this matter were to spread outside, he would lose all his face. Ao! The black bear roared, unwilling to be outdone. However, its eyes clearly showed that it wanted to retreat. This was its most powerful palm strike. This man didn't seem to be injured at all. Furthermore, the huge axe in his hand was shining with terrifying divine light, which frightened the bear. However, since Xiao Hei didn't retreat, it could only continue to wave its huge bear paws and roar. Kiki! Today, all the magical beasts on the Purple Island will die, including you. Old thing, all of you will die. All of you will die. Tu saw Elder Lu slam the ground and stand firmly on the ground. Tu thought that Elder Lu was going to escape. He used a strange footwork and his body turned into a phantom in the air. His huge axe glowed with divine light as he pounced towards Tuesday. TGG. Xiao Hei looked at Elder Lu with worry in his eyes. He signaled Elder Lu to retreat and return to the carefree pavilion. At the same time, he commanded the black bear to block the attack. No need. All of you retreat. Elder Lu snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was infuriated by Tu's series of slashes. His voice became extremely cold. He raised the black iron rod in his hand and leaped into the air. He shouted, "You have shown your trump card. Now it's my turn. Transform." He looked at Elder Lu, who was growing bigger and bigger in midair. He saw a blood-red horn suddenly emerge from Elder Lu's head, and his iron cudgel grow bigger and longer, emitting rays of black light. He opened his eyes in horror and shouted as he retreated, "You are from the Blood Deer clan? Wasn't the Blood Deer clan exterminated?" My Blood Deer tribe was indeed exterminated, but I was still alive and was saved by Master. The dual pupils' netherworld race's strength was ranked in the top 50. In terms of pure strength, our Blood Deer clan is ranked 5th among the 100 clans of the God Realm. That mid-grade divine artifact of yours weighs 108,000 gene? This is a high-grade divine artifact, Heaven's Shocking Rod. It weighs 880,000 kilograms. Did you have a good time smashing them? Now it's my turn. Little Baldy, where are you running to? Elder Lu's body suddenly grew 10 times bigger. His body became more than 20 meters tall, and his black iron rod became tens of meters long. The iron rod took the shape of a cone and became thicker and thicker. The tip of the rod was only half a meter thick, but when it reached the tip, it became 7 to 8 meters thick. The black divine radiance on the rod was dazzling, illuminating the surrounding forest. Boom! Although Tu was retreating rapidly, how could he compare to Elder Lu, whose legs were more than 10 meters long? In just a few steps, Elder Lu caught up with him. Elder Lu waved the huge rod and smashed it down on Tu at lightning speed. The impact created a 10-meter-wide, bottomless pit on the ground. Half of the purple island shook, and the nearby ancient trees swayed from left to right. The leaves kept falling. Boom! Elder Lu waved the huge rod and smashed it down continuously. Tu was like a monkey jumping around in front of him. Seeing Elder Lu's enlarged body and the blood-red horn on his head, Tu completely lost his will to fight. He now knew why Elder Lu looked so relaxed when they were fighting just now. Elder Lu was obviously fearless. Why did that ordinary-looking iron rod not leave a single mark on it after being struck by his divine axe? Initially, he thought that it was made of a special material, but it turned out to be a high-grade divine artifact. Low-grade divine artifacts glowed with divine radiance at all times. Middle-grade divine artifacts only glowed with divine radiance when used. High-grade divine artifacts, however, could control the leakage of divine radiance. There was no time to think too much. Right now, preserving his life was the most important thing. If he was hit by Elder Lu, his body would definitely be smashed into pieces. Although his divine crystal would not shatter, his head would be smashed, and his soul would dissipate. GG. AO. Xiao He and the black bear looked at Elder Lu, who was about to turn into an ancient giant, and were both dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, they looked at Tu, who was being chased around like a monkey. The two beasts cried out excitedly and followed Elder Lu's footwork to catch up to him. Tu relied on his strange footwork to dodge Elder Lu's attacks on the Purple Island. Looking at Elder Lu's cold expression and the increasing speed of the rod's shadows, Tu felt bitter in his heart. At this rate, he would be smashed to death sooner or later. At this moment, he was calculating the direction in which the rod would hit every second. Both his mind and body were at their highest levels. If he made a mistake in his calculations, or if his body's reaction was too slow, he would be smashed into pieces. Boom! Another rod smashed down on his back. He stepped on the metal rod and darted to the left. His face and back were drenched in cold sweat, and his footsteps trembled slightly. A sliver of viciousness flashed through his eyes, and he quickly rubbed his space ring with his left hand. A black, triangular stone covered in strange inscriptions appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Gritting his teeth, he directly crushed the triangular stone. Suddenly, a door that flickered with golden light appeared before him, and he directly charged in. Sepa. Elder Lu stopped in his tracks when he saw the golden door. His body shrank rapidly, and he carried Xiao He behind him as he shot backward. The little bear did not wait for Elder Lu to shout. It had already stopped in its tracks and rapidly shrunk its body. Then, it rolled into a ball and rolled backwards. Boom! The purple light shield on the Purple Island shook when the golden door appeared. A bright light appeared, and a thick bolt of lightning struck the golden door. It was obvious that the golden door had triggered the restrictive spell of the Purple Island. A huge cloud of dust rose, and a huge pit, similar to the one that had struck the divine guards, appeared nearby. The area within 100 meters was charred, and green smoke rose. As for the golden door, it was instantly destroyed by the lightning, and the entire area was in a complete mess. Xiaohei climbed onto Elder Lu's shoulder and screamed excitedly when he saw the pit behind him. His little face was full of joy. Hee, Xiaohei, don't celebrate too early. That Baldy is probably not dead, but he is definitely injured. He will be lying in bed for at least a few months. Elder Lu looked at the deep pit on the ground and felt slightly regretful. His body had grown bigger, and his strength had increased. His movement speed had also increased. But his reaction and attack speed had weakened a little. It was a pity that he could not kill this Baldy. But after a while, he laughed and said, "Life-saving teleportation talisman. Hee, this time he will have to cut off a few pieces of his flesh. A teleportation talisman is worth at least 100,000 god stones. He sold the soul core pills for at least a few hundred. Let's go back. I don't think anyone will dare to disturb the Purple Island anymore. We can cultivate in peace." Chapter 425. Today, the Divine City lit up with rainbow divine light again. The citizens of the Divine City saw a miracle that they hadn't seen for a long time after a few years. However, this time, the citizens of the Divine City weren't shocked or in awe. Instead, many of them snorted in disdain. During this period of time, there had been too many miracles. Not to mention the Golden Horn God Lord and that huge face. Just the shocking rainbow light and the thunder that rumbled for an hour above the demon clan yesterday were many times more majestic than the miracle in the Divine City. Furthermore, many people were deeply doubting the God Lord that they believed in. The invincible God Lord that had protected them in the past. Where was he when the Divine City was breached? Where was he when their children disappeared mysteriously? Where was he when the 4 guards of the Divine City suppressed the citizens of the Divine City with ruthless methods? The only ones that reacted were the God Massacre Guards, the God Burning Guards, the newly promoted God Slaying Guards, and the envoys of the Divine City. At this moment, the God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards were teaching the newly promoted God Slaying Guards the battle formation. Suddenly, they saw the rainbow light above the Divine Lord Pavilion and were shocked. They looked at each other in fright and hurried toward the Divine Master Pavilion. They knew that the God Lord had gone to Purple Island, but why did he suddenly return after such a long time? It was normal for him to return, but he didn't teleport back. Instead, he teleported back. That wasn't normal. When they hurried to the Master God Pavilion, they saw a shocking scene as soon as they reached the door. In the courtyard of the Divine Lord Pavilion, the God Lord was lying on the ground miserably. His body was covered in blood, and he was trembling nonstop. Around his body, there was still a rainbow light shining. His red robe had been burnt to a crisp, leaving only a few pieces of his upper body, which were continuously emitting green smoke. Many parts of his skin were charred black and blood-stained. The strangest thing was, his 2 snow-white buttocks were not injured at all. At this moment, they were facing the door, trembling and twisting. A brown flower was constantly shrinking there, as if it was quietly blooming. "God Lord, what happened to you?" The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards had just reached the door when they saw this scene. Without hesitation, they turned and dodged to the sides of the door. As for the newly appointed Godslayer Guard, he had been walking at the front. When he saw the situation, he hurriedly rushed over to help the Lord God up, as if to express his loyalty and concern for the Lord God. Boom! The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards immediately knelt on the ground and closed their eyes. As expected, a loud sound was heard, followed by the God Slaying Guards and the God Slaying Guards. The 2 of them became even more afraid and started kowtowing to the courtyard in terror. "Send out all the hidden guards to surround the entire Purple Island. Once someone comes out, immediately crush the sound-transmitting Jade Talisman. Send 100 people to me. All of them must be young demon girls. God-slaying guards, you all saw nothing? Slade. God." After a while, the weak voice of God-slaying guard was heard. The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards felt as though they had been granted amnesty. Like 2 stray dogs, they hurriedly got up and ran away. After a long time, A resentful voice came from the courtyard. Just you wait. When that woman returns to the divine world, I want all of you dead. Once I get the divine sword, everyone in the fire dragon plane will die. Old woman, golden horn god race, I won't let a single one of you off. All of you will die. See. After Elder Lu displayed his prowess, the Purple Island regained its peace. Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingyu could finally cultivate peacefully on the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu listened to Yu Qingsheng play the zither for half a day every day. Then, she would go sightseeing on the Purple Island under Xiao Hei's guidance. At night, she would return to the courtyard to cultivate. Her days were extremely comfortable. Elder Lu also decided to cultivate on the Purple Island. For someone at his level, there was not much difference between cultivating for a few more years and a few less years. Instead, Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingyu served him respectfully every day, allowing him to enjoy the happiness of a family. Spring came and went. Flowers bloomed and wilted. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this period, Yi Qingwu came out once. In less than a year and a half, she broke through to the Emperor realm. This made Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingyu very happy. After resting on the Purple Island for a few days, she went back to the carefree pavilion and cultivated diligently. As for Yi Qinghan, he had been in seclusion for a year and a half. There was no news from him at all. Half a year ago, he suddenly activated the restriction of the technique practicing room. At the same time, he cut off his soul connection with Xiao Hei. Even Elder Lu and Xiao Hei couldn't find any news about him. This made them worried. However, they were afraid that he was at a critical juncture in his seclusion. Therefore, they didn't dare to disturb him. Yi Qinghan was indeed in seclusion. However, he wasn't comprehending the profound mysteries. A year ago, he had accidentally seen the woman in the pair of eyes above his head. Ever since then, he had been thinking of ways to use his spiritual awareness to get close to her. Then he would possess her. He would obtain that great opportunity. Inside the carefree pavilion, a black and white figure was screaming miserably as he rolled on the ground. Sometimes he would roll on the ground. Sometimes he would suddenly bounce up and slam into the wall. Sometimes his head and body would rub against the ground. His body was covered in blood. His clothes were torn, his skin was worn off, and his flesh was split open. His white bones were exposed. However, his body was enveloped by a gentle white light. Blood flowed out of his body and stopped flowing. His skin and flesh were torn, but they slowly grew back and healed. This process repeated over and over again. An hour later, Yi Qinghan finally stopped rolling around. Half of his delicate and pretty face was covered in blood. The muscles on his face twitched from time to time. His eyes were deeply sunken and tightly shut. His chest heaved up and down violently. He took long breaths and groaned in pain from time to time. Damn it! I was so close. I was so close. After a short while, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he opened his mouth and roared angrily. He lifted one hand powerlessly and carelessly wiped away the blood that had congealed on his face. His other hand supported himself on the ground and he sat up with difficulty. Then, he wiped his carefree ring and took out a set of clothes from the treasure house. He changed out of his blood-stained and tattered clothes. Then, he took out a few spirit fruits and slowly ate them. A year had passed and he had lost a lot of weight. Apart from his eyes that still shone with a bright light, he looked even more frail and weak than before. He ate several spirit fruits to replenish the energy in his body. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He circulated his battle chi 12 times in his body and completely healed his injuries. Then, he spread his body and lay down on the ground to rest. I was so close. Next time, I will be able to see you clearly. At that time, don't disappoint me. Yi Qinghan murmured and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 5 days and 5 nights. When he woke up again and jumped up from the ground, his delicate and pretty face was filled with excitement and expectation. He believed that when he used his spiritual sense to investigate, he would definitely be able to see that woman clearly. He would definitely be able to see the woman who had caused him pain for an entire year, that naked woman. Chapter 426. Swish. In the quiet night, a meteor suddenly fell from the sky. However, this meteor was not like the usual meteors, which were bright white or whitish yellow. This meteor shone with a 5-colored light, and it was extremely fast. It flashed across the sky above the continent, and finally disappeared into the tall divine mountain. After 1 year, the God City had a miracle again. Of course, this time, no one was surprised or worshipped. Quite the contrary, more people looked disdainful. Although the God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards were a little surprised, they didn't rush to the God Lord Pavilion. The 2 snow-white butts from 1 year ago were still fresh in their memory. Mwah! It's just as I expected. After a while, God Lord 2's shrill laughter arose from the God Lord Pavilion. His voice was wild and arrogant. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the yard, holding a stone that was glowing with 5-colored divine light and carved with complicated symbols. It was the message talisman of the divine realm, which was the meteor that had just come. As he was from the divine realm, he knew about the Palace Master Challenge that was held once every 1,000 years. 1 year ago, when the handsome man riding on the white horse had come to the Fire Dragon continent, he had vaguely guessed something. Then he had sent the message to his clan. Finally, he had gotten the answer. Mwah! 2 held the stone that was glowing with a dim light, lifting his head to look at the north. His eyes sparkled with a blood-red light. Eventually, he burst out laughing. The shrill and ear-piercing laughter echoed throughout the divine city, causing the citizens of the divine city to feel their hairs stand on end. My lord, it seems 2 has found out that you want to return to the divine realm. On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Geo stood behind Lord Devour respectfully. She looked a little worried as she looked to the south and reminded him. It's okay. It's not a big secret anyway. Lord Devour held a teacup in one hand and a cup of blue tea in the other. He blew on it and then took a sip. He covered the teacup and said faintly, "The Divine Realm Challenge is held once every 1,000 years. It's a secret in the material planes. Who doesn't know about it? Besides, even if he knows that I want to return to the God world, so what?" "Sir, I'm worried about Xiaohei." This time, Sergio looked to the east, his face more worried. He wanted to say that he was worried about Xiaohei and Yi Qinghan. However, looking at Lord Devour's cold face, he didn't dare to continue. The fox face actually revealed the same worried expression as a human. In fact, it even looked a little more sincere. "Milord isn't here. I'm afraid I won't be able to control him. I don't need you to suppress me. I have my own arrangement." Lord Devour waved his hand, his face indifferent as if he didn't care about anything. "Arrange? That necklace?" Madame Gio suddenly recalled the necklace that Lord Devour had asked her to deliver to him. Lord Devour didn't explain much. He pointed at a jade bottle on the table and said, "You take this to Xiaohei. I've refined it for 1 year. A few days ago I finished it. Let him take it. From now on, no one in the entire Fire Dragon continent can hurt him. Even if Yi Qinghan dies, it will be fine." All right. Madame Gio looked at Lord Devour's cold face and emotionless words. She sighed and didn't say anything. She took the jade bottle and disappeared from the rooftop. Purple Island. In the small valley, Madame Gio had teleported from the dark castle shortly. She didn't linger, directly entering the small valley. After exchanging some pleasantries with the others, she handed the jade bottle to Xiaohei. Xiaohei blinked his eyes, looking at the jade bottle. He seemed to be puzzled as to why Madame Gio had sent him something again after such a long time. Would it be the same strange, useless thing as the last time? "Don't ask me anything. I still don't know. It's a useless pellet. Our Lord told you to swallow it directly." Madame Gio smiled and continued, "Will our Lord harm you?" "Pellet?" Old Lu extended his hand to stop Xiaohei from unplugging the jade bottle. He clasped his hands at Madame Gio and said, "The pellet that our Lord sent is surely a low-grade divine pellet. Madame Gio, do you think we can enter the Carefree Pavilion? The overflowing spiritual chi can also benefit the 2 little girls." "That's not a problem. Let's enter the Carefree Pavilion together. I have long admired the spatial divine equipment, but I haven't had the chance to take a look. This time I will broaden my horizons." Madame Jiu smiled and looked at the shining door in the courtyard with interest. Xiaohei took the lead and walked towards the teleportation door. The others also followed with anticipation. Once they entered the carefree pavilion, Madame Jiu was deeply shocked by the beautiful scenery. Her calm and elegant temperament disappeared without a trace at this moment. Her small fox mouth was wide open in shock. "Ha, Madame Jiu, you can look around as you please. Xiaohei, let's begin." Old Lu smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the shock that his master's divine pavilion had brought to Madame Jiu. He waved his hand and set up a force field. Then, he nodded at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu, of course, knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without saying much, they closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Xiaohei cried out excitedly. Then he stretched out his small claw and grabbed the lid of the jade bottle. Buzz! The bottle actually glowed with a gentle light. Suddenly, the bottle left Xiaohei's claw and floated in midair. A soothing fragrance drifted out from the mouth of the bottle. In an instant, the small force field was filled with this delicate fragrance. When one smelled it, they felt relaxed and refreshed. Suddenly, the jade bottle trembled, and a fiery red shadow shot out from the mouth of the empty bottle. It danced continuously in the air as though it was trying to escape. However, because of Old Lu's force field, it could not escape. It could only flicker continuously above the heads of the few of them. Ha! When Xiaohei saw it, he was shocked. What was this thing? It could actually move? His two small eyes followed the fiery red shadow constantly, and his body was also moving around on the ground. This was also the first time that Madame Jiu had seen such a strange thing. Her calm expression changed to one of astonishment. She blinked her eyes in confusion. "This is a middle-grade divine elixir. Lord is too generous. Xiaohei, hurry up and grab it. Swallow it immediately." Old Lu had been following the Soul Emperor for a long time. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still slightly shocked and shouted. This Lord Devourer's actions were indeed extraordinary. Perhaps that ordinary-looking necklace from last time was also not an ordinary item. When Xiaohei heard this, he was startled. He bent his legs and pounced at the red shadow like lightning. After a few leaps, he grabbed the elixir in his claw. When he looked at it, he was stunned. This elixir was shaped like a naked person that had shrunk countless times. Its eyes, which were the size of a grain of rice, emitted an angry and pitiful expression like that of a real person. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiaohei for grabbing it. "Xiaohei, swallow it quickly. This isn't a real person, and it doesn't have a soul. It just has some intelligence. If you delay any longer, the elixir's effect will disappear." Xiaohei was stunned. Old Lu became anxious and shouted, "Hurry up." Madame Jiu was also slightly anxious. However, he was secretly glad that Old Lu knew how to use this elixir. Lord Devour probably knew about Old Lu's existence, so he didn't tell him too much. Xiaohei didn't hesitate. He grabbed the elixir, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it immediately. After a while, Xiaohei's body glowed with the same gentle light as the jade bottle. Then, he fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 427. Lord Jiu took his leave and the whole carefree pavilion became quiet. Xiaohei fell into a deep sleep, while Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing were absorbing the medicinal power of the divine elixirs in the field set up by Elder Lu. Yi Qinggu was still in seclusion, but Elder Lu did not absorb the medicinal power in the field. The medicinal power was negligible to him, who had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. However, he could not withdraw the field, or the medicinal power would leak out. Therefore, he closed his eyes with a smile and sat cross-legged to comprehend the laws. It was perfect and quiet. The practice room was also very quiet. Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He looked serene and his breathing was steady, like an old monk in meditation. Of course, he was not cultivating, but completing a painful journey that had lasted for a year. At this moment, his spiritual sense had already passed through the pair of eyes above his head, radiating into the void, and was constantly approaching the woman in midair. He did not stop for a short distance in front of him. He was like a cool breeze, drifting all the way. When he was dozens of meters away from the woman, his speed began to slow down. His radiating spiritual sense seemed to have encountered an obstacle at this moment, and it began to become difficult to move forward. It was like a person running on flat ground, and then suddenly a quagmire appeared in front of him. Every step forward required a lot of effort. Forward, forward. Yi Qinghan was not the least bit discouraged. Like a bull in heat, he exerted all his strength and continued to radiate his spiritual sense. 30 meters. His speed became a little slower. 20 meters, his head began to swell slightly. 15 meters, 10 meters. At this moment, his head had become extremely swollen. Last time, his head had exploded in this place, and his spiritual sense had been forced to withdraw. I can do it. Hold on. If someone was in the practice room at this moment, they would definitely be frightened, because at this moment, all the muscles in Yi Qinghan's body began to convulse and twitch, and the blue veins on his face bulged. It was very frightening. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead. His entire body was already drenched in sweat several times. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. I can't. Yi Qinghan felt that he was nearing his limit at this moment. After countless experiments, he was very clear that if his spiritual sense continued to radiate after reaching his limit, he would definitely be forced out of the void again and return to his mind. What welcomed him was more than an hour of pain and suffering. Let's fight. He looked at the woman standing in the air, who was so close, yet seemed so far away. Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. At this time, he didn't muster up his strength and continue to drive his spiritual sense forward. Instead, he began to slowly retreat. As he retreated, the pressure immediately decreased, and his soul felt relaxed. After retreating for 2 meters, he began to crazily drive his spiritual sense forward at a rapid speed. His speed had reached the peak of what he could drive. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Boom. All of a sudden, his mind buzzed. The scene in his mind suddenly changed, and the woman in front of him disappeared. At that moment, he was incomparably furious. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. However, when he was ready to face the heart-wrenching pain and suffering again, he suddenly felt that his body began to become incomparably relaxed and comfortable, and his soul became incomparably serene, comfortable, and warm. He was like a long-lost child who threw himself into his mother's arms again. He enjoyed this moment so much that he almost wanted to moan in comfort. At this moment, the strange pattern above his head suddenly lit up with a soft light, which enveloped his body. Then, his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yi Qinghan seemed to feel something and slowly opened his eyes. But what he saw in front of his eyes was not the training room that he was familiar with, but a very strange place. He had come to a magnificent palace? Suddenly, he was a little frightened. Had he been transferred unknowingly? He had suddenly come to this strange place when he didn't have the slightest reaction? How sharp was the perception of a saint-level expert? But he didn't notice it at all. This was a little scary. However, he had always been a very courageous person. Ever since he left the Yi family castle at the age of 15, he had encountered many strange things. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he had suddenly been transported here from the Carefree Pavilion. He thought about it and concluded that no one could have done this except for the Carefree Pavilion's own restrictive spell. Since he had been transported here by the Carefree Pavilion, he should not be in danger. Therefore, he relaxed a little and began to size up this palace, which was even more beautiful than the Carefree Pavilion. This palace was not big, about the size of the main hall of the Carefree Pavilion. The strange thing was that there was no door, and the walls were made of a kind of green stone, which emitted a soft white light, which made people feel very comfortable. The decorations of the palace were very complicated and luxurious. Many of them were things that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. However, it did not make people feel that it was luxurious. Instead, it was very elegant and refreshing. This feeling was very strange and wonderful. Of course, after seeing the Carefree Pavilion, Yi Qinghan was not too shocked by this kind of magnificent palace. What shocked him the most was, there was a jade bed at the top of the palace. There was a translucent white gauze curtain on the bed, and inside the gauze curtain, there was a woman lying on her side. Gulp. The gauze curtain blocked Yi Qinghan's vision, so he could not see the woman's full appearance. However, when Yi Qinghan saw the woman's body for the first time, his eyes suddenly emitted a fiery light. His lower body quickly emitted a nefarious fire and became hard and erect. His throat involuntarily wriggled, and he began to swallow large mouthfuls of saliva. What kind of woman was this? Through the gauze curtain, the first thing that Yi Qinghan saw was a pair of well-proportioned bare feet, white and delicate. Her 10 neatly trimmed toenails were shining with a pink luster, and there was a string of small purple bells on her ankles. Together with her delicate little feet, it formed a unique kind of temptation. Above that was a pair of perfectly curved calves, and 2 snow-white thighs that made people's blood vessels surge and emitted a faint luster. Just this pair of legs alone was enough to seize the spiritual energy and fortune between heaven and earth. One could imagine that a person with such a pair of beautiful legs was enough to make all the men in the world go crazy. However, above that was a disappointing white gauze, which just happened to cover her mysterious peach blossom garden. However, it did not completely cover it, and revealed a small tuft of green grass, as well as a small slender waist that was outlined by a simple red string. The small red string had a thread at the waist, and this thread just happened to extend downwards, through the green grassland, and into the white gauze, causing people to have endless fantasies, fantasizing about where this little red string would eventually extend to. Her upper body was still covered by the light gauze, but it only covered the 2 snow-white and smooth towering peaks. The other half that was exposed was also emitting an alluring luster, causing people to be unable to help but want to take a bite. On her slender swan-like neck was a flawless face. Her facial features were exquisite to the extreme, and under her long and curly eyelashes was a pair of slightly closed eyes with a touch of gorgeous purple eyeshadow. The corner of her bright and clean mouth was slightly curved, but it made her entire face full of charm. Frankly speaking, this woman's face could only share the limelight with Yu Qingcheng. Her figure could be compared to Yi Qingwu, and her skin was like Yi Qingyu, but her temperament was far superior to the 3 of them. This woman's entire body was releasing a temperament that could incite the beastly desire in the depths of men's hearts, charm, an incomparably charming temperament. This was a woman who could make any man's heart beat, a woman who could make any man release the desire in the depths of his heart for a woman who could not help but ruthlessly ck her. Do you want me? At this moment, a faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded in the palace. This voice was languid and profound, but it was incomparably charming. It almost made Yi Qinghan, who was almost unable to control himself, directly spurt out. Chapter 428. Do you want me? In this situation, any capable man would not hesitate to say yes. But in this situation, anyone with a brain would either say no, or shyly pretend to say no. Imagine you were suddenly transported to a strange place, and then you saw a peerless beauty, who invited you to have a hand-to-hand fight with her for no reason. It was a friendly match. In such a situation, perhaps many people would be vigilant at the first moment. Was this person a demon or a ghost? What was her purpose? Was she the legendary fox demon who specialized in sucking the essence of men? There must be a demon if there was nothing unusual. Those who foolishly rushed up were fools who were blinded by lust. Obviously, those who could be transported to this palace and enjoy such treatment were not fools. I do want you very much. Yi Qinghan was obviously not a fool to be able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age, but he suddenly said something very stupid. He was very frank about the desire hidden in his heart. Giggle. Yi Qinghan's words made the woman chuckle. As she laughed, her body twisted. The waves on her chest rippled, and 2 pink spots could be faintly seen. The red string on her small waist also rippled, twisting like a small snake on the green grass. The 2 strings of purple bells on her delicate ankles made a pleasant sound, and together with her lazy voice, it made her even more charming. After chuckling, the woman stretched out a lotus root-like hand and held her chin. A pair of limpid eyes stared at Yi Qinghan, as if she could see through his whole body. Her delicate red lips slightly opened and closed, and she said softly, "Little man, why do you want me? Why do you dare to want me?" The moment the woman looked at him, Yi Qinghan felt that he was naked at this moment. His whole body was exposed in the palace, and there was no secret to speak of. He was secretly shocked. He no longer looked at the woman's enchanting body, but stared at her limpid eyes without showing any weakness. He smiled and said, "You are very beautiful, so beautiful that it can move people's hearts. That's why I want you. I dare to want you because you said that as long as I see you clearly, I can have you." Giggle. The woman chuckled again, causing a series of bells to ring. The atmosphere in the palace became more and more charming, and the fire in Yi Qinghan's heart became more vigorous. Suddenly, she stopped smiling and stretched out her other hand to lift the veil. Her pair of limpid eyes were like silk, and a pink tongue suddenly stretched out from her delicate red lips. She gently licked them, and the jade-like hand that stretched out from the veil hooked her finger towards Yi Qinghan. The corner of her mouth curved into an alluring arc, and she lightly laughed, "Little man, since you want it, then come. I like little men." Gulp. Yi Qinghan gulped. He deeply looked at the woman and then made a strange movement. His eyebrows drooped down, and he pressed down the remaining part of his robe that was bulging up. Then he waved his hand and decisively said, "I won't come. Even if you beat me to death, I won't go." Yi Qinghan's strange actions caused the woman on the jade bed to be startled. A brilliant light flashed in her eyes. She drew back her jade-like hand and asked in a puzzled voice, "Why is that? Don't you want me?" "If you absolutely want me, then you are destined to be my woman." Yi Qinghan didn't look up, but firmly replied. He took a deep breath and began to stabilize his mind. Then he flicked his sleeves and lightly said, "That's enough, woman. Don't play this game. Tell me the rules of the game. That old soul emperor is always like this, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of sincerity. I won't fall for it." Ha! Yi Qinghan's inexplicable words actually caused the woman to laugh. She looked at Yi Qinghan with eyes full of praise. A moment later, her complexion changed and her temperament changed, becoming that of a pure and noble saintess. Her tone was no longer as seductive as before, but very warm and gentle as she said, "Little man, your wisdom has left me with a whole new level of respect. Congratulations on passing the second trial. I'm curious, how did you discover it?" "Ha, it's very simple. It's because I broke through the checkpoint of Fallen God Mountain that the Soul Emperor set up in the Flame Dragon continent and obtained Carefree Pavilion." Yi Qinghan's eyebrows arched up in surprise. He was a bit puzzled. Why didn't this woman know that he had obtained Carefree Pavilion? But he still directly answered her question. At Fallen God Mountain, he had been tossed and turned around by the Soul Emperor. The realm of hallucination had tested his character, the Puppet Mountain range had tested his potential and perception, and finally in the third trial, the Gate of Destiny, he had nearly been played to death. In truth, when this woman sent him a message saying that as long as he could see her clearly, he could obtain her and a great lucky chance, Yi Qinghan already suspected that this was another trap set up by the Soul Emperor. Now that this woman was tempting him in every possible way, he was even more certain of this. Luckily, he had experienced many romantic traps in the realm of hallucination and also had 3 peerless beauties as his wives. Thus, his resistance towards beautiful women was extremely strong. Moreover, after Yi Ruoshui's death, he had gone into seclusion for 3 years, causing his mind to become extremely tenacious, thus he hadn't fallen for her trap. Seeing that his answer didn't completely dispel the woman's doubts, Yi Qinghan was puzzled. He asked, "What is it? Isn't your palace located in Carefree Pavilion? You don't know of Carefree Pavilion?" "Of course I know of Carefree Pavilion. It is one of the 12 divine pavilions that Master refined in the past. It is also a famous spatial divine tool in the God realm. The master of this place is called the Illusory Palace. Not all 12 divine pavilions can enter. In order to enter, there must be 2 conditions, and you have fulfilled these 2 conditions." As the woman spoke, she waved her jade-like hand and covered her entire body with a light veil. This caused Yi Qinghan to feel slightly regretful. However, this woman's words startled him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "One of the conditions must be to endure that year of inhuman suffering, right? Master said that only by enduring the most bitter of sufferings can one become a human being. In the past, he also endured all the sufferings of the world before finally becoming the #1 God Emperor. And the second condition is that you must possess the 3 accessories of the Soul Emperor: the soul ring on your finger, a divine sword, and a set of battle armor." After the woman finished speaking, she smiled. However, this time, there was no seductiveness in her smile. Instead, she seemed incomparably pure and holy, making people not dare to violate or have the slightest bit of blasphemy. "Hee, little man, you are very good. In fact, 1,000 years ago, there was someone who almost entered here, but in the end, he couldn't help but go crazy. I admire your perseverance and ability to endure pain. Of course, your luck is also a bit better. You have the soul ring, although it is already damaged. Without the soul ring, it was indeed very difficult for me to endure." As Yi Qinghan recalled the painful experience of this year, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Without the soul ring, he must have already given up. After a moment, he suddenly smiled evilly. According to the rules of the game that the Soul Emperor had set at Fallen God Mountain, the more you put in, the more you would obtain. I wonder what kind of generous rewards will there be this time? Divine tool? Or perhaps this mysterious woman? Well, beauty, let's talk nonsense later, shall we? You said that if I see you clearly, I will obtain you and a great lucky chance. Do you want to exchange for it? Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and looked at the woman with some embarrassment. Although there was a bashful smile on his face, the fire in his eyes was very obvious. "Hee, little man. Don't be impatient." As soon as the woman saw Yi Qinghan's expression, she smiled. Her expression inadvertently restored its incomparably seductive appearance, causing Yi Qinghan's heartbeat to accelerate. The woman lightly covered her delicate lips and softly said, "First, let me introduce myself. I am Yao Ji, one of Master's dancing bewitching concubines. Also, you are wrong. The message I am sending you is, it is possible to obtain me. Of course, as for whether or not you can obtain me in the end, that will depend on your efforts. As for the great lucky chance, I can gift it to you, but whether or not you can grasp it depends on yourself. Little man, work hard, Yao Ji is waiting for your favor." Chapter 429. Great opportunity? I can give it to you now? Yi Qinghan's heart immediately surged like a storm on a calm sea surface. The so-called opportunity was definitely not some kind of treasure or artifact, and Yi Qinghan did not need it now. Since the enchantress was talking about a great opportunity, it must be an opportunity to double his strength. What he needed the most now was to improve his own strength, such as becoming a god. "Enchantress, what is that? I don't know if this great opportunity can make me a god?" Yi Qinghan took 2 deep breaths again and calmed himself down. However, he could not help but curl his lips and ask, "Hee, little man, you are anxious again. Sometimes, men should not be anxious. If you are too anxious, you will not be able to taste the most wonderful taste." The enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan, who was very excited but desperately trying to suppress it. She covered her mouth and teased him. The purple eyeshadow in her eyes flashed, and her every move caused her breasts to sway and the little red string on her slender waist to sway. Coupled with her flirtatious words, the palace began to ripple with a charming atmosphere, and the air became sticky. "All right, Enchantress, you win. I'm afraid of you. Let's stop playing, okay?" Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning. He felt that even the air he exhaled was scorching hot. His penis, which had just calmed down, began to stir again. He lowered his head helplessly, cupped his hands, and begged for mercy. He did not dare to look at the enchantress anymore. He was afraid that if he continued like this, he would be burned to death by the fire of desire. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had another definition of pain in his heart. The most painful thing in the world was to have a peerless, naked enchantress in front of you. You wanted to do it and you dared to do it, but you could not. Hee, little man, at least you know what's good for you. I won't tease you anymore. As for this great opportunity, I'll introduce you to the Dream Palace first. When the enchantress saw Yi Qinghan like this, she laughed even more cheerfully. After a while, she felt that she had enough fun, so she began to talk about business. Her expression also returned to its incomparably pure and holy look. She glanced at the palace, and a trace of intoxication flashed in her eyes. She said, "This illusory palace is actually a spatial divine tool, a divine tool that countless people in the divine world have coveted for a long time. It is also the famous work that Master used to establish his status as the supreme refiner. This is the #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm." Supreme refiner? The #1 treasure? Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. This supreme refiner sounded very awesome, didn't it? Was the Soul Emperor becoming the God Emperor related to his status as the sovereign of refining? And this palace was actually a spatial divine tool like the unfettered pavilion? And it was the #1 treasure below God Emperor? If he could obtain this illusory palace, wouldn't he be rich? Thus, he said somewhat excitedly, "Enchantress, now that I've entered the illusory palace, does that mean that I have the chance to obtain this spatial divine tool?" Yi Qinghan thought that since he could enter this place and had already passed through 2 stages, if he continued to pass through the stages that the Soul Emperor had set up, wouldn't it be the same as obtaining unfettered pavilion at Fallen God Mountain? Hee, little man, your ambition is so great. I can tell you clearly, don't even think about it. The enchantress shook her head slightly and rolled her eyes. She said, "The reason you were transmitted here is because you fulfilled one of the 2 conditions to enter this place. And Master only set this opportunity once, which is before the illusory palace appears. Besides you, no one else can enter this place. Moreover, you can only stay in this illusory palace for 10 years. After 10 years, you will be automatically transmitted out. Of course, if you have great luck in the future and obtain this spatial divine tool, you can enter and exit the illusory palace at any time." 10 years? That long? Yi Qinghan was a little confused after the enchantress had said so much. But when he heard that he had to stay here for 10 years, he became a little anxious. If he didn't obtain anything from this place, then that would be a great loss. At least in Unfettered Pavilion, there was a painting of a beach in the rain that he could comprehend. Moreover, there hadn't been any news from him for 10 years. Who knew how anxious Yi Qingyu and the others would be? You still think it's too long? The enchantress was slightly startled when she heard this. Then, she said with some dissatisfaction, "Little man, do you know how many people in the God realm want to stay with you for a year, or even a month? In the past, someone gave a treasure that could be exchanged for a city to Master, and Master only allowed that person to stay for a year. You're just a lucky brat, and you actually think it's too long?" Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. Of course, he knew that the city that the enchantress mentioned was definitely not a city in the Flame Dragon continent. Elder Lu had said that a city in the God realm was comparable to the Flame Dragon continent. The Flame Dragon continent could only be exchanged for a year's time. Was this dream palace really that impressive? He blinked and asked, "What's so special about this palace? Why do even God realm experts want to come in?" "Hee, the #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm. Isn't it an undeserved reputation?" Seeing that her words had finally subdued this silly boy, the enchantress was a little pleased with herself. However, she inadvertently revealed the demeanor of a little girl, which shocked Yi Qinghan again. After a slight pause, she said again, after a slight pause, she continued, "The Dream Palace has 3 ordinary functions. First, cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. Second, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth here is more than double that of the outside world. Of course, God Emperor experts are excluded. Third, the Dream Palace can simulate any battle between experts below the God Emperor realm. Martial artists can comprehend laws or attack by watching the battle. As for the more advanced functions, only the master of the Dream Palace is qualified to know." This time, Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. His eyes widened and he looked around in disbelief. His palms started to sweat, and his heart was in turmoil. The 3 most ordinary functions? Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. It should be known that cultivating in the Carefree Pavilion was equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 10 years because of the divine spiritual aura. Wouldn't cultivating here for a year be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon plane for 50 years? And he had 10 years. Wouldn't that be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 500 years? 500 years. To Yi Qinghan, who had only cultivated for 10 years, it was a very long time. Most importantly, the speed of comprehending the laws here was actually double. The speed of comprehending the laws could also be doubled. As for the third function, Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Simulating any martial artist's battle didn't seem to be very useful, right? Could one comprehend the laws of heaven and earth from other people's battles? Even if they were occasionally triggered, it didn't seem to be very useful. But just the first two functions were already very shocking. Moreover, there seemed to be more advanced functions. The speed of comprehending the laws can also be doubled. Also, battles between experts don't seem to be very beneficial, right? For example, if I were to watch a battle between God-King experts, with their speed, I wouldn't be able to see their attacks clearly. Even if I were to see 100 battles, what use would it be? After a while, Yi Qinghan voiced out the doubts in his heart. Chapter 430. I won't explain the comprehension speed of the laws. Of course, you wouldn't understand even if I did. But I can tell you that it's absolutely true. And the third point is that you wouldn't be able to comprehend anything if you fought outside, but here, it's extremely beneficial. Because this place slows down the speed of both parties' battles. You can clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth that they use, as well as their attacks. I can honestly tell you that those who have watched the battles in this palace have more or less comprehended something. Some people even broke through from the first-tier Sky God realm to the Divine General realm in a year. The Yao Ji said proudly. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Qinghan with an amused expression. You said that you want to watch 100 battles? Hee, are you daydreaming? I can tell you clearly that the great opportunity I'm giving you is just one battle. All he had to do was watch a battle and then cultivate here for 10 years, not a single battle more than that. Of course, you can choose to reject it. I can teleport you back now. Go back? Oh no. I'm not a fool. Yi Qinghan hurriedly waved his hands. Although there were many things he didn't understand, the information revealed by the Yao Ji was enough to shock him. Breaking through from the first-tier Sky God realm to the Divine General realm? Although he didn't know how to cultivate from the Sky God realm to the Divine General realm, it was already so difficult to cultivate to the Divine General realm. However, cultivating to the Heavenly God realm was already so difficult. Out of the millions of martial artists in the Fire Dragon continent, how many could become a god? Moreover, Elder Lu had been stuck in the Sky God realm for thousands of years and still hadn't stepped into the Divine General realm. Yet, someone had broken through in a year? How magical was this? No wonder countless people in the divine world wanted to come here. No wonder one could only stay here for a year if they had to exchange for a city's worth of treasures. Now he had 10 years. It was like a beggar suddenly being hit by a gold ingot that fell from the sky. If he still wanted to go back now, he would really be a fool. I forgot to tell you something. If you have a big breakthrough in these 10 years, I'll give you a reward. When the enchantress saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were constantly flashing with a strange light, she knew that he understood the magic of the Dream Palace. She revealed a charming smile and mischievously winked at Yi Qinghan. What reward? For example, to obtain your body? Yi Qinghan secretly muttered a few times, "Vixen, vixen." Not to be outdone, he flirted back. Hee, little man, if you can get the illusory palace in the future, the enchantress will be your slave. I guarantee that you will feel like dying every day and enjoy the wonderful taste that all the men in the divine realm want to enjoy. Now, I will also give you a chance. If you have a big breakthrough in your cultivation within 10 years, I will let you enjoy the unique and wonderful body of our enchantress clan in the divine realm. So, work hard, little man. I look forward to your favor. As Yao Ji spoke, her body began to wriggle unconsciously. The movement of her waist and body seemed to contain a mysterious rhythm, causing Yi Qinghan to be unable to not be shaken by her every movement. Especially that little red string, it simply made one have the urge to vomit blood. The moment the enchantress twisted her body, Yi Qinghan felt as if everything around him had disappeared, leaving behind an indescribably beautiful body that could melt one's soul with a single glance. However, the Yaoji clan chuckled and stopped wriggling. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start and felt embarrassed. There was something sticky in his nose. Fortunately, it didn't flow out. He cursed inwardly. The Yaoji clan? You're indeed a Yaoji clan, a Yaoji clan. What do you mean by the breakthrough? Yi Qinghan recalled the battle with the Yaoji clan in his mind and suddenly thought of a problem. He was tricked by her previously. This time, he had to implement the benefits and make the conditions clear so that he wouldn't end up empty-handed again. Hee, you've become smarter, little man. You're at the first tier of the saint level now. How about this? You can cultivate to the second tier of the heavenly god level and I'll fulfill your wish. Of course, I'm talking about the comprehension of the laws. The Yaoji squinted her eyes and formed a crescent shape. Coupled with her languid aura, she looked like a little kitten. Second tier of the heavenly god level. You're ruthless. Yi Qinghan looked at the Yaoji clan who had suddenly turned into a cute girl and groaned inwardly. Becoming a god was still a distant dream, and she actually wanted to ask for the second tier of the heavenly god level? Yi Qinghan snorted heavily and pretended to be angry. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let you have a taste of our Yi family's invincible overlord spear. Hee, the Yaoji clan is looking forward to it. You go ahead and cultivate. I'm tired and will take a nap. You can call me when you decide to watch the battle between experts. But let me give you a word of advice. Don't even think of sneaking into my bed. Don't blame me if you suffer and cry. The Yaoji clan caressed her glossy black hair flirtatiously and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Then she turned around and left, leaving behind an incomparably curvy back view. She actually ignored Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was completely at his wits' end with this demonic-like woman. He swept a few glances at her back, which was not completely covered by the light veil. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he turned around and sat cross-legged. He began to digest the shocking secret revealed by the Yaoji clan's words. He had endured inhuman pain for a year in exchange for a great opportunity. Although this demonic-like woman had tricked him and he couldn't personally enjoy her wonderful taste, it was worth it to be able to take a few glances at her and feel her charm. He knew he had hit the jackpot. To be able to cultivate in this place for 10 years and watch a battle between experts was indeed a great opportunity. Of course, whether or not he could grasp it and break through would depend on his luck. His mind spun quickly and he began to force himself not to think about that peerless thing behind him. What he needed to do now was to calm down and calm his mind. Only then would he be able to think clearly about more things and grasp this great opportunity. It was just that a man and a woman were alone in the same room. Moreover, it was a naked, peerless, demonic-like woman. Moreover, he had felt her peerless charm for a long time. Even a monk would have ripples of lust. Her coquettish voice was still echoing in his ears. His mind was trying its best not to think about her alluring body. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the more it bounced back. His mind was filled with that twisting body and that swaying red string. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to turn around and look. The evil fire in his body was getting more and more vigorous. His body was getting hotter and hotter, and his mood was getting more and more restless. Calm down, calm down. Yi Qinghan, if this goes on, you will be finished. Have you forgotten about Yi Ruoshui's self-detonation? Have you forgotten about all the sufferings you have suffered for so many years? Have you forgotten about Yu Qingqing and the others? Have you forgotten about that perverted Baldy? Yi Qinghan began to constantly question himself in his heart. He constantly reminded himself and began to think about the rainy night when his mother died from illness in the Yi family castle. The smear of red on the white wall of his small courtyard, the white hair of Yi Qingyu, and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city. Slowly, his mood gradually calmed down. He began to expel all distracting thoughts and sat cross-legged to cultivate. After a moment, his mind became empty and he had completely entered a meditative state. The demoness who was lying on the white jade bed let out a nasal sound in surprise. Then she opened her beautiful eyes and a trace of splendor flashed through them. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile of admiration. Then she closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Chapter 431. Cultivation knew no time. Yi Qinghan cultivated for a month straight away. The more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. This was because he discovered that as long as he ran his battle qi, the qi of heaven and earth around him would surge towards him like a surging tide. The qi of heaven and earth was so dense that it was like liquid battle qi. His dantian would be filled up in an instant. This speed was even faster than when he digested the energy from the battle beast space on the Netherworld Island. This energy was even purer than the energy from the dragon crystal. It was easily converted into solid battle qi and absorbed by the rapidly rotating core in his dantian. The core in his dantian had become the size of a soybean and was emitting a dark golden glow. After entering the Saint tier, the core no longer shrunk. Instead, it began to change color. It was gold at first, then black, and finally pure white. It had reached the pinnacle of the Saint tier. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to use the battle qi to stabilize his mental state. However, the speed of his cultivation was so fast that he decided to cultivate his battle qi to the second tier of the Saint realm first. He continued to convert and absorb the energy that was surging into his dantian. When he saw that the core in his dantian had turned completely black, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. Breaking through to the second tier of the Saint realm in a month was a shocking speed. Although Yi Qinghan had only reached the first tier of the Saint realm, this was still a rocket-like speed. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and fell into deep thought. After a while, he did not wake the Yaoji up. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of space. He had seen the speed of battle qi cultivation. Now, he wanted to see if the speed of understanding the laws in here was really as the Yaoji had said. Was it really twice as fast as outside? The beautiful dream palace returned to its peaceful state. Although there was a man and a woman inside, they did not intend to disturb each other. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the carefree pavilion, Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep. However, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu opened their eyes at the same time. The moment they opened their eyes, a strange light flashed across their eyes. Elder Lu also sensed the condition of the two and opened his eyes. I feel like I've been cultivating for half a year after absorbing a tiny bit of the medicinal energy. My body feels a little different, but my cultivation level hasn't increased at all. What's going on, Grandpa Lu? After Yi Qingyu woke up, he started to check his own strength, but found that there was no increase at all, only a small increase in his divine power. Staying in the unfettered pavilion meant that he was constantly absorbing the deity energy in the divine pavilion. In other words, this seemingly powerful medial-grade god pill seemed to be completely useless? Yeah, me too. But I feel like my soul has become even more tranquil. This feeling is very good. Yu Qingqing said after pondering for a bit. After half a year of cultivation, she seemed to have become even more ethereal. Her every frown and every smile inadvertently released a hint of holiness. I don't know the specifics either, but the energy and miraculousness of Zhongping Dan is definitely beyond your imagination. In the future, you will slowly feel the changes. At the very least, little Qingqing, even if you can't become a god, your lifespan will definitely be 1,000 years. Elder Lu stroked his beard and said with a smile, 1,000 years? Both of them were shocked. It should be known that the lifespan of an ordinary person in the continent was only close to 100 years. Even a martial sage could only live up to 200 years. Now, they could live up to 1,000 years after absorbing a tiny bit of the medicinal energy? Then, what kind of changes would happen to Xiaohei after he completely absorbed the divine elixir? Xiaohei? He will definitely complete his evolution within a few years, reach maturity, and become a real divine beast. Elder Lu chuckled and said confidently when he saw the two of them looking at Xiaohei in shock. Hee, if Xiaohei becomes a divine beast, will he be able to talk like that? Lord Jiu? Also, will he be very powerful? Yi Qingyu's eyes narrowed into slits when she heard that. She liked Xiao He very much when he was summoned. It would be even more fun if he could talk. Talk? Of course he can. Once a divine beast enters the god tier, it will be able to talk. Furthermore, according to the level of a divine beast, he can also transform. Lord Jiu will only need one more breakthrough before he can transform into a human. However, Xiao He is a very abnormal divine beast. It will take a long time for him to transform. Elder Lu seemed to be very familiar with Xiao He. His tone was filled with love. He lowered his head to look at Xiao He, who was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, his face was filled with fervor and respect. As for whether he will be powerful after he becomes a divine beast, I am not sure. After all, he is not an independent soul-devouring beast. He has become your brother's battle beast. However, there is one thing I am sure of. If he can awaken the innate ability of the soul-devouring beast, other than the Master God and Lord Devour, no other God-tier expert will be his match. He can even kill him easily. Including me. What? The two of them were completely shocked. Once he entered the God tier, he could kill any God tier expert with his innate ability? From what Elder Lu said, even if the Master God did not have the Lord's will, he could still kill him easily. He could even kill Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the heavenly God realm. What kind of innate ability was this? How could it be so abnormal? It is still too early to talk about this. Let's wait for Xiao He to awaken his innate ability first. Elder Lu seemed unwilling to talk about Xiao He. He did not explain further and said, "Let's go to Purple Island. Let Xiao He refine this elixir." With the help of battle qi, Yi Qinghan finally stabilized his mental state. At this moment, his heart was calm as he immersed himself in cultivation. He knew that battle qi was insignificant after a martial artist reached the Emperor realm. A second-level Emperor realm martial artist who had comprehended the natural laws and created a powerful attack could easily defeat a peak Emperor realm martial artist. Thus, he stopped cultivating his battle qi and focused on comprehending the natural laws. He began to recall all the mysteries of heaven and earth. He began to recall the rainbow light and the terrifying purple lightning that had helped Yu Shishui become a god. He began to recall Lord Devour's giant hand outside Song City. He began to recall the painting of the beach in the rain. Slowly, in his mind, the sea that was calm at times and surging at times, the gentle breeze that blew at times, the raindrops that fell at times and stopped at times, and the sand pit that opened up and returned to its original state once again. As he was thinking, he suddenly opened his eyes. Then his pupils dilated rapidly. His face was filled with astonishment and shock. It seemed like a year and a half ago, he had looked at the painting of the beach in the rain. Other than that time when he could see and feel the painting clearly, he had no memory of the painting of the beach no matter how he thought about it after he was forced out of the painting. What happened now? Something was not right. It seemed like what he had seen before was a blurry scene. Why had it become so much clearer now? This place was too strange. It was too magical. Yi Qinghan did not dare to think too much. He was afraid that the memories in his mind would be erased. He immediately calmed his mind and tried to comprehend it again. As he tried to recall, a clear painting of the beach in the rain appeared in his mind. The sea surged and suddenly stopped. The wind blew and suddenly stopped. The rain fell and then disappeared. The sand pit opened and returned to its original state. Boom! Yi Qinghan looked at the incomparably clear painting in front of him. He looked at everything that had suddenly stopped. His mind suddenly sensed something. It was like a flash of lightning in the pitch-black night sky, flashing across the sky and illuminating the night. Stop. Space stop. Space stop. I understand now. Abruptly, Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with surprise and joy. His wanton laughter reverberated in the dream palace for a long time. You're so annoying. If you understand, then you understand. Is there a need to be so excited? You're making me unable to sleep peacefully. The sudden laughter woke the sleeping Yao Ji up. She pouted and muttered to herself before going back to sleep. However, the moment she opened her beautiful eyes, they were filled with admiration and amazement. Chapter 432. This place was truly mystical. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why so many people wanted to stay here for a year or even a month. He had cultivated for a month, and his battle aura cultivation had increased greatly. Now, after comprehending for half a day, he had already comprehended one of the three major mysteries of space, the mystery of spatial stillness. Although he was only at the entry level and had only touched the door of the mystery, everything was difficult at the beginning. One was not afraid of the difficult path, but of not being able to find the path. Since he had already entered the entry level, all that was left was to continue deducing and verifying. Mastering the mystery of spatial stillness was a sure thing. Without wasting any more time, Yi Qinghan began to wholeheartedly deduce and verify. Every second in this place was incomparably precious. Inside the carefree pavilion, Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep, while Yi Qingwu had been refining the divine crystal. From the looks of it, she would not come out until she reached the Saint Realm. The Purple Island was very quiet. Elder Lu had brought Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingsheng to settle down on the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu had stepped into the god tier, but her progress was already very slow. The mysteries within the divine crystal were like the sea, while she had only comprehended a large river. Comprehending the god tier mysteries was the most important thing, so she did not enter the carefree pavilion to cultivate her divine power. Instead, she went into seclusion on the Purple Island. Other than playing the zither, Yu Qingsheng would stroll around the small valley by herself, feeling nature and the mystical rhythm of heaven and earth. Strangely, her position on the Purple Island had already surpassed Xiaohei's. The demonic beasts of the Purple Island regarded Xiaohei as a divine beast. However, they regarded Yu Qingsheng with affection. Every day, when she played the zither, almost all the high-level demonic beasts on the island would gather in the small valley and then slowly disperse. When they met Yu Qingsheng outside, they would also call out to her intimately to express their respect for her. The Fire Dragon continent was very quiet during this period. Other than some minor disturbances in the southeast of the demon race and the southwest of the House of Aries, there were no other major incidents. The Burning God Guards did not hesitate to expose a large number of soul slaves in the hidden city. They were constantly secretly capturing good-looking young men and women in two places. Although the House of Aries and the Demon God Estate had a large population, the disappearance of hundreds of people every few days still caused a commotion. In the beginning, this matter attracted the attention of Dragon City and Celestial Demon City. They sent a large number of experts to investigate, but once they investigated, it was easy to figure out the truth. However, not only did the House of Aries and the Demon God Estate not dare to cause trouble, they even took the initiative to help the Divine City suppress the matter. The Divine Lord Butcher had attacked the Yi family in the Hidden City without any scruples. Moreover, he had attacked Lord Devour's family. In the end, Yi Qinghan went missing, Yi Ruoshui self-destructed, and now she was brazenly trapping Tsang City. All the deity-level experts in the continent were scared out of their wits. They were worried that once they infuriated the deranged Divine Master, the First World Annihilation War would repeat itself. Although Dragon City and Celestial Demon City were secretly transferring good-looking young men and women, the soul slaves of the Divine City were everywhere. People were still disappearing every day, and the commotion continued. The deity-level experts of the House of Aries and the Demon God Estate were worried that if this continued, the entire House of Aries and the Demon God Estate would be in complete chaos. The people of Tsang City were also worried. The sky of Tsang City was still dark. It had been a few years, but there was still no light. The god-slaying guards had been living in the Tsang City Lord residence for a few years, but no one from the Yi family castle had come out. The sky of Tsang City no longer seemed to belong to the Yi family. However, tonight, a black shadow suddenly floated out of the Yi family castle. This black shadow was so fast that it did not attract the attention of the guards of the Yi family castle. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the streets and alleys of Tsang City. He left in the end. In the small pavilion behind the Yi family castle, Yi Baihu looked at Yi Qingyo, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. He exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with endless disappointment and loneliness. The clan leader is soft-hearted. If it were me, I would have killed this bastard long ago. What's the use of keeping such an ambitious person? Back then, he caused the death of little Yi Dao, and then tried to harm little Han several times. Now, the Yi family is in trouble, and he betrayed us. I'm so angry. The next time I see him, I'll definitely kill this bastard with my own hands. Yi Qingyo stood up with a thump. His eyes were frighteningly bulging, and his tears were cold. He was filled with killing intent as he paced back and forth in the room angrily. Sigh. Yi Jian is also a saint. If he wants to leave, we can't stop him. Alright. Brother Niu, there's no need to be angry over this kind of traitor. Have you had a breakthrough recently? Do you think you have a chance to become a deity? Yi Baihu rubbed his temples. He had aged a lot in the past few years. Obviously, he was tired by the current situation of the Yi family and the trivial matters. Become a deity. After hearing this, Yi Qingyo stopped pacing. Instead, he turned around and looked through the door at the flat ground outside with the gentle moonlight. In fact, the back mountain of the Yi family couldn't even be considered a mountain anymore. The Divine Master's palm strike had almost flattened the back mountain, and the small pavilions were all built later. After a long while, Yi Qingyo let out a long sigh and said weakly, "That dragon became a deity 2 years ago, and the clan leader estimated that he'll become a deity in 5 years. As for me, I don't think there's any hope for me in this lifetime." Yi Baihu's eyes dimmed. He knew very well that at their age, their bodily functions were slowly declining. They were past their peak. Although the saint tier and the divine tier were only 1 tier apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Saint tier cultivators belonged to the mortal tier. They were mortals who couldn't escape the shackles of heaven and earth and the cage of fate. On the other hand, the immortal tier had already changed their fate and obtained the recognition of heaven and earth. Their lifespan alone was 100,000 years, not to mention everything else. I wonder how little Han, little Wu, and the others are doing? Can little Han succeed? Yi Qingyo raised his gaze and looked into the distance through the faint shadow of the mountain. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and anticipation. Little Han. Yi Baihu's dim eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes were filled with anticipation and fervor. He knew very well that although most of the disciples of the Yi family were diligently cultivating, the Yi family wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being exterminated if they were to rely on themselves. So what if Yi Tianlong had become a deity? So what if both of them had become deities? Even if the Yi family castle had many geniuses, so what if a few dozen of them became deities every few decades? Who could defeat Master Divine Butcher? Who could save the Yi family? Yi Qinghan was the only one, because he had a divine beast and a freakish body fusion technique. They didn't know if Yi Qinghan could kill or defeat Master Divine Butcher with Xiao He and his body fusion technique after he became a deity. But apart from him, who else had hope? The Yi family castle was now a cage of death. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu had no other choice but to motivate the disciples of the Yi family to fight and cultivate diligently. If they didn't give them hope, a goal, and something to do, they were afraid that the disciples of the Yi family would either defect or go crazy before Yi Qinghan returned. I hope that little Han can really bring us a miracle. Otherwise, the Yi family will have no other choice but to be exterminated. Yi Baihu stood up and stood side by side with Yi Qingyo as they gazed at the eastern sky. Apart from helplessness, there was also hope in their eyes. The moonlight still shone like water, illuminating the entire land. However, the night in Song City didn't seem to be lacking in its beauty. Chapter 433. Yi Jian floated down the walls of the Yi family's castle and walked forward resolutely. There was no trace of nostalgia or regret in his footsteps. He knew that once he took the step, he would never be able to turn back. Although his surname was still Yi, he would never be a member of the Yi family, including his 3 sons. However, he still stepped forward resolutely. He was only 50 years old and had already cultivated to the sage realm. He was at the peak of his life. He did not want to spend the rest of his life in the damned condemnation cliff. He was used to being high and mighty. He was used to hugging his concubines and drinking morning tea. He was used to living a luxurious life. In front of the enchanted garden, Yi Dao's son had crippled his son and killed Yi Rong. Yi Tianlong was so angry that he imprisoned him in the condemnation cliff for 6 years. He tolerated it. With his stubborn attitude, he coincidentally broke through the sage realm and came out. However, not long after, he came back to this place again. This time, he might be imprisoned for the rest of his life. He was unwilling and extremely angry. However, he did not dare to run away. After all, he had to think for his 3 sons. Then, the Divine Master came and flattened the back mountain of the Yi family with one palm. He almost buried him alive and imprisoned the Yi family's castle. However, he did not run away. He did not know whether Yi Ruoxue was dead or alive. Therefore, he did not dare to run away. 4 years had passed and Yi Ruoxue still did not appear. However, he received a message from the god-slaying guards. Therefore, he did not hesitate and escaped without turning back. The night in Song City was very quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little depressing. The usually bustling streets were now empty. There was not even the sound of barking dogs. Yi Jian did not stop. He walked forward quickly and entered the governor's residence of Song City. The governor's residence was still the original governor's residence. It was still dignified and luxurious. However, he was not the master of this place. Yi Jian felt a little lonely as he looked at the familiar scenery and walked into the main hall of the mansion. There was someone in the main hall, but there was only one. A tall man stood with his hands behind his back facing the door. He seemed to be waiting for Yi Jian's arrival. "Greetings, god-slaying guard." Yi Jian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he bowed and cupped his hands respectfully. "Sit." The god-slaying guard turned his head over with a smile on his face. He pointed to the chair at the side and said indifferently. Although his expression seemed elegant, because of his bulbous nose bridge, which was like a garlic, when he spoke, it gave him an invisible, wild, and domineering aura. "My lord, where are my 3 useless sons? Did I do something stupid?" He actually had to trouble His Excellency to pass a message. "If it's serious, just help me teach him a lesson. There's no need to be polite." Yi Jian did not feel restrained at all and sat down very generously. The god-slaying guard had only sent him a voice transmission. "If you want to know about the situation of his 3 sons, come to the city lord's mansion for a chat." He knew very well that the divine city was using his son to recruit him, so he went straight to the point. Although he was asking about the safety of his 3 sons, his expression did not change in the slightest. His ambitious and ruthless temperament was unmistakable. "Kiki, Brother Yi is too serious. Your 3 young masters are outstanding talents, and the massacre god guards admire them very much. I specially invited them to the divine city as guests and even gave them a big mansion, countless beauties, and elixirs. I value them very much." The god-slaying guard smiled faintly and did not say anything superfluous. He directly threw out an olive branch and said, "Of course, the divine city admires Brother Yi very much. I would like to invite Brother Yi to the divine city as a guest. I wonder if Brother Yi will give me face?" "Kiki, thank you for your kindness, my lords." Yi Jian let out a long laugh and cupped his hands. He had chased after power all his life, so he naturally understood the meaning behind the god-slaying guard's words. The god-slaying guard was clearly saying that his 3 sons were in his hands. If he went to the divine city, his 3 sons would be able to eat well, drink well, and have countless beauties and elixirs. If he did not go, humph, of course, Yi Jian was not forced by the god-slaying guard's secret threats. His expression was still calm as he said slowly, "Yi Jian has actually been longing for the divine city for a long time. I also have a lot of respect for the 4 lords and the divine master. It's just that with the Yi family's current situation, how could Yi Jian just ignore it? Moreover, Yi Jian's strength is slightly low. If he goes to the divine city, I'm afraid he will only make a fool of himself. Thank you for your hospitality." On the surface, Yi Jian's words seemed to be rejecting the god-slaying guard's invitation. However, when the god-slaying guard heard it, his smile became even wider. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his 2 big nostrils flared even more. He could hear the meaning behind Yi Jian's words. Yi Jian had been longing for the divine city for a long time, which meant that he wanted to join the divine city. By mentioning the Yi family situation, it was like being a prostitute and still wanting to maintain a chastity. It meant that he was very loyal and they could use him without worry. His strength was slightly low? Afraid of making a fool of himself? It was obvious that he wanted status and qualifications. Since he had a request, it would be easy. The god-slaying guard muttered to himself, but he did not continue Yi Jian's words. Instead, he brought up another matter. My lords? Brother Yi might not know this, but there are actually only 3 guards in the Divine City now. The god-slaying guard died in an accident some time ago. After that, the god-slaying guard chose a person, but the Divine Master was not very satisfied. Because of this, the 3 of us are very troubled. I wonder, Brother Yi, do you have a good candidate in mind? You only need to be a martial sage, but you must have a heart of respect for the Divine City's Divine Master. You must be someone who dares to fight. The god-slaying guard's soul actually passed away? When Yi Jian heard this, his expression changed. Of course, it was not because of the god-slaying guard's death, but because of the Divine City's generosity. The Divine City was actually prepared to let him inherit the position of the god-slaying guard? One should know that for thousands of years, there were countless martial sages in the Divine City. However, on the surface, there were only 4 guards of the Divine City. Although the god-slaying guard was ranked last, his position was still incomparable to Gao Song. Even before he became a god, Gao Song would have to bow to him. Now, although he was not sure what the Divine City's motive was, Yi Jian was prepared to seize this opportunity. His expression became calm again and he said with a hint of sorrow, Lord God-slaying guard, Yi Jian was fortunate enough to see his heroic bearing once. I did not expect him to be a hero of his generation. Sigh, this is so heart-wrenching. As for the people that you mentioned, I know a few of them. I can recommend them to you. These few people dare to fight and they are also very respectful of the Divine City. However, I do not know how to express their loyalty to the Divine City. Fox. The god-slaying guard cursed in his heart. He had thrown out such a huge bait and Yi Jian was obviously very tempted. However, he was still so careful. He did not want to waste time and said directly, the Divine Master values the 4 guards of the Divine City very much. Brother Yi, I believe you know that the 4 guards of the Divine City represent the Divine City. Not only do they have to manage the Divine City, but they also have to bring the Divine Master to patrol the world. Therefore, the Divine Master has stipulated that the god-slaying guards must plant a soul seed to express their loyalty. Soul seed? I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. Yi Jian's expression changed slightly. As expected, he did not guess wrongly. The Divine City indeed had a backup plan. He couldn't help but hesitate. After all, after planting the soul seed, he would be a soul slave for life, even though he would be a soul slave of a higher level. Brother Yi, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking. According to the rules set by the Divine Master, if you don't take up this position, you can remove the soul seed and obtain the position of an honorary elder of the Divine City. If the person that Brother Yi recommended doesn't want to take up this position, I can guarantee that he will be able to live in seclusion. His descendants will also be able to enjoy endless glory and splendor. The god-slaying guard looked at Yi Jian's gloomy eyes and gave him another dose of strong medicine. With such generous conditions, I think no one would reject it. I wonder if I have fulfilled the conditions of the Divine Master? Yi Jian thought for a moment and finally made up his mind. The current conditions had already far exceeded his requirements. Moreover, the moment he stepped out of the Yi family fort, he had already cut off his path of retreat. If he didn't know how to take advantage of the situation, he would really be a fool. The god-slaying guard laughed and stood up. He extended his hand to Yi Jian and said, of course, Brother Yi. Welcome to the Divine City. In the future, you will be the new god-slaying guard. I'm very honored. Yi Jian also stood up and held the god-slaying guard's hand. However, his eyes were drifting outside, towards the Yi family fort. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 434. Ever since the Divine Master slapped the island a few years ago, it had been very peaceful. Moreover, because of the Divine Master's slap, tens of thousands of people died. He even ordered the island to participate in the prefecture battle. Countless people on the island began to feel that life was very fragile. They felt that they should enjoy every day. Therefore, the hidden island became even more chaotic. In the corners of the streets, on the beach, in the bushes, everywhere else, men could be seen twisting their bodies and women's moans could be heard. However, in the past few days, a major event happened on the hidden island. A major event that shocked the entire hidden island. The little princess of the hidden island, who was below tens of thousands of people, was slapped by the boorish man from the Yi family. He no longer messed around with innocent girls, and instead he directly disappeared. Just a few days ago, the emperor outside the hidden city sent news that their little princess, who had been in seclusion for 4 years, finally came out. Her realm had reached the Sage Realm. This news shocked the entire hidden island. Many people even forgot about the women under them when they heard this news. They directly pulled out the dragon root and began to cheer and celebrate on the street naked. In 4 years, their little princess broke through from the second level of the Emperor realm to the Sage realm. How terrifying was this cultivation speed? Moreover, their little princess was not even 25 years old. Reaching the Sage realm at 24 years old could be said to have broken the historical record. Of course, although they heard that the boorish man who slapped the little princess was also at the Sage realm and seemed very young, they naturally excluded him. They began to cheer for the peerless genius that appeared on the hidden island. Countless people decided to barren for a year to celebrate the birth of a peerless genius on their hidden island. Island Lord, don't you want to see Ling? After Invakil received the news, he immediately rushed to the beach and told the Island Lord the news. However, he found that the Island Lord was still holding the fishing rod and continuing to fish. Thus, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's there to see? Didn't she mess around for so many years? She has already broken through the Sage realm. Isn't this your fault?" The Island Lord said without turning his head. Then he said with slight anger, "If you accepted her back then, maybe the position of the #1 genius in the history of the Flame Dragon clan wouldn't have been given to that kid from the Yi family. However, it's all thanks to the Yi family kid slap. Otherwise, Ling would still be messing around." This. Invakil has watched her grow up and has always treated her as a younger sister. About that, it's not easy to make a move if we're too familiar with each other. Invakil said awkwardly with a slightly flushed face after being reprimanded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Island Master, you said that if Linga were to cultivate seriously, she could even surpass Yi Qinghan?" Yi Qinghan broke through to the martial saint level at the age of 21. His talent is too terrifying. It has nothing to do with talent. Have you forgotten how I picked up Ling 20 years ago? The Island Lord turned her head to look at Invakil, but her hand was still holding the fishing rod, without the slightest tremble. 20 years ago? Didn't you fish Ling back? Invakil asked with some doubt. The Hidden Island's Island Lord turned his head again and glared at him, angrily scolding, "Idiot, is there anyone within 100 miles of here? A baby can float 100 miles in the sea?" Yeah. Invakil slapped his forehead and looked even more embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and continued to ask, "If it didn't come from the sea, could it have fallen from the sky?" "You are asking too many questions." The Hidden Island's Island Lord gave him a meaningful look and turned her head to continue looking at the floats in the sea. Could it really be? Seeing the Hidden Island's Island Lord's eyes, Invakil was suddenly shocked and immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The Hidden Island's Island Lord's meaning was very clear. Ling had actually fallen from the sky. It was very obvious. Of course, no pregnant woman would go to the sky to give birth, so the only explanation was, after a long time, Invakil's mood calmed down, but he looked at the island in the east and said with some worry, "Ling has become so crazy in cultivating because of Yi Qinghan. If she continues to cultivate at this speed, I'm afraid that Yi Qinghan will be in trouble." That's their problem. Originally, before Yi Qinghan appeared, I had always placed my hopes on Ling. I hope that she can walk out of this dead well one day. Now it's even better. If any one of them can succeed, the Fire Dragon continent will be saved. However, I don't know if we can wait for that day. After the Hidden Island Lord finished speaking, he went completely silent. Invakil also secretly sighed and went completely silent. Time passed quietly in the Hidden City's men's heavy breathing and women's moans. The purple flower on the purple island had bloomed 3 times and withered 3 times. Hehe, Sister Qingqing, Sister Qingyu, Sister Xiaowu have finally come out of seclusion. Hello, Grandpa Lu. In the small valley, a fiery red figure rushed out from the black light of the teleportation gate like a gust of wind. Her face carried a confident and excited smile. Her pure face and charming expression combined were full of unique charm. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu were extremely pleasantly surprised when they saw the light of the teleportation gate flashing. However, when they saw that it was Yi Qingwu, they were slightly disappointed. However, they still smiled and celebrated Yi Qingwu. Little girl, not bad. Being able to cultivate in seclusion for 4 years, at least your temperament is very mature. Continue to work hard and strive to become a god as soon as possible. The worry in Elder Lu's eyes also disappeared in a flash. He smiled and encouraged her. Yes, I will continue to work hard. Yi Qingwu looked at their expressions and vaguely guessed what was going on. Her mood suddenly became somewhat dull. She turned around and asked, Little Han, is there still no news? Sai, you must have seen that Xiao He is in a deep sleep and the training room has been sealed. It has been 4 years. I wonder how Qing Han is doing? Yu Qingqing sighed slightly and lowered her eyes. She looked a little downcast. Sister Xiao, I miss brother. How can brother be so cruel? He didn't even send me a message. Boo. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, threw herself into Yi Qingwu's embrace and started bawling. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked. A deity-level expert's heart was actually so fragile. Little Han is really too much. At least he should have sent a message. Elder Lu also sighed deeply. There was a slight look of blame on his face. The small valley let out a deep sigh and fell silent again. Of course, it was not that Yi Qinghan did not want to send a message, but he could not. Half a year ago, he completely comprehended the profound mystery of stillness. This also shocked him once again. This place was really mysterious. In 3.5 years, he actually completely comprehended a profound mystery. Although this speed could not compare to the profound mystery of refining the godly skin, if the saint-tier cultivators of the continent knew about this, their eyeballs would definitely fall to the ground. In half a year, he once again began to comprehend the painting of raindrops on the beach. However, there was no progress. There were still 2 profound mysteries that he could not comprehend, and this made him slightly anxious. If he continued to comprehend without any progress, this precious opportunity would be wasted. Beauty Yao Ji, wake up. The sun is shining on your white buttocks. Your red string has fallen out. After comprehending for a few days, Yi Qinghan decided not to waste any more time. He prepared to watch a battle between experts and see if he could comprehend anything. If it really did not work, he would cultivate battle chi while comprehending the painting of raindrops on the beach. Thus, he decisively stood up and shouted at the beautiful body on the bed. Are you going to die? Annoying little man, are you trying to scare me to death? After a while, Yao Ji lazily straightened her body. Under the watchful gaze of Yi Qinghan, she stretched her waist, revealing her curves. However, the miraculous thing was that the light muslin seemed to have some kind of magic attached to her body and did not fall off. Moreover, that little red string did not slip out even after such a violent shaking. It was as if the string had grown roots underneath. I was having a battle with a strong man in my dream, but you woke me up. You're so annoying. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Yao Ji's beautiful eyes were half closed. Her infinite charm and seductive words completely stunned Yi Qinghan. Hee, what's the use of being strong? A man needs good marksmanship. I strongly recommend our Yi family's overlord spear to you. Yi Qinghan pressed his lower abdomen with one hand and pushed his buttocks forward as he smiled evilly. Then, he saw Yao Ji open her beautiful eyes and look at him playfully. He did not dare to play around anymore and hurriedly got down to business. I want to watch a battle. Of course, 2 is fine too. In your dreams. Tell me, what level is the battle? Yao Ji glanced at him and smiled. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a dazzling light. He said with slight excitement, I want to watch a battle between an expert who has comprehended the law of space and a peak fire heavenly god with willpower. Moreover, he must win. Chapter 435. A space law expert against a fire heavenly god with willpower? He wants to win? Yao Ji thought for a moment, then lifted her head and said, What you said is very general. There are many types of willpower, strong and weak. If you don't explain it clearly, it might affect your viewing experience. Strong and weak willpower? I'm not sure how strong they are. How do you differentiate them? Yi Qinghan was shocked and a little anxious. He had wanted to use this battle to study how he could kill Master God Butcher. If he could not completely imitate Master God Butcher's strength, he would have lost his original intention. You are talking about the willpower of a material plane, right? This depends on how big your material plane is. The bigger the material plane, the stronger the Lord's willpower. You can describe the size of your material plane, and I can estimate the strength of the willpower. Yao Ji's beautiful eyes were full of smiles, as if she could guess what Yi Qinghan was thinking. Right, my continent is about the size of a city in the immortal world, right? Of course it is a small city. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, and he repeated Elder Lu's words. This material plane is considered a lower middle plane, and the strength of its willpower is only average. Basically, any divine champion would be able to defeat him. Are you ready? Do you want me to demonstrate it to you now? Yao Ji nodded, understanding. She looked at Yi Qinghan, as if waiting for his response. God General? Wait. Yi Qinghan was shocked to hear this. He waved his hand and said, Yao Ji, you are mistaken. I want to see a heavenly god, not a god general. This is very important. God General? Yi Qinghan had wanted to simulate his battle with Master God Butcher. He had not even reached the heavenly god level yet, so what was the point of watching a god general fight? Yao Ji suddenly laughed out loud, her entire body glowing. She said in a mocking tone, Heavenly god level? Hee little man, are you dreaming again? Even if you are an expert who has just reached the god general level, you cannot defeat a heavenly god with willpower, let alone a heavenly god. A heavenly god with willpower is invincible. You are so silly and adorable. What? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He was not in the mood to watch the enchantress's twisting body. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Invincible at the same level? Master God Butcher was invincible at the same level? Then what was the point of doing it? Could it be that he had to cultivate to the divine general realm to be able to kill him? The divine general realm. Elder Lu had said that it was basically impossible to break through to the divine general realm in the material plane. Could it be that he had to first cultivate to the divine realm, then think of a way to cultivate to the divine general realm, and then think of a way to return to the Fire Dragon continent? Let's not talk about whether he could succeed or not. Even if it was feasible, how long would it take? Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a problem. He was also invincible at the same level. Body fusion was an invincible skill at the same level. Yi Qinghan was confused. Both of them were invincible at the same level, so who would be the one to kill who? Temptress, can you explain how this will attacks? This is very important to me. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and decided to ask this awesome woman in front of him. Hee little man, I'm not obligated to answer your questions, but who asked you to be so adorable? I'll explain it to you once, but don't do it again. The enchantress blinked her big eyes and laughed lightly. Actually, will is also a type of spatial law, but it cannot be comprehended. It can only be bestowed by heaven and earth. Once you become the lord of this material plane, you will receive the acknowledgement of this material plane and be able to use the spatial power of this material plane to attack. Ordinary mortal realm martialists would be turned into ashes under the pressure of the spatial power. Although divine realm martialists have divine realm martialists, they are too weak. Under the spatial power, self-preservation is a problem, let alone attack. Only martialists with the divine general realm can barely resist the will. Do you understand now? Although Yi Qinghan understood, he felt even more bitter in his heart. The enchantress' explanation was very clear. Under the will, divine realm martialists could not even move. So what if he had the body fusion skill? If he could not move, how could he attack? Not to mention the spatial lock and the spatial stillness that he had comprehended not long ago. The spatial lock and spatial stillness only used the nearby spatial power. However, if the Divine Master Butcher used his will, he would be using the spatial power of the entire Fire Dragon continent. This was equivalent to him using a small river to resist the Divine Master Butcher's sea. Elder Lu had said that martialists with the aura of the Fire Dragon dimension would have their strength reduced by half under the attack of the Divine Master Butcher's will. He finally understood now. That was because martialists from the Fire Dragon dimension were a part of the Fire Dragon dimension. Therefore, the Divine Master Butcher could easily use his will to suppress one's strength. There was no way out? Could he go to the Divine Realm only after he reached the Divine General Realm? The problem was, would the Yi family still exist when he reached the Divine General Realm? Yi Qinghan had always known that the Divine Master Butcher would definitely find trouble with the Yi family. However, he had always restrained himself from thinking about it. The reason he had come to Purple Island was to let the Divine Master Butcher know that he was still alive. He knew very well that as long as he was still alive and in the Fire Dragon continent, the Yi family would not be completely annihilated. However, what if the Divine Master Butcher was sure that he had gone to the Divine Realm? Don't be anxious, Yao Ji. Let me think about it. My mind is in a mess now. After a long time, Yi Qinghan felt that he had fallen into a dead end. His mind was in a mess. He could only smile bitterly and cup his fists at the Yao Ji. Then, he sat down on the floor in a desolate manner. He held his head with both hands and started to think. The Yao Ji only smiled faintly and did not say much. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she did not see the desolate expression on Yi Qinghan's face. She had no intention of meddling. If he did not reach the Divine General Realm, he would not be a match for the Divine Master Butcher. If he reached the Divine General Realm, he would have to go to the Divine Realm. If he went there, the Yi family castle would probably be barren. Then, what was the point of him cultivating? Yi Qinghan fell into a vicious cycle of thoughts. The Yao Ji's explanation made him completely lost. Originally, he thought that he was very powerful. He had the divine beasts, the body fusion skill, and could instantly kill any expert of the same level. He was invincible. He thought that as long as he broke through to the divine realm, he could easily kill all the heavenly gods of the Fire Dragon continent and kill the Divine Master Butcher. Now that he thought about it, it was such a joke. It's useless. The members of the Yi family will die in the end. What's the point of me cultivating? I might as well die of old age on Purple Island. Soul-devouring beast? Soul confusion? Instant kill of the same level? What's the point? If I can't kill that Baldy, what's the point of using a few more divine beasts and divine skills? After thinking hard for a long time, Yi Qinghan still felt that he had walked into a dead end. He scratched his head and murmured absent-mindedly. His delicate face was filled with bitterness and confusion. He did not know what to do. He had completely lost his direction. Soul-devouring beast? Yi Qinghan's soft murmur suddenly woke the Yao Ji from her sleep. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a fiery light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly stood up and shouted nervously, "Little man, did you just say that you have the soul-devouring beast?" Chapter 436. Yao Ji's delicate cry woke Yi Qinghan from his stupor. His slightly dazed eyes swept over as he nodded and subconsciously said, "That's right, I do have the soul-devouring beast, but so what? It's still useless." "Are you sure you have the soul-devouring beast?" The light in Yao Ji's eyes grew even brighter. This time, she clearly used her divine power, causing Yi Qinghan's ears to ring. "That's right, what's wrong?" Yi Qinghan was startled. Only then did he completely wake up. He said with some astonishment. He was secretly puzzled. Could it be that this soul-devouring beast was famous in the God realm? To be able to shock this awesome woman to this extent? Yao Ji's expression became incomparably serious as she asked solemnly, "What does that soul-devouring beast look like?" What's so special about it? It's very small. It's completely black and has a single horn on its head. It hasn't matured yet, but it's already at the level of a sacred beast. As for what's special about it? Oh right, it was able to communicate with me through the soul a long time ago. Also, we have the fusion skill, soul confusion. It can instantly kill someone of the same level. Yi Qinghan began to explain in detail. When he thought of Xiaohei, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Single horn? Soul confusion? Yao Ji's expression became more and more serious. She didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to finish and interrupted. Tell me how you got the soul-devouring beast and what happened afterwards. Tell me everything. If you can satisfy me, I will do my best to help you with one thing, or make love with you once. There's such a good thing? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened when he heard this. When did this woman become so generous? However, he became vigilant. Why was Yao Ji so worried about Xiaohei? Could it be that she was plotting something? Thus, he began to ponder. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yao Ji was eagerly waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak. When he became silent, she glanced at him with hidden bitterness and said, "Little man, why are you hesitating? Do you think I would harm you? Since you were able to obtain the soul ring and enter the illusory palace, you are already considered to be related to my master. Besides, as long as the illusory palace doesn't appear, I won't be able to leave this place. What are you afraid of?" This, all right. Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. No matter what, he was someone who possessed the divine sword soul ring and carefree pavilion. It could be said that he was closely related to the Soul Emperor. Moreover, wasn't the invincible Lord Devourer protecting Xiaohei? What was there to be afraid of? First, he would get the benefits promised by the enchantress. Thus, he started to tell her about how he had gotten the soul ring and how he could summon Xiaohei because of the ring. He didn't even conceal Lord Devourer. Of course, he wanted to use Lord Devourer to suppress Yao Ji. Giggle. After Yao Ji finished listening, she did not speak for a long time. Then, she suddenly laughed out loud. A moment later, she lowered her head and lowered her eyebrows, crying silently. Her pitiful expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. What's wrong? Yao Ji? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He hurriedly stood up and asked in confusion. Good, very good. Diawu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You even saved her from purgatory. That's great. Giggle. A trace of joy flashed in Yao Ji's eyes. She mumbled softly, then stretched out a lily-white hand and gently wiped away her tears. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at Yi Qinghan. Her face was like a pear flower after a rain, and it was even more charming. She smiled charmingly. Little man, you're very good. You're very good. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's within my capabilities, or as long as you want me, I can satisfy you. Gulp. This, Yi Qinghan was stunned again. This happiness seemed to have come a little too suddenly. He couldn't accept it. He could get her just like that? Could it be that the news he was about to tell her was so important? Yao Ji had said that she would only give him this chance if he cultivated to the second heaven god realm within 10 years. How could he get it so easily? Of course, he only felt a little excited in his heart, but he quickly gave up on that thought. Although he really wanted to have sex with this incomparably charming woman, was it more important than the lives of the several thousand members of the Yi family? As such, he asked excitedly, I want to kill the lord of our realm. Do you have any way you can help me? Kill the lord? That's a serious crime. Sigh, forget it. With her around, it should be fine. Yao Ji frowned slightly and murmured to herself. She then began to seriously consider this question. After a long time, she sighed. You said that he's a peak fire heavenly god, so strictly speaking, you have no chance of killing him. Even if the soul-devouring beast breaks through to the god realm and learns its innate abilities, it's still impossible unless you reach the divine general realm. Otherwise, you have no hope. No hope? Yi Qinghan's eyes dimmed when he heard that there was no hope again. He shook his head and said dejectedly, If I don't go to the god realm, can I reach the divine general realm? You can't. As expected, Yao Ji's answer was very straightforward. However, Yao Ji's next words jolted him awake. Of course, you still have one way. If you can succeed, it might be possible. What way? Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly asked. Watch a battle and learn a profound mystery of the law of space. You might have a chance of beating him. Of course, this is not absolute. I estimate that you only have a 50% chance of winning. Moreover, you only have 7 years in the Dream Palace, so the chances of you learning this profound mystery are very low. Yao Ji said helplessly, so I advise you not to waste this opportunity. How about we change it to something else? For example, give you a divine weapon? Or maybe I can play with you. I guarantee that I can make you forget all your troubles. What profound mystery of space? Is it that hard to learn? Yi Qinghan didn't even look at Yao Ji as she began to twist her body again. He wasn't in the mood to think about such things. It's a profound mystery of space that I know can resist willpower. Absolute space domain, but it's a mid-grade profound mystery that requires the fusion of 3 fundamental mysteries of space. Little man, the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's impossible. Forget it, change it to something else. As Yao Ji spoke, she also felt that it was somewhat impossible. If Yi Qinghan could fuse 2 profound mysteries, he would be able to become a god. Now, he was being asked to fuse 3, absolute space? Yi Qinghan fell silent after hearing this. He pondered for a long time before he finally raised his head and asked seriously, fuse 3? Yao Ji, can I fuse any 3 profound mysteries of space? That's true. The fusion mysteries of the supreme laws of space can be fused at will. Of course, it's much more difficult to fuse them than elemental laws of space. Little man, I still feel that you don't have to be so stubborn. When the time comes, you might just waste your time. Yao Ji sighed helplessly. I insist. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly burned with a raging fire. He decided to take the gamble. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would leave it to the heavens to decide. At least he still had a chance, so he naturally wouldn't give up. He looked at Yao Ji and said resolutely, I'll apply this request of yours to this battle simulation. Please activate it for me. But since you insist, I'll fulfill my promise. I'll let you have a good experience of this battle without going against Master's rules. Of course, what you can comprehend in the end will depend on your luck. Little man, I wish you good luck. Yao Ji let out a long laugh and suddenly waved her hand. A formless wave was generated, and the gentle light on the walls of the entire Dream Palace suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire palace in a snow-white light.